Chapter 1, Weapon Spirit, Choing. Ayu. Ayu. Boom. Boom. Are you up? Boom. Boom. A gentle shout was accompanied by a knock on the door. In the room. Hanyu woke up from his sleep and sat up with a look of despair. He rubbed his dry eyes, put on his slippers, walked to the door of the room and opened it. Snap. The door slowly opened, and the figure outside came into view. It was a woman with extremely beautiful looks and a great figure. If I had to describe it, it would be like this: her skin is as white as jade, and her skin is so tender that it seems as if water can be squeezed out of it. She has a pair of smiling almond eyes, a straight and flawless nose, pink and shiny lips, and a green long skirt that cannot hide her breasts that are about to burst out. Under her white and tender calves are her feet wearing pink slippers, and her toes are as neat as perfect jade products. Sister Ing, it's only 7 o'clock. Can you let me sleep a little longer? Hanyu leaned against the doorframe, yawned, and half closed his eyes. It's already 7 o'clock, don't sleep. Choying stretched out her snow-white hand to pull Hanyu out from the doorframe, and pushed Hanyu's back towards the bathroom. You promised me to teach me how to cook at 7 o'clock. Sister Ing, I was still playing games with you in the early morning, and went to bed at 3 a.m. I only slept for 4 hours. Do you think I am like you, the Chiling clan, who don't need to sleep? Hanyu was pushed into the bathroom with a painful look on his face. Who said we, the Chiling clan, don't need to sleep? Choi Ying retorted, when we, the Chiling clan, absorb spiritual energy, it can be considered as rest for you humans. How can this be the same? Hanyu shook his head helplessly. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and wash up. I'll teach you how to cook later. I'll cook for you in the future. Choi Ying patted Hanyu's back and said softly, good girl, you. Hanyu's ears turned red, and she couldn't help but retort, Sister Ing, I'm not a child anymore. Choi Ying crossed her arms and chuckled, according to your human calendar, I am 10 years older than you. In my eyes, you are just a child. When I was born from the origin of the hammer, you were not yet born. Looking at the 2 squeezed lumps on Sister Ying's chest, Hanyu silently looked away. He, Hanyu, is a gentleman. You wash up first, I'm going to watch TV series. Choi Ying said. Good. Hanyu nodded, and as the footsteps faded away, he began to squeeze toothpaste and brush his teeth. Looking at the face in the mirror, with a face as beautiful as jade and eyes as bright as stars, Hanyu became dazed. To be honest, he is a time traveler. He was a student from Blue Star who had just finished the college entrance examination. He was about to enjoy his vacation life when he was suddenly hit by an oncoming out-of-control car. Before he could struggle, his consciousness fell into chaos. In the chaos, he thought of his father, mother, younger brother, and the holiday after the college entrance examination when he didn't have much fun. He was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to give up. Perhaps his sincerity touched the heavens, and he gradually regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he arrived here, a world where human beings and spirit beings coexisted. Sounds magical, right? But that's the truth. He traveled through time. He traveled through time as a baby, and traveled to a world where the human race and the spirit race had signed a contract. This world had the same background as the Blue Star of his previous life, the only difference being the existence of spirits. The Sister Ing he mentioned is his spirit. Sister Ing's name is Choi Ying, and she is the princess of the Chue clan in the Chiling continent. A month ago, their second year of high school ended. Hanyu's Yangcheng No. 1 High School organized the second-year students to go to the weapon pavilion to use the weapon spirit stone to awaken their talents, and then use the 10,000 weapon monument to find the weapon spirit that suits them, communicate with the weapon spirit and then conclude a contract. These processes are recorded in the textbooks, but what puzzles Hanyu is that he seems to be different from others. He suspects this may be a benefit for time travelers. According to the textbooks, humans can only sign a contract with one spirit from the spirit clan in their lifetime, but he seems to be able to sign contracts with several spirits. At that time, he wanted to investigate carefully and communicate with them one by one, but before he could do so, he was pulled into the consciousness space by a pair of silver white hammers, and then he signed a contract with Choi Ying. Live and die together. Live and die together. Then, Sister Ing traveled through space and came to his side. Hanyu rinsed his mouth with a gulp-gulp sound and wiped his lips with his wet fingertips. I have to go to the Chia Pavilion again when I have time. This was Sister Ying's first time visiting the human race, and she was curious about this and that. Hanyu had been with her for the past month, and she had barely had a chance to sleep. As for going to the instrument pavilion? That was out of the question. Then Hanyu washed his face, washed his hair, and blew his wet hair dry before he went out. Living room, on the sofa. Choi Ying was lying on the sofa in a very unkempt manner. The hem of her pale skirt had fallen to her knees, revealing her fair calves. She crossed her legs high, her pink soles shaking constantly, and her jade-like toes swaying irregularly. Hanyu shook her head helplessly when she saw the scene. Sister Ying, please be more ladylike. Why are you crossing your legs when you are wearing a skirt? There's no outsider at home. Shui Ying said nonchalantly. Then you are outside. Don't worry, I will behave like a lady outside and won't let others see me like this. Shui Ying spoke first, interrupting what Hanyu was about to say. I know that boys from your race like to be jealous. Don't worry, I won't let you get jealous. I can only be yours. Shui Ying blinked her watery almond eyes. No, I. Are you jealous? Shui Ying sat up suddenly, her chest bouncing with such force. Her almond-shaped eyes were now misty, as if she was about to burst into tears. Her tone was even more tearful. I've waited 10 years for you. Now that I've signed a contract with you, I will only be loyal to you. You heartless person, do you still want to abandon me? Sister Ying, where did you learn all this? Hanyu hugged his shoulders, unmoved by the jade-like person, but with an expression that said, go on, keep making it up. You, bastard. Whoa whoa whoa. Shui Ying's eyes instantly turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had originally wanted to tease Ayu, but with the atmosphere now at this point, it seemed out of place for her not to cry. Aside from being able to transform their weapons, the Qiling clan also has some physical states that differ from humans, but otherwise are largely similar. Hanyu was now in a panic and really started crying. Hanyu was suddenly at a loss. He quickly sat down on the sofa and apologized repeatedly. Sister Ying, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What did you do wrong? Shui Ying asked sobbingly. Hanyu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Yes, what did he do wrong? He carefully recalled what he had just said, and finally he asked tentatively, I was wrong about asking you to be a lady? Whoa, that's not right. Shui Ying started crying again. Hanyu seemed to have thought of something, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You and I have already signed a contract, how could I abandon you? Shui Ying stopped crying and said fiercely, if you dare to abandon me, I will hammer you to death. Hearing this, Hanyu suddenly thought of the Northwest Hammer King in his previous life and couldn't help but laugh. You don't believe it? Shui Ying wiped away her tears and turned into a pair of silver white hammers. If you don't believe it, I'll really hit you. I believe it, I believe it. Hanyu said quickly. With his small body at the mortal realm now, he can't withstand a hammer from Sister Ying, the Hammer Princess. That's more like it. Shui Ying changed back to human form, sat on the sofa, and pulled Hanyu's arm and said, I waited for 10 years to see a human as handsome and talented as you. Don't let me down. In the past 10 years, Shui Ying has met talented humans before, but because they were not good looking, she rejected them without hesitation. She, Shui Ying, was born from the origin of the hammer, the princess of the Hammer clan. How could she choose an ugly human to sign a contract and share life and death with him? Even if he was very talented, she would not even look at him. She thought she would never meet someone as talented as Hammer, but when she met Hanyu, she fell in love with this young man at first sight and decided to sign a contract with him to share life and death with him. Hanyu felt very honored after listening to Sister Ying's words. Sister Ying thinks so highly of me, so I will certainly not let her down. Hanyu said seriously. Oof. Shui Ying snorted twice without saying anything. Hanyu didn't say anything either. Feeling the little hand on his arm, he fell into deep thought. Although the human race and the weapon spirit race are two different races, they can combine and even produce offspring. The human race's genes are extremely powerful, and the offspring born to the weapon spirit race are still humans. Except for their talents being close to their mother's father's race, everything else is exactly the same as the human race. If nothing unexpected happens, he and Sister Ying will. However, he seems to be able to awaken other spirits, so... Ayu, what are you thinking about? Shui Ying asked when she saw Hanyu didn't say anything. Ahem, I didn't think anything. Hanyu shook his head guiltily. He was holding Shui Ying while thinking about other weapon spirits. If Shui Ying knew about this, wouldn't she beat him to death? Then teach me how to cook quickly. You still have to go shopping with me in the morning. Shui Ying didn't notice anything wrong with Hanyu. She got up from the sofa, took Hanyu's arm and walked towards the kitchen. You still have to watch TV series with me in the afternoon and play games in the evening. You can't waste time. Hanyu was in agony after hearing these words. After a month, Sister Ing still hadn't gotten tired of him. He was almost unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, he was desperate for school to start. Half an hour later, 2 identical dishes appeared on the table. Sister Ing, this is the last dish I'm going to make. You've already drained all my knowledge. Hanyu placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table and reminded her, don't wake me up tomorrow morning. I want to sleep a little longer. Why? Choi Ying dragged out the words, I will miss you if I don't see you for too long. Who can accept a beautiful woman like a delicate jade acting like a spoiled child? Han Yu Neng. Hanyu said righteously, you just missed watching me for a few hours. Why don't you let me sleep in your room? Choi Ying said cautiously. She made this request a few days ago, but was ruthlessly rejected by Hanyu, and she even got a little angry about it. No. Hanyu shook his head. Why not? Choi Ying got angry again. According to you humans, we are already husband and wife, why can't we live together? How can such a statement be made? Hanyu's eyes widened. How come he didn't know there was such a saying? The human race does not have such a saying, and Choi Ying has a different understanding. The only people she understood as living and dying together, sharing life and death, besides brothers, were husband and wife. My brother is a boy and she is a girl, so why can't a couple sleep together? If I say yes, then yes. Don't talk about other things. Choi Ying stood up, tiptoed, grabbed Hanyu's collar, and pulled him down. Hanyu bent down to facilitate her movements. Choi Ying exclaimed in admiration, holding Hanyu's face with her snow-white hands and said seriously, answer me, why? I'm not an adult yet. Hanyu said helplessly. Can't we sleep together before we reach adulthood? Choi Ying was completely confused. I can sleep if I can. But I'm afraid I can't control it. Hanyu sighed inwardly, family members know their own business. He was 18 years old before his rebirth and was at the peak of his passion, but he died before he could vent. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, if Hanyu didn't have absolute self-control, he would have already. Then you won't let me sleep with you? Can we wait 3 months? Hanyu stretched out her slender fingers and gestured, saying seriously, after 3 months, we can sleep together every day without any problem. Real? Choi Ying showed a doubtful expression. I can swear to the origin of your hammer clan. Hanyu said seriously. The origin of the hammer is the supreme belief of the hammer clan. Otherwise, why is Choi Ying called the princess of the hammer clan? Don't want. Hearing Hanyu's words, Choi Ying hurriedly stopped him. I believe you, I believe you. The origin of the hammer is supreme in the hammer clan. If Hanyu really lies, then he will definitely be punished. This is something that Hammering is unwilling to accept and does not want to see. Looking at the somewhat flustered Sister Ing, Hanyu said seriously, Sister Ing, trust me, it will only take 3 months. Okay, I believe you, let's eat. Afraid that Hanyu would spit out something, Choi Ying hurriedly served Hanyu some food. Thank you, Sister Ing. Hanyu thanked her, sat down and started to taste the dish made by Sister Ing. How is it? How is it? Choi Ying asked nervously from the side. Not bad. Hanyu gave a thumbs up. Eat quickly, it will get cold soon. Choi Ying showed a charming smile. You eat too. Hanyu patted the chair beside him. You Chiling people don't feel hungry, but it's good to satisfy your appetite. The human race has many delicious foods. Really? Choi Ying sat on the chair next to Hanyu and said, I always heard the elders in my tribe say that the human race is fun, and I have long yearned for it, but I never had the chance. Fortunately, I met you. It's worth my 10-year wait. I will use my whole life to make up for the 10 years you waited. Hanyu tilted his head and looked at Choi Ying with his eyes as bright as stars. Looking at those eyes that captivated her, Choi Ying didn't know what was happening to her. She felt her heart beating fast and her face getting hot. Her voice was soft, like the scratching of a cat's claws. It's not your fault. Chapter 2, A Crack Across the Sky. After breakfast, Hanyu watched TV series with Sister Ing for a while before returning to her room to get dressed. Choi Ying, who had not changed her clothes, looked at the young man who walked out of the room with shining almond eyes. The young man was wearing a well-fitting casual outfit that made his already tall stature look even more slender. He had fair skin, a handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and a faint smile on his thin lips. Choi Ying now only felt that her vision was really good. Sister Ying is gone. Hanyu stood in front of Choi Ying and waved his slender fingers in front of her. Oh, okay. Choi Ying came to her senses and took Hanyu's hand very naturally. Over the past month, she has absorbed the knowledge of the human race like a sponge, and now she is no different from a human. Looking at the tender white palm on her hand, Hanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister Ying, you haven't put on your shoes yet. No delay. Choi Ying replied, took Hanyu's hand and walked towards the entrance. She took off her slippers and put her white sock-covered feet into the shoes, finishing with her left foot and then switching to her right foot. Seeing this, Hanyu repeated Sister Ying's actions. This is how he wears his shoes, and Sister Ying, as his spirit, naturally follows suit. After locking the door, Hanyu held the hand in his hand and walked towards the elevator. Let me make it clear that Hanyu is not an orphan. This house was bought by his parents in this life so that he can develop a relationship with his spirit. His father in this life is a powerful person in the extraordinary realm and has some industries under his control. He is not short of money, so he can take Choi Ying out to play every day. Otherwise, how could an ordinary family allow them to spend so lavishly, let alone buy a house? Back to the original text. At this time, Hanyu and Choi Ying had already left the community building. It is summer now, and the sun has risen high in the sky, emitting dazzling light. Facing the baptism of sunlight, Hanyu looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Looking at the deep crack across the sky, even though he had been looking at it for 17 years, he still felt uncomfortable. According to historical records, about 1,000 years ago, a black light streaked across the sky, creating a crack that spanned the sky. At the same time, a gigantic dragon several thousand meters long fell from the crack, smashing the place where it landed into ruins. Not only that, countless nameless, hideous and terrifying monsters, as well as weapons emitting various lights, fell from the crack. Monsters are now called yuan beasts, and weapons are called weapon spirits. The existence of these two things directly breaks the previous cognition of human beings. Later, the human race learned that the black light was a sword slashed by the supreme emperor of the spirit clan. That sword shattered the barrier of the human world and connected the bridge to the universe. At the same time, he also knew about the irreconcilable relationship between the Yuan beast and the Qiling clan. The human race at that time suffered heavy casualties in that battle. In order to make up for the broken barrier of the human race and the innocent deaths of the human race, the Supreme Emperor of the Spirit Clan decided to form an alliance with the human race and signed a treaty. The content of the treaty is roughly as follows: teaching the human race cultivation and promising that the human race can sign a contract with the weapon spirit race. Ayu, what's so beautiful about the sky? After waiting for a long time without seeing any movement from Hanyu, Choi Ying turned her head and saw his eyes, which seemed to contain stars, looking at the sky. Sister Ying, do you think this crack can be closed again? Hanyu asked. No. Choi Ying also looked up at the deep crack in the sky. Once the barrier is opened, it can't be closed again. She looked at Hanyu puzzledly. Why are you asking this? One day in the future I want to go out into the universe, said Hanyu. Okay, I'll go with you next time. After saying this, Choi Ying grabbed Hanyu's hand and hurried towards the gate of the community. The most urgent thing now is to accompany me to go shopping. Slow down, Sister Ying, slow down. Yangcheng, city center, a commercial street. Hanyu and Choi Ying took 20 minutes to get here. Looking around, people on the entire commercial street are in pairs. Two boys were drinking milk tea with their arms around each other. There were two girls holding hands and chatting. There are also combinations of a man and a woman like Hanyu and Choi Ying, holding hands. These people are about the same age as Hanyu, and their identities can be guessed. The young boys and girls came shopping with their spirit weapons. Ayu, I want to drink milk tea. Choi Ying said, pointing to a milk tea shop not far away. Purchase. Hanyu took Choi Ying to the milk tea shop. Ayu, I want to eat cake. Purchase. Hanyu took Choi Ying to the cake shop. Ayu, I want to eat cherries. Purchase. Hanyu took Choi Ying to the fruit shop. Ayu. Purchase. After shopping for the whole morning, the word Hanyu talked about most was buy. At 11:30 a.m., Hanyu took Sister Ying to have a barbecue meal and then went home. After returning home, Hanyu changed into slippers, let go of Sister Ying's soft and boneless hand, and quickly walked to the sofa and pounced on her. The soft sofa instantly made him hum in comfort. He was really exhausted after walking around for the whole morning. His legs were no longer his. Even though he was a warrior in the mortal realm, he could not withstand the damage caused by shopping. Ayu, do you really hate shopping? Choi-Ying put on slippers, walked to Hanyu and sat down, stroking Hanyu's hair with her snow-white hands. Fine. Then why are you always like this after shopping? Choi-Ying asked curiously. I'm so tired. Hanyu sat up with difficulty, leaned on the sofa and looked at Sister Ying's beautiful face. Sister Ying, human boys have a common problem. What common problem? Choi-Ying moved her butt and looked at Hanyu with curiosity. It's a common problem to get tired when accompanying girls shopping. Hanyu said. Even though Sister Ying is from the spirit clan, she is still a girl, and shopping seems to be engraved in the bones of all girls. What's wrong with this? Choi-Ying looked at Hanyu suspiciously. You're not lying to me, are you? Absolutely not. Hanyu nodded seriously. In that case, then we won't go shopping anymore. Choi-Ying also looked serious. Huh? Hanyu was surprised. You're not willing to go shopping? I can't bear to see you tired. These words, like a confession, entered Hanyu's ears. Hanyu's heart softened, and she said gently, it would be boring if we didn't go shopping, but we can't go shopping all the time. We need to do it in moderation, otherwise we'll get tired of it. You'll get bored if you go shopping for a month straight. Really? Choi-Ying's white and tender fingers curled the hair beside her ear. I don't feel bored. Hanyu was choked. After a pause, he said, listen to me, no shopping for the next few days. I'll listen to you. I won't go shopping anymore. You can watch TV with me. Chapter 3 Shenwuji. Under the clear blue sky, Hanyu walked into the campus with his school bag on his back. Today is the first day of school for Yangcheng No. 1 High School, and it is also the day when he officially enters his senior year. I was shopping with Sister Ring 13 days ago, but school has already started 13 days later. What a time! Hanyu sighed. Hanyu was not very resistant to going to school. If his study in his previous life was difficult as hell, then study in this life was easy. In my previous life, I studied from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., but in this life, I study from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Isn't that surprising? It's right to be surprised. Hanyu was also extremely surprised when he learned about this study schedule. It's not very tiring to learn and it's very new to him. Like, the history of human race and weapon spirits, types of weapon spirits. For him who has experienced the hell difficulty, the easy mode is simply too easy. Ayu, why doesn't your school allow weapon spirits to appear? A pleasant voice sounded in Hanyu's mind. Hanyu was not surprised, because when Sister Ring signed the contract with him, he knew that Sister Ring could enter his body, no. To be more precise, enter his sea of consciousness. After awakening his talent, his sea of consciousness was opened. The size of the sea of consciousness is also related to talent. The stronger the talent, the wider the sea of consciousness, the weaker the talent, the narrower the sea of consciousness. For someone like Hanyu, whose talent is at the SSS level, the sea of consciousness is as vast as the ocean. The sea of consciousness is the foundation of human cultivation. Humans need to absorb spiritual energy to fill the sea of consciousness. This is what humans call the mortal realm. After the sea of consciousness is filled with spiritual energy, it breaks the spiritual shackles of the human body and makes a leap to the extraordinary realm. As the name suggests, the supernormal realm means that once one reaches this realm, one is beyond the range of ordinary people and can live up to 200 years. The subsequent realm will be discussed later. Let us return to the original text. The school has a rule that weapon spirits cannot be allowed in school unless necessary. Hanyu's face flashed with apology. I'm sorry, Sister Ring. I don't feel wronged, it's mainly because I want to be with you. Choi-Ying, who was in Hanyu's sea of consciousness, was propping up her chin in boredom. She could share vision with Hanyu, but she couldn't see him. Hanyu gradually got used to Sister Ying's direct confession, and she comforted her softly. Sister Ring, in a year, when I go to college, you can go to school with me. The University 1T have this rule anymore. This rule is the same as Hanyu's previous life, where he was not allowed to bring cell phones to high school but was allowed to bring cell phones to college. A year, that's a long time. Hanyu was chatting with Sister Ring when they came to the classroom. Senior 3-1 class. This class has nothing to do with talent, it is just a class with good academic performance. Oh you, I miss you so much, give me a hug. As Hanyu walked into the classroom, he saw a chubby fat man rushing towards him. Hanyu did not dare to underestimate the sudden impact of a pig and the height as tall as a mountain, and he dodged it by turning sideways. What are you hiding from? The fat man suddenly braked and laughed like a Maitreya Buddha. I'm afraid you'll get killed. Hanyu rolled his eyes. Don't you know what your physique is like? Hanyu is taller than most people, but he is still slightly inferior to this fat man. He is 1.91 meters tall and the fat man is 2 meters tall. With a height of 2 meters and that fat body, he is definitely a mountain of flesh. The weapon spirit that had signed the contract was a large shield, similar to his size, but its human form was incredibly small. Okay, no more trouble. Shinwuji laughed, put his arm around Hanyu's shoulders and walked to the back row. It's been more than a month since we last met, brother, I missed you so much. Why would you miss me if you're not with Dun Yuan? Hanyu warned, I don't like men. Get lost. Do you think I like men? Shinwuji cursed with a smile. It's not the best. Hanyu pretended to be relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them can play together thanks to their parents, as their fathers have a very good relationship. By the way, how was your summer vacation? Shinwuji asked in a low voice with a very obscene expression. Having played together since childhood, Hanyu naturally knew what Shinwuji was talking about. He glanced at Shinwuji with disdain. Do you think I'm you? I'm not that hungry. Don't spit blood at me. Shinwuji said anxiously, I'm not that hungry. I don't believe it. Hanyu shook his head, looking disbelieving. Really not. Shinwuji had no way to defend himself. If he had known this would happen, he would not have asked. Okay, we two brothers don't know each other. Hanyu smiled, patted Shinwuji's shoulder, and sat back in his seat. The two of them sat in the back row. Of course not by the window, but by the back door. Whichever side the two people sit on becomes the door god, and others have to think carefully before coming in or out. I really didn't. Shinwuji continued to argue, if you don't believe me, ask Yuan. You are shameless. Is it Dun Yuan who is shameless? Hanyu glanced at Shinwuji, just shut up. Yuan didn't say anything. I was just chatting with my brother. Shinwuji did not answer Hanyu, but started chatting with the shield Yuan in his sea of consciousness. Ayu, what are you talking about with this fat guy? Hanyu also heard Sister Ying's voice. Nothing to talk about. Hanyu changed the subject and said, Sister Ying, what do you think of my class? There are so many people going to school together. You humans are really interesting. There are so many people in such a small place. Shui Ying was easily distracted by Hanyu's words. There are 40 students in a class, this is fixed. Hanyu said with a smile. Our Hammer Clan's territory is vast. Aren't you bored in such a small space? Just as Hanyu and Shui Ying were chatting, a middle-aged man with a big belly came into the classroom. Ahem. The middle-aged man coughed twice, attracting the attention of his classmates. Hello, teacher. Old Chen, it feels like a long time since we last met. Old Chen misses you so much. A summer vacation has passed. How is your relationship with your own spirit? Chen Lifeng asked with a smile. Good. Very good. Very good. The spirits of the weapons will accompany you throughout your life, so you must treat them well. Chen Lifeng was passing on his own experience to these students one by one. Ayu is right. Shui Ying said. Which sentence? Weapon spirits will accompany you throughout your life, so treat them well. In Hanyu's sea of consciousness, Shui Ying's beautiful face was full of seriousness. Hanyu chuckled, Sister Ying, I will treat you well. Ayu. I wanted to come out and see you. Chapter 4, Class Division. That's all. I won't say too much. You all know what's going on. Hanyu, why are you raising your hand? As soon as Chen Lifeng finished speaking, he saw Hanyu behind him raise his hand. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. Hanyu said. Since Sister Ying said so, he must agree. No. A hint of surprise appeared in Hanyu's eyes, which were like stars. He never expected that Lao Chan would reject him. Why, he asked subconsciously. The teacher has something to announce, please be patient. Chen Lifeng waved the list in his hand and said. Teacher, I'll be back soon. Hanyu promised. The teacher will finish speaking soon. Chen Lifeng said seriously, regarding your class division. All right. After hearing this, Hanyu, who originally wanted to fight for it, compromised. He apologized to Sister Ring in his heart. I'm sorry, Sister Ring. It's okay, I'll wait a little longer. Choi Ying supported her chin and pictured a Yu's appearance in her mind. Seeing Sister Ring calm down, although Han Yu was anxious, he had no choice but to wait for the class division to be over. The high school classes in this world are different from the high school in Han Yu's previous life. In this world, high schools are divided into classes at the beginning of the third year of high school. Because these students' talents awaken in the second semester of the second year of high school, they also possess their own spirit weapons. At the beginning of the third year of high school, they will be divided into classes according to the level of their awakened talents. Those with higher talents are ranked higher in the class, while those with lower talents are ranked lower in the class. Next, listen to me read out the class after yours. Chen Lifeng said. We need to divide the classes. Teacher, I can't bear to part with you, someone said. Teacher, will I still be in class 1? How is it possible that a C-level talent like you is still in class 1? Teacher, we have been together for 2 years. Are we going to separate today? Teacher. The students spoke one after another, with reluctance on their faces. How can we forget each other just like that after 2 years of being together? Don't be sad, it's not like we won't see each other anymore. Chen Lifeng smiled and said, if you miss me, come find me in my office, the same office as before. Chen Lifeng didn't want to see this scene, so he just read out the names of his classmates. Wei Kai, class 12, senior year. The boy sitting in the middle row had a helpless look on his face. No matter how good his academic performance was, it would be useless if he didn't have talent. As if he could see Wei Kai's sadness, Chen Lifeng comforted him, it doesn't matter if you don't have talent. You can still become a talent if you study hard. I know, thank you, teacher. Wei Kai adjusted his mentality and nodded seriously. He had prepared himself mentally long before his talent awakened. The next one is Wang Hui, class 6, senior 3. Xiao Mingqi, class 11, senior 3. Han Yu. Chen Lifeng paused and looked at the handsome young man in the back row with eyes as bright as stars. The classmates' eyes also focused on Han Yu. Their eyes were filled with endless envy, and they could not forget the dazzling light when Han Yu awakened. Han Yu, class 1, senior 3. Wow! Applause! Xin Wuji immediately screamed and applauded. Wow! 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 The classmates applauded out of respect, and Chen Lifeng also clapped with a smile on his face. He was satisfied that there were still students in his class who were good at studying and had good talents. Ayu, what are they doing? Shuai Ying, who didn't understand, asked directly. They are celebrating for me, Han Yu said in his heart, and then thanked the classmates who applauded him. Okay, collect. Chen Lifeng waved his hand. When the class quieted down, he continued reading out the names. Han Yu wasn't listening and was concentrating on talking to Sister Ring. Shuai Ying, what are they celebrating about you? Han Yu, celebrating that I'm in class 1. Shuai Ying, is class 1 good? Han Yu, it is the best class in our Yangcheng number 1 high school. Shuai Ying, the best? Then I should celebrate for you too. Han Yu, what celebration? Shuai Ying, I'll make something delicious tonight, the braised pig's trotter you taught me to make last time. Han Yu, braised pork trotters? Braised lamb trotters? Shuai Ying, pig, braised pig's trotters. Han Yu, okay, then I'll wait. Hammering, yeah, okay. Xin Wuji, class 1, senior 3. Oh hoo! Bang! When Xin Wuji heard what class he was in, he excitedly slammed the table and stood up. He was in the same class with Han Yu again. Although he had expected it, the feeling was different when he heard it with his own ears. The sound spread throughout the classroom, and the students and teachers were startled, especially Han Yu, who was closest to Xin Wuji. You gave me a fright. Han Yu and Sister Ring stopped talking and looked helplessly at the yelling Xin Wuji. Ha 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 ha. Xin Wuji put his arm around Han Yu's shoulders and laughed, I'm in the same class with you again, aren't you happy? Han Yu was happy for his brother, but he still said perfunctorily, happy is enough. Fuck, your attitude is not sincere at all. Xin Wuji complained cursingly. Ahem. Han Yu cleared his throat after hearing this, wow, that's great, you're amazing. Wow, when did you become so disgusting? Xin Wuji left his seat, and the two of them strode away from this place of trouble. Don't you want to be sincere? Han Yu laughed, isn't your attitude sincere now? Watching the two of them playing around without paying attention to who was around, the classmates felt that everyone's joys and sorrows are different. Okay, you two, stop messing around. Chen Lifeng couldn't bear to watch any longer. Hurry up and go back to your seats. There are still students on the list that haven't been read out yet. Oh, okay. Shin Wuji nodded and returned to his seat. Ahem. I'm telling you, stop being so disgusting. Shin Wuji was startled by Han Yu's cough and said quickly. You too. Chen Lifeng looked at the two of them with a forced smile. Don't forget that even if we're divided into different classes, I'm still your homeroom teacher. If you don't want me to make things difficult for you, you better behave yourself. Yes. Shin Wuji covered his mouth with his hand. Han Yu touched his nose and stopped talking, continuing to chat with sistering in his heart. Soon, Chen Lifeng finished reading out the names, and the class fell into silence. I don't know how long it was before the bell rang, and many people with backpacks were standing outside class 1. Pack up and go. Chen Lifeng took one last look at the students, waved his hand inside. Goodbye, teacher. This person left the classroom first, and others followed behind him. Goodbye, teacher. I will miss you. Goodbye, teacher. The class became smaller and smaller until there were only a few left. Han Yu glanced at the empty classroom and then looked away. Everyone has their own path to take, so there is no need to be sad. Looking at the empty seats, Chen Lifeng adjusted his mentality and waved to the students standing outside. He will teach these students for the next year. Chapter 5, Becoming the Class Monitor. When new students arrive at their new class, they naturally look at the old students in the class. Especially Han Yu and Shin Wuji, whose heights attracted everyone's attention, and Shin Wuji's physique that was like a mountain of flesh. Almost every new student who came in would look at them. Watching the empty seats fill up one by one, Chen Lifeng picked up the new list and said, I'll call out the names. Condensed Jade. Arrive. Han Yu. Arrive. Qin Qingfeng. Arrive. Su Liang. Arrive. Chen Lifeng put down the list in his hand, put his hands on the podium and looked at the students below with a smile. Everyone is here, I want to tell you something. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Lifeng, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next year. Chen Lifeng picked up the chalk and wrote his name on the blackboard. The next one is you. I'm done. Do you have anything else to ask? Chen Lifeng asked. The classmates looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. You're not a freshman in high school. You've been in this school for 2 years and you already know everything you need to know. That's all I have to say. After that, it's about the class monitor. I don't know you, and you don't know me either. So I think the monitor of our class should find someone I'm familiar with. If you're embarrassed to discuss some things with me, you can ask the monitor to come. You're all young people and have common topics. Teacher, do you want me to be the class monitor? Shin Wuji raised his hand, his chubby face full of curiosity. No. Chen Lifeng refused without hesitation. Why? Shin Wuji was puzzled. You are unreliable. Chen Lifeng gave the answer. Teacher, I have something to say. Shen Wuji was not convinced. What did he mean by unreliable? He, Shin Wuji, was an unreliable person? He, Shin Wuji, was absolutely reliable. Shut up. Chen Lifeng might not be able to scold other students, but he would use any means necessary to do so when it came to Shin Wuji, whom he had taught for 2 years. Shin Wuji, teacher, you are biased. Chen Lifeng, people's hearts are all left-wing, so there is no such thing as not being biased. All right. Shin Wuji closed his mouth silently. He is still a student now, and what students fear most is their teachers. Chen Lifeng's gaze began to move on Han Yu and the others, and finally he looked at Han Yu, who had a smile on his lips. Compared to Shin Wuji and the others, Chen Lifeng still thinks Han Yu is reliable. With good looks, good academic performance and high talent, she will definitely be able to fulfill the duties of a class monitor. Then he said without hesitation, Han Yu, the position of monitor of our class is now in your hands. Hearing his name, Han Yu looked up at the teacher on the podium. Teacher, you called me? I'll let you be the monitor of our class. Is that okay? Chen Lifeng said. Squad monitor? Han Yu was a little confused. Why did he become the squad monitor for no reason? No problem, no problem. Shin Wuji quickly agreed on behalf of Han Yu. Okay, then the squad leader position will be handed over to Han Yu. Chen Lifeng made the decision. If you have any problems, please go to the class monitor first. If the class monitor can't solve it, then go to the teacher. After Chen Lifeng finished speaking to the classmates, he looked at Hanyu, who was still obviously in a daze. Hanyu, you must be a good class monitor and set a good example for your classmates. Teacher, we understand. We will definitely set a good example for the class. Hanyu spoke again for Shinwuji. Don't talk. Hanyu came back to his senses, elbowed Shinwuji, then looked at the teacher and refused. Teacher, I don't have the ability to be a good monitor. Why don't you find someone else? Teacher believes in you. Chen Lifeng gave Hanyu a reassuring look. But Shinwuji. Hanyu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chen Lifeng. There are others who need to listen to the monitor. Teacher, don't worry, we will definitely be obedient. Shinwuji patted his chest. Got it. Several voices were heard from different parts of the classroom. Hanyu opened his mouth and shook his head weakly. He wanted to refuse, but the teacher didn't give him a chance to speak. And there was the dog Shinwuji standing by to agree on his behalf. Hanyu pushed his shoulder against Shinwuji's and said through gritted teeth, which side are you on? Of course I'm on your side. Shinwuji answered without hesitation. Then why do you let me be the squad leader? Hanyu was so angry that his teeth were itching. I want to be the class monitor, but the teacher doesn't agree. Shinwuji said with a smile on his face. His eyes, which were not very big to begin with, narrowed into slits at this moment. If you become the class monitor, then I will be the class monitor, right? If we need to go out of school, you can go to the teacher and steal a note, and then we can go out together. Skipping class. Hanyu coughed twice and swallowed back the words that accused Shinwuji. When I became the monitor, I could openly go to the office and steal, get a leave note. After being reborn into this world, he had let himself go a little and skipping classes was a common occurrence for him. He remembered that he and Shinwuji skipped classes together in junior high school. At that time, he felt that classes were too boring, so he persuaded Shinwuji to go out and play. Although he was caught when he came back, he opened the door to a new world after that incident. Skipping classes became commonplace. Now that they are class monitors, doesn't that mean they can leave the school openly? Thinking about it this way, Hanyu felt that being a squad leader was not a bad idea. Class starts in an hour. You can use this time to get familiar with the class. Chen Lifeng's voice came from the podium. The teacher won't disturb you anymore. Chen Lifeng, who was about to leave, turned back, raised a finger and said seriously, I have something to tell you in advance. No fighting allowed. If you want to fight, wait until you are in class and the teacher won't stop you. If I find out that any of you are fighting in private, I will beat you up. He maintained this state for a while. Seeing that no one answered him, he raised his voice a little. Did you hear that? I heard it. The students nodded in response. Chen Lifeng was satisfied. Before leaving, he looked at Hanyu and waved. Hanyu, come with me to the office to get the class schedule. Good. Hanyu stood up, and his astonishing height left many classmates stunned. They had thought Hanyu was tall, but they didn't expect him to be this tall. There are 35 classes in the senior year of Yangchang No. 1 High School, and not everyone can meet Hanyu. It's just hearsay at best. For example, who is tall and who is fat? I just passed it by after hearing it. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have taken it to heart. Hanyu left, and Shinwuji was the only one left in the class. Shinwuji was a very outgoing person who could chat with anyone. He left his seat and asked everyone one by one with his hands behind his back. When the new students who had never seen Shinwuji before saw his height and build, they were shocked. There is another master out there. Chapter 6, Gentlemen. After getting the class schedule, Hanyu did not return to the classroom, but instead came to the corner of the stairs. He looked around and when he saw that there was no one around, he called out in his heart, Sistering, you can come out now. Really? Then I'm out. As Choi-Ying finished her surprised words, her slim and graceful figure appeared beside Hanyu. Ayu, it's so good to see you again. The moment Choi-Ying saw Hanyu, all the grievances and sadness in her heart disappeared. Hanyu was a little amused when he heard this. It's not like I can't see it anymore. But I haven't seen you for 1 hour and 6 minutes. Choi-Ying said seriously, counting on her white fingers. You remember it so clearly? Of course, I'm so bored in your sea of consciousness. I can only hear your voice but can't see you. Choi Ying held Han Yu's hand and swung it, her tone pleading, "Ayu, can't I go to school with you?" "Now I can." Han Yu nodded and smiled. "Really?" A look of surprise flashed across Choi Ying's beautiful face, but after the surprise came confusion. "Didn't you say no before?" "You know I said no, why are you still asking?" Han Yu smiled helplessly. What should I do if his spirit is more clingy than others? Choi Ying felt a little guilty and quickly changed the subject. "Ayu, why don't you tell me why you changed your mind?" Han Yu didn't hold on to the question and started to answer for Sister Ying. He raised his right hand holding the schedule and said, "This schedule says there are 4 training classes every afternoon. The training class means Sister Ying doesn't have to enter the sea of consciousness." "Only in the afternoon?" Choi Ying asked somewhat unsatisfiedly. What she wanted was not just an afternoon, but a whole day with her Ayu. "It's a pretty good afternoon," Han Yu said. "After 4 classes in the afternoon, we can go home. So, Sister Ying, you only need to stay in the sea of consciousness in the morning." "Okay then." Choi Ying sighed. "Okay, Sister Ying, be happy." Han Yu raised his left hand and touched Sister Ying's head to comfort her. Sister Ying is 1.69 meters tall, but she is still not tall enough in front of him. "Hug." Choi Ying opened her arms, her beautiful almond eyes filled with anticipation. "Okay, hug." Han Yu's face flashed with doting, and he bent down to hug her. Originally, as a spirit of the weapon, Choi Ying didn't know these things, but the bad thing was that she watched a lot of TV dramas and learned them naturally. 10 days ago, she saw the male and female protagonists kissing in a TV series, so she pulled Han Yu to try it. But Han Yu, as a gentleman, decisively refused, saying that he should wait until he comes of age, as he is still young now. Feeling the softness in his arms, Han Yu suddenly reacted, and was so scared that he quickly pushed Sister Ying away from his arms. "What's wrong?" Choi Ying looked at Han Yu in confusion. Why did he suddenly push her away? "Sister Ying, please go back to your sea of consciousness first." "I have to go back to class," Han Yu said to calm his turbulent heart. "Okay then." Although Choi Ying didn't understand, she nodded obediently. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, "You promised me that you would let me out in the afternoon." "Good. What about the pinky promise?" Choi Ying stretched out the white and tender little finger of her right hand. She also learned how to make a pinky promise and stamp the agreement. "Hook." Han Yu chuckled and stretched out his left little finger to hook it. "Ayu, I'm leaving." Choi Ying looked at Han Yu deeply, then turned into a white fluorescent light and rushed into Han Yu's eyebrows. Senior 3-1 class. Han Yu returned to the classroom and wrote down today's schedule. "I didn't attend the first class because of a class change. The next class is the history of human race and spirit weapons. The 3rd and 4th lessons are types of weapon spirits and types of yuan beasts. In the afternoon, there is a training class. There is physical fitness, absorption of spiritual energy, combat, and the use of martial arts." After finishing the schedule, Han Yu returned to his seat. At this time, Shin Wuji also returned from somewhere else. "Ayu, guess what I just found out?" Shin Wuji looked at Han Yu mysteriously. "Give me a hint." Han Yu didn't spoil the fun, he just wanted to ask for some hints, otherwise, with such a large scope, how could he guess? "No." Shin Wuji shook his head. "You guessed it if I gave it to you. If you don't let me guess, how can I guess?" Han Yu said helplessly. "It's very simple, guess what?" Shin Wuji said seriously. "How easy is it?" "Very, very simple." "Could it be possible that you have found out what their talents are?" Han Yu guessed. "No." "Is it related to the spirit of the weapon?" Han Yu asked again. This was his final answer. Fortunately, Shin Wuji did not let him down. While Han Yu went to the office and was chatting with Choi Ying, Shin Wuji had already found out about the awakened spirits of his classmates. What kind of contracts did they sign with the spirit weapons? Han Yu became interested. Asking about the spirit of another person's weapon is like asking someone if they want to eat. I can only say it's varied. Shin Wuji pointed at the first person in the row by the window. That person's spirit weapon is a fan. That person's weapon spirit is a flying knife, gun, flute, halberd. In just 2 minutes, Shin Wuji told Han Yu about the weapon spirits of his classmates. Shin Wuji has always had a good memory, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to skip classes with Han Yu and still be admitted to class 1. It's really varied. There's even awakening armor. Hanyu looked at the thinner boy in front of him and nodded. Squad leader, what kind of weapon spirit are you? At this time, the two boys sitting in front of Hanyu and Shinwuji turned around and asked. This skinny guy is called Lu Chang, and his weapon spirit is a sword. This bearded guy is called Zhao Yukai, and his weapon spirit is a bow. Shinwuji explained to Hanyu the two people. While writing down their weapon spirits, Shinwuji accidentally wrote down their names as well. When Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai heard Shinwuji introduce himself like this, they looked at each other and the corners of their mouths twitched. What could they say? Even if they wanted to say something, they would have swallowed it back when they saw Shinwuji's physique. He who knows the times is a hero. Hello. Hanyu nodded to the two of them. My weapon spirit is a hammer. Hammer. Lu Chang exclaimed in amazement, Squad leader, with your physique and your weapon spirit, you look very powerful. Zhao Yukai added, it gives people a feeling of being invincible. What about me? Shinwuji shows off his figure. Brother Shin, you're even more powerful. Zhao Yukai gave him a thumbs up. You're the tallest and strongest I've ever seen. Lu Chang, me too. As they were all young people, the four of them quickly became familiar with each other. Hanyu also learned that the two were in the same class before, and both had awakened a-level talents. In this way, time passed quietly as classmates got to know each other and adjusted to each other. Chapter 7, Principles and Applications of Weapons. Yangcheng No. 1 High School, Training Hall. The training hall is located in the northeast of the campus. The building is magnificent and the internal facilities are extremely complete. It is no exaggeration to say that this training hall and the facilities inside can be used to build more than 10 teaching buildings. As the best high school in Yangcheng, Yangcheng No. 1 High School naturally has its own unique characteristics. A high school training hall is one of them. The fifth floor is where Class 3-1 of senior high school belongs. It was afternoon and Hanyu was about to welcome the teacher for this class. This class is Principles and Applications of Weapons. In simple terms, it is about learning how to use weapons in fight. Soon, a strong figure pushed open the door and walked in. As the figure got closer, Hanyu, who was standing in front, saw the person's face clearly. His face was rough, and a scar at the corner of his eye gave him an air of I'm not someone to be trifled with. While the students in Class 3-1 of senior high school were looking at the men were also looking at them. When he saw Hanyu and Shinwuji's physique, he was obviously a little surprised. The two sides looked at each other in silence. Hanyu saw the teacher pause between him and Shinwuji beside him, and nodded in understanding. After all, he and Shinwuji were indeed eye-catching, and he was okay, especially Shinwuji, who had an inhuman physique. Who wouldn't he be surprised after seeing this? After an unknown amount of time, the man spoke first, introducing himself. Hello, I'm your teacher of the Principles and Applications of Weapons. My name is Zhao Feng. Hello, teacher. With Hanyu taking the lead, the classmates shouted one after another. Yeah. Zhao Feng glanced at Hanyu without leaving any trace, then looked at the others. Who is your class monitor? Hearing this, the students' eyes turned to Hanyu in the front row. Shinwuji raised his hand and pointed at Hanyu beside him. Are you the squad leader? What's your name? Zhao Feng looked at Hanyu and understood. It turned out that he was the squad leader. No wonder he took the lead just now. Hanyu. Hanyu replied. Okay. Zhao Feng said, check if everyone in your class is here. We're about to start class. All done. Hanyu didn't look back. He had just brought his classmates here. In the past, they had physical education classes on the first floor during their first and second year of high school. This time, they found a new venue for their third-year class. Now that everything is ready, let's begin the class. Zhao Feng said without further ado, summon your weapon spirits so I can see them. The students were very happy to hear this, as they were finally able to summon the spirit of the weapon. Hanyu was the same, calling out in his heart for Sister Ring to come out. The 40-person queue instantly grew to 80. Each person's weapon spirit appeared beside them. Ayu. When Shueying saw Hanyu, a smile immediately appeared on her beautiful face and she happily grabbed his arm. Sister Ring, I didn't lie to you, did I? Hanyu felt happy when he saw Sister Ring. Since he and Sister Ring signed the contract, he has never been separated from her for such a long time, not counting sleeping. You didn't lie to me. Shueying nodded. Then her almond-shaped eyes were attracted to the venue and she looked around curiously. Seeing Sister Ing looking around the venue, Han Yu did not interrupt her. Instead, he turned around and looked at the spirit weapons of his classmates. The first one was Shinwuji, who was beside him. He knew something about Shinwuji's spirit. A member of the Shield clan, whose name was Dun Yuan Yuan. She looks petite and cute, and standing next to Shinwuji, she is completely different from the other side. The next were Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai, whom he met in the morning. Next to Lu Chang stood a stern-faced young man, exuding a sharp temperament. There was a thin boy standing next to Zhao Yukai. The most noticeable thing about him was his eyes, which seemed to be emitting light. Then there are the other students. Han Yu looked at them one by one and found that most of the groups were male-male, with some female-female and some male-female groups like Han Yu and Shenwuji. Now that we're done talking, let your weapon spirits return to their original forms. Zhao Feng folded his arms, expressionless. His spiritual power diffused the sound, suppressing the chattering of his classmates and their spirit weapons. Seeing that the teacher looked unhappy, the students quickly called upon their own spirits. They are students, and what students are best at is observing their teacher's words and expressions. Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan, return to your original form. Shin Wuji said anxiously. I understand. Dun Yuan Yuan said softly, and his whole body turned into a shield. The shield is black in color, with the Shield clan's logo and many other patterns on it. Holding this shield, Shin Wuji exudes a temperament called reliable. Han Yu said to Sister Ing, who was still looking around curiously, Sister Ing, stop looking and return to your original form. Okay. Upon hearing this, Shui Ying turned into a pair of silver-white hammers. The hammer is engraved with the Hammer clan's emblem and many exquisite and intricate patterns, making it look beautiful and powerful. Han Yu stretched out his slender hand and grasped it. The heavy feeling almost made Han Yu drop it. His current realm is still far from Sister Ing. The only way he can get it is because he has a contract with Sister Ing and he is gifted. Otherwise, forget it. Looking at the weapons held by his classmates, Zhao Feng nodded secretly, until he reached Han Yu and Shinwuji, he paused again. Not only were these two men gifted physically, but their weapons were also well suited to them. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze from the two of them and continued, I've looked at your weapons. They're not particularly unpopular. I can teach you all of them. When he said this, confidence flashed across his face. Without this ability, how could he be a teacher at Yangcheng No. 1 High School? The students all gasped in surprise when they heard this. They never knew the teacher was so talented. Group them by long weapons, short weapons, etc. Today I will first teach the students who have long weapons. Zhao Feng said, although your weapon spirits can teach you, their understanding is definitely different from ours. Please pay close attention to what I teach you. Students who possess long weapons, please gather. The rest of you will first follow your weapon spirits to learn the basics of weapons. No way. Teacher, are you going to ignore us now? Shin Wuji was surprised when he saw the teacher taking several students to other places. Our weapons are different, and he can't teach us all at once, Han Yu said. That's right. Shin Wuji touched his chubby cheek. Ayu, what are you going to do later? Practicing hammering. Han Yu looked at Shin Wuji puzzledly. What do you want to do? Shall we skip class? Shin Wuji was waiting for Han Yu to say this. You're skipping class on the first period? Han Yu rolled his eyes. You're quite brave. I want to take Yuan Yuan around the campus. Shin Wuji laughed. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, not just today. Han Yu patted Shin Wuji's shoulder and said, on the first day of class, don't offend the teacher, or he will make things difficult for us later. Isn't it possible? Maybe. Han Yu spread his hands and said with a smile, okay, I won't chat with you anymore, I'm going to practice hammering. After saying that, Han Yu left here and went to the open space on the side. Seeing this, Shin Wuji sighed and said to Dun Yuan Yuan, Yuan Yuan, I'm sorry, I can't take you around the campus today. It's okay, let's practice too. Dun Yuan Yuan's tone was still gentle, I'll teach you the basic moves of Dun first. Chapter 8 Hammer Training. Sister Ing, how should I practice hammering? Arriving at an empty space with no one around, Han Yu said to Choi Ying. Let's start with the basic hammer techniques. Your current level is not enough to learn the supreme martial arts of our Hammer clan, said Choi Ying. Han Yu's eyes flashed with surprise. Sister Ing, can I learn? Yes, why not? Choi Ying explained, I am the princess of the Chue clan and I have the right to teach you this supreme martial art. Then according to what you said, Sister Ing, other people in your Hammer clan cannot be taught? Han Yu asked curiously. Yes. Shui Ying confirmed Han Yu's words. The supreme martial arts of our Hammer clan are only taught to others by a few elders and me. Other members of the clan are not allowed to do so. So that's how it is. I'm still very lucky. Han Yu said with some relief. The supreme martial arts of the Hammer clan sounds very domineering. You met me, and I met you. This is what they call fate on TV. We are both very lucky. Although he couldn't see Sister Ying's face, Han Yu could imagine that Sister Ying's beautiful face was full of smiles at this moment. Okay, I'll teach you the basic hammering techniques. Shui Ying restrained her smile and added a bit of seriousness to her tone. Okay. Han Yu was very alert. Today was his first time practicing hammering. He used to do physical training at school. The basic hammer technique is swing, smash, block, hang, cover. 1,000 years ago, our elders made a contract with a senior from your race. Together with that senior, we summarized the differences between the human race's hammering techniques and ours, and finally simplified them into this formula. The wisdom of our ancestors is great. Han Yu praised. Then he silently recited the formula of the basic hammer technique and swung his two hammers. Every time he swung the hammer, he could hear the sound of the wind created by the hammer. Ayu, your hammer swinging technique is not standard. Let me show you. Shui Ying broke free from Han Yu's hands and floated in front of Han Yu. Ayu, watch my movements carefully. Okay. Ayu, wrong again. Ayu, smash it with force. Ayu, your posture is wrong. Ayu. Within one class period, Han Yu finally completed the first 5 postures of the formula under Shui Ying's painstaking teaching. The 5 are swinging, smashing, setting up, hanging and covering. A hammer is not a light weapon like a dagger. After swinging the hammer for a whole class, he felt like he was about to collapse. Ayu, are you tired? When the get out of class was over, Han Yu sat on the ground and Shui Ying appeared in front of him. I'm tired. Han Yu looked at his trembling arms and felt a little amused. He thought he was very strong, but after a class of practice with a hammer, he was reduced to his original form. There is no such thing as strength. He is just deceiving himself. You have great talent. As long as you overcome the difficulty of swinging the hammer for a long time, your future path will be smooth. Looking at Han Yu's face full of fatigue and sweat, Shui Ying's eyes flashed with heartache, and she stretched out her sleeve to wipe the sweat off his face. I know, Sister Ing. Han Yu enjoyed the faint fragrance coming from his nostrils. Come on, I believe in you. Shui Ying cheered for Han Yu. I won't let Sister Ing down, and I believe in myself. Han Yu's eyes, like stars, were full of smiles. Sister Ing chose him without hesitation, and he will definitely not let Sister Ing down. Upon hearing this, Shui Ying pursed her pink lips and paused for a long time looking at Han Yu's beautiful face. Ayu. Ayu? What's wrong, Sister Ing? Han Yu couldn't help but ask when he saw Sister Ing kept calling him but didn't continue talking. Nothing, I just wanted to call you. Shui Ying's beautiful face was filled with smiles. Ha ha. 4 classes in the afternoon. The first lesson is weapon principles and applications. The second class is physical training class. The third class is about absorbing spiritual power. The fourth lesson is the use of martial arts. In this class, each student can choose one martial art, and Han Yu and another classmate can choose 3 martial arts. Since they both had SSS level talents, this could be considered a belated gift from the school. After some discussion, Han Yu and Sister Ing chose a body movement martial art, a hammer martial art, and a bodybuilding martial art. The martial arts skills of body movement can increase his speed. At that time, he will use his body movement while swinging the hammer. Just thinking about it makes him feel great. Sister Ing chose the hammer martial arts because she wanted to see how good the human hammer martial arts were and whether there were any merits. The bodybuilding martial arts were simple. Han Yu felt that his body was still too weak, and physical exercise would make it easier for him to swing the hammer. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell rang. Han Yu and his classmates finished school on time. After saying goodbye to Shun Wuji and Dun Yuan, Han Yu took Sister Ing out of the campus. Sister Ing, how do you feel today? Han Yu asked with a smile. It's boring this morning. Good afternoon. Shui Ying replied. She was so bored in the sea of consciousness in the morning. She practiced with Ayu in the afternoon and it was so much fun.
In the past, she practiced alone in the depths of the clan territory, but now with Hanyu's company, she has regained her interest in practicing.
Hearing Sister Ying's answer, Hanyu laughed and said, I'll ask you to come out in the morning when there's a chance.
Then make a pinky promise.
Hook.
The two talked as they walked, and finally Hanyu took Choi Ying to the door of a fresh food supermarket.
Why are we coming to the supermarket? There was some confusion on Choi Ying's beautiful face.
Buy pig s trotters.
Hanyu showed an expression of disbelief. Sister Ying, did you forget to make braised pork trotters for me tonight? Choi Ying was stunned at first, then suddenly realized.
She promised Ayu that she would make braised pork trotters in the evening to celebrate Ayu becoming a leader.
I remember now.
Choi Ying said as she pulled Hanyu inside. It's a good thing you reminded me, otherwise I would have really forgotten it.
You are such a forgetful person. What do you mean? I don't understand. Forgetful. Ayu. What does forgetfulness mean? Forgetfulness means having a bad memory. Chapter 9, Yuan Beast and the Test 3 months later. There are many different types of Yuan beasts. Our human race's atlas alone records 5,800 species. No one knows if there are other types of Yuan beasts. This is all I have left in my life.
If you become strong in the future, I hope that when you go to the starry sky, you will record the Yuan beasts that are not in the atlas and make contributions to the future generations of the human race.
Senior 3-1 class.
A white-haired old man was standing on the podium, playing pictures of Yuan beasts on the screen. He is the teacher of Class 3-1 of Senior High School, who teaches species and characteristics of Yuan beasts. His name is Qian Shu Hua. Those heartfelt words he just said were from the bottom of his heart. Having spent his entire life studying Yuan beast atlases, he has become obsessed with them. His only regret, and the regret of his entire life, is that his limited talent prevents him from stepping into the starry sky to personally view the Yuan beasts. 1,000 years ago, the world barrier was broken, and the human habitat has since come into the eyes of the Yuan beasts. If it weren't for the help of the Qiling clan at that time, the human race would have been wiped out long ago. 900 years ago, powerful human beings appeared one after another, set foot on the starry sky and established a defense line in the starry sky. Since then, the Yuan beast disappeared from the sight of the human race. All that has been passed down are pictures of the Yuan beast. If our ancestors had not paid much attention to the Yuan beast atlas, the word Yuan beast might have disappeared from the vision of ordinary people. In 900 years, the world has changed dramatically. Teacher, don't worry. When I set foot in the starry sky in the future, I will definitely complete your instructions. The young man sitting in the front row said seriously. He is Qin Qingfeng, a man of SS level talent. Without any surprises, he will become a powerful man in the future and set foot in the starry sky. Chen Shuo's wrinkled face relaxed upon hearing this, and he continued his lecture with satisfaction. There is a successor. Looking at the ferocious-looking Yuan beast in front of him, which looked like a dog and a fox, Hanyu, who was sitting in the back, was propping up his chin and chatting with Choi Ying.
Hanyu, Sister Ying, have you ever seen a Yuan beast?
Choi Ying, not only have I seen them, I've also killed them myself. When I was your age, the elders took me out for training, and I saw quite a few Yuan beasts.
Hanyu perked up, opened the album, and continued to ask himself, are all Yuan beasts as ugly as those in the album?
Choi Ying, yes, some are not only ugly, but also very disgusting.
Choi Ying, why are you asking these ugly things? Hanyu, I've never seen it before. I'm so curious.
Choi Ying, when you cultivate to the supreme realm of your human race and set foot in the starry sky, you will be able to see those ugly guys.
Hanyu, it's still early.
I'm only in the mortal realm now, and I don't know when my sea of consciousness will be filled.
Choi Ying, I'm here to help you, come on.
Hanyu smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you, Sister Ying. After the human race and the weapon spirit race signed a contract, they have become one.
When Choi Ying absorbs spiritual power, it will be fed back to Hanyu.
Conversely, when Hanyu absorbs spiritual power, it will be fed back to Choi Ying. Hanyu's SSS level talent, coupled with the earth level spirit Choi Ying, the speed at which he absorbs spiritual power is absolutely astonishing. However, the two had been together for over a month, and they had only practiced cultivation in yesterday's class. At other times, they had not mentioned cultivation at all.
Choi Ying, leave it to me. I'm practicing now. You, don't forget to call me out this afternoon.
Hanyu, okay. Sister Ying's voice disappeared, and Han Yu listened to the class board.
As for being bored and chatting with Shinwuji? That's impossible. Seeing his silly smile, Han Yu knew he was chatting with Dun Yuan.
The class passed quickly, the bell rang, the teacher left, and the students left their seats one after another. Han Yu went to the bathroom, and when he came back to see Shinwuji still grinning foolishly, he knew that this child was hopeless. He was so engrossed in his conversation that he completely forgot about it.
Squad leader.
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai turned to look at Han Yu.
Well, what's wrong?
Han Yu leaned against the wall and looked at the two of them. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at each other without saying anything, but they both understood what the other wanted to say.
Lu Chang, you say it. Zhao Yukai, you say. Lu Chang, you say. Zhao Yukai, you say. Lu Chang, you say.
Before the two of them decided who would speak, Han Yu spoke.
What do you two want to say?
Seeing the two people calling him and then looking at each other without saying anything, Han Yu couldn't help it. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai turned their gazes away from each other, turned their heads to look at Han Yu, and said in unison, "I."
The two began to stare at each other again. Lu Chang, aren't you going to say it? Zhao Yukai, didn't you say that? Lu Chang said dissatisfiedly, I've said it now, what did you say?
Zhao Yukai was equally dissatisfied, I said that.
Don't make any noise, Lu Chang, you speak.
Seeing the two of them about to start arguing, Han Yu rubbed his eyebrows with a headache.
He still didn't know what they were going to say. Receive.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chang looked at Zhao Yukai with pride. Zhao Yukai's beard trembled with anger, but he was helpless and could only say something harmless, then tell me quickly.
Class leader, do you know our competition in 3 months? Lu Chang said. Contest? Han Yu thought for a while before realizing, you mean the test after the 3rd year of high school starts in March? Right. Zhao Yukai nodded repeatedly, that's what I'm talking about.
Lu Chang elbowed Zhao Yukai on the shoulder.
The squad leader asked me to speak. Why are you butting in?
Zhao Yukai returned the favor with an elbow and a strange laugh, this thing, whoever says it's theirs.
Okay, stop arguing, both of you. Just say one thing each.
Han Yu said helplessly. How come these two people didn't realize that they were a pair of clowns yesterday?
Let me speak first.
Lu Chang said first, squad leader, I want to ask who you want to be on the team in the team battle. Zhao Yukai volunteered, if you haven't made up your mind, you can consider Lu Chang and me.
We will definitely not hold you back, squad leader.
The test includes individual battles and team battles, which Han Yu not only understood but also had seen. Every year, the school organizes the 1st and 2nd year students, as well as invites the parents of the 3rd year students to watch the test 3 months after the 3rd year of high school.
The team battle is about capturing the flag. Can you two do it?
Han Yu looked at the two of them, somewhat unconvinced by what Zhao Yukai said. The team battle is divided into groups of 5, with all senior students participating, to grab 5 flags. There were 35 classes in Han Yu's class, with 40 students in each class, which means 1,400 people were scrambling for 5 flags. The scene was shocking and chaotic. Han Yu saw that scene for the first time when he was in the 1st year of high school. He was so shocked that he couldn't sleep well that night. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai felt a little guilty, but they gritted their teeth and nodded in order to curry favor with the boss.
We too can do it.
Zhao Yukai added, I can run fast, and I've also practiced some physical skills. I can run with the chess piece when the time comes. When Lu Chang heard this, he knew he couldn't be outdone by Zhao Yukai, so he quickly said, I can fly. I can let Jian Chen take me flying. Zhao Yu started to criticize, if you can fly, others can fly too. Lu Chang retorted, if you run, others can still run. The realms of weapon spirits are divided into ordinary level, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, spiritual level, holy level, and emperor level.
Chapter 10 Xing Yuan Fruit, Stardust Sand. Stop. Han Yu interrupted their quarrel and said, stop talking. 3 months is still early. Let's talk later. All right.
Although Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai felt regretful, they knew there was still a chance. Seeing the two people turn their heads, Han Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and his ears were finally quiet. He propped up his chin and thought about the test in 3 months. The team battle consists of 5 people in a group. Needless to say, Shinwuji is definitely in their group. So who should we look for if we are still short of 3 people? Individual battles are simple, equivalent to the game Han Yu played in his previous life.
The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. There is no need to consider teamwork in individual battles.
Based on one's own abilities, no one else is a match for Hanyu, not even Longningyu, who has SSS talent in his class.
Don't ask why Hanyu is so confident. The SSS level talent and Earth grade spirit Chue-ing explain it all. The spirit of the weapon cannot be cultivated as soon as it is born. It takes a certain amount of time, which is the same as that of the human race. The human race and the weapon spirit race have lived together for thousands of years and are familiar with each other's characteristics. The weapon spirit race knows that humans can only sign a contract with them when they are about 17 years old, and it is also at this time that they can absorb spiritual energy and temper themselves. In the end, the human race and the weapon spirit race hit it off. The human race chose the weapon spirit race, and the weapon spirit race chose the human race to sign a contract and grow together. People like Chue-ing are a minority among the minority. Soon, another class started.
This class was taught by Hanyu's homeroom teacher, Chen Lifeng, and the subject was Characteristics of Instrument Spirits.
Stand up.
Hanyu stood up and shouted, complaining in his heart. No matter which world, this will not change. Hello, teacher. The students stood up and shouted.
Hello, students. Please take a seat. Chen Lifeng nodded. Open page 55.
Today we will learn about the characteristics of knife spirits.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
The sound of flipping pages was heard, and Hanyu also started flipping through the book. Looking at the pictures of different knife-like weapon spirits in the book, Hanyu flipped through the book and listened to the teacher's lecture. You all learned about types of weapon spirits in junior high.
After all this time, haven't you almost forgotten it?
Before I talk about the characteristics of knife-type weapon spirits today, I'll first review the types of knives. Swords are categorized into ring-handled swords, horizontal swords, crescent-shaped swords.
Do you feel that this knowledge is too shallow?
Why are you still learning such simple things in your third year of high school? In this world, the knowledge from elementary school to high school is not deep.
This is the simple model that Hanyu mentioned before.
In-depth knowledge is learned in college, and the difficulty of knowledge will increase exponentially in college. At this time, someone will ask, during the major exam college entrance exam, cultural knowledge and combat are tested, and those who are not talented will suffer.
Because the questions are simple, anyone can get high scores. Those who are not talented and have low fighting ability will not be able to go to a good university.
In fact, this is not the case.
There are two types of universities in the world.
One is the Combat Academy, which focuses more on combat and is relatively weak in cultural knowledge. One is the Cultural Academy, which focuses more on knowledge and is far inferior to the Combat Academy in terms of combat. Those who are good at studying but not talented can choose to go to a cultural college. Those who are good at studying and have good talents can choose either academy, but most of them will choose the Combat Academy. So there is no need to worry that students who are good at studying but not talented will not be able to go to good universities. As the class was coming to an end, Chen Lifeng closed the book and stopped teaching.
The get out of class is almost over. I want to tell you something.
Hearing this, the students listened attentively. You are all in your third year of high school.
Do you remember that there was a test 3 months after the start of the third year? Chen Lifeng smiled at the audience. When everyone heard this, those who reacted quickly immediately remembered it. I remember. I remember.
I remember seeing the test scenes during my freshman and sophomore years of high school.
I was so shocked. Will the teacher be ours in 3 months? Can the dream of my first and second year of high school finally come true?
Hearing this, Hanyu looked at Lu Chang and Jia Yukai in surprise. They were discussing this matter after class, and the teacher actually mentioned it during class.
It will be your turn in December this year. Chen Lifeng gave everyone a time. Teacher, is it the same as before, divided into individual battles and team battles? Lu Chang raised his hand to confirm. Yes, just like before. Chen Lifeng nodded. Individual battle, one-on-one winner advances, loser is eliminated. Team battle, 5 people in a group compete with the entire senior class for 5 flags.
The team with the flags in hand after 90 minutes wins.
Teacher, are there any rewards?
Zhao Yukai also raised his hand and asked.
Of course.
As soon as the words fell, the student's eyes lit up unconsciously.
Even Hanyu pricked up his ears, ready to listen carefully. Looking at the expectant eyes of his classmates, Chen Lifeng helplessly gave a disappointing answer. The teacher doesn't know yet. Hey! The students sighed heavily. No one would dislike rewards. But the rewards won't be bad.
Chen Lifeng added, last year, the top 3 in the senior high school competition were rewarded with Stardust Sand.
The 5 teams that win the team battle will be given Qingyuan fruit.
You can compare your guesses based on this type of reward.
Oh my god, we have to win the team competition. If the reward is really Qingyuan fruit, it will be enough for 2 months of my training. Is there a team? Add me, I want to form a team. We are still short of 3 people in a group of 5.
Everyone was paying attention to the Qingyuan fruit, only Han Yu was paying attention to the Stardust Sand.
We must get this Stardust Sand, Han Yu said secretly. Stardust sand is sand produced from the starry sky.
The energy contained in the sand can enhance the physical fitness of the human race, which is exactly what Han Yu needs. Originating from the starry sky, the price is not particularly expensive, but it rarely flows into the market. Taking Han Yu's current family situation as an example, his father needs to find someone everywhere to buy one, but the cost of finding someone is much more expensive than Stardust Sand.
Ahem, be quiet.
Seeing that the class was getting noisier and noisier, Chen Lifeng slapped the podium to ask the students to be quiet. After the class quieted down, he continued, the teacher also has requirements for you.
Everyone was confused but curious. What were the requirements?
As the most talented class in the senior year, we must win 3 flags in this team competition.
3 sides?
Everyone was shocked, there were only 5 sides in total.
It's already good enough to get 1 out of 1,360 people competing for 5. Now the teacher asks them to get 3. Does the teacher think too highly of them, or is he overthinking it? How can you not do it?
Chen Lifeng said with a smile, you should have some confidence in yourselves.
When you get 3 flags, the teacher will also give you a reward. Award? What is the teacher's reward? Someone asked curiously. The teacher asked former students to come back and tell you about college. Chen Lifeng said.
Many students immediately showed disappointed expressions.
What was there to talk about college? They would be able to go there in a year. Seeing the expressions of his classmates, Chen Lifeng smiled mysteriously. Aren't you curious about which school he's from?
He has been teaching for more than 10 years. Although he cannot be said to have students all over the world, he can be said to have students filling the garden.
He has students in the 3 top combat academies. Which school? Chapter 11 Star Academy. Star Academy. Hiss. Hiss. Hiss.
Just as Chen Lifeng finished speaking, gasps of air were heard from all over the classroom. Han Yu also looked at the head teacher on the podium in surprise. Of course he knew what the 4 words Star Academy meant.
One of the 3 top combat academies is Star Academy, and Star Academy is also a university that countless students aspire to. Teacher, you actually have students from Star Academy, one of the top combat academies. Lu Chang said in shock. Teacher, I didn't expect you to be such a hidden talent, said a little fat boy in the middle row. Chen Lifeng's face darkened when he heard Lu Chang's words. Who was he looking down on?
Fortunately, the little fat man's words softened his expression. He said unhappily, after all, the teacher has been teaching for more than 10 years. Your teacher not only has students from Star Academy, but also students from the other 2 academies.
Let me tell you this.
Chen Lifeng said with a proud look on his face, of the 7 people from Yangcheng who have entered the 3 top combat academies in the past 10 years, 3 of them are my students.
Hiss. 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 Fortunately, there is no global warming crisis in this world. If there was, they would have made a lot of contributions, Han Yu thought. Teacher, you are awesome. Zhao Yukai gave a thumbs up. Teacher, you are amazing. Teacher, I find you kind of handsome.
The praises from his classmates rang in Chen Lifeng's ears, and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. The fact that Chen Lifeng was able to teach 3 students who entered the top combat academy was not because he was a good teacher, but because he was lucky. In his first 2 years of teaching, he taught classes with students who were less talented and had lower academic performance. Until he met a student who was not very talented, was not good at studying, but worked very hard to cultivate himself. That student was like a dark horse in the exam, and he rushed to get the first place in the Yangcheng exam. It was also this student who changed his destiny. When he taught students again, he taught a class with decent talent and good academic performance. Then a dark horse appeared and took second place in Yangcheng in the final exam. Then he was arranged by the school to the most talented class until now. If nothing unexpected happens, he will teach 2 people who will enter the top combat academy next year. Although he doesn't have very strong strength, his luck is definitely one of the best.
Ahem, take it.
Chen Lifeng coughed dryly and made a gesture to withdraw his hand. When his classmates continued to praise him, he laughed out loud. Seeing this, the students shut up obediently.
Now you have 2 choices.
One is to capture 1 flag and maintain the dignity of Class 1, and the other is to capture 3 flags.
The teacher will ask your senior from Star Academy to come back and tell you about Star Academy. Chen Lifeng smiled and stretched out his right hand. What is your choice? After hearing the 2 choices, the students did not speak first, but looked around.
Tick. Tick. Lu Cheng accidentally knocked over the water cup on the table, and the water in the cup flowed onto the edge of the table. The water drops fell and hit the ground, breaking into several pieces.
Lu Cheng quickly took out a tissue and wiped it.
At the same time, a loud voice came from behind him, so loud that it scared him.
Ayu and I choose 2.
Shin Wuji shouted loudly. Han Yu, who was standing by, was also startled.
Weren't you chatting with Dun Yuan?
Why did you suddenly shout out?
And if you choose, why bring me along?
Chen Lifeng smiled. He was worthy of being the student he had taught for 2 years.
He was really satisfied. Chen Lifeng looked at the others again. What about you?
What's your choice?
I choose 2 too, someone else spoke up.
Everyone looked and found that it was Qin Xingfeng.
There are 2 people looking at the first one, and the student who was interested also chooses 2. I choose 2 too. Pick 2. I want to listen to the seniors from Star Academy talk about Star Academy. I choose 2. Me too. Very good.
Chen Lifeng smiled and narrowed his eyes.
Everyone, work hard in the next 3 months. Teacher is waiting for your good news. By the way, you can choose your team now, 5 people per team.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class was in an uproar, and the bell for the end of get out of class happened to ring at this time.
Let's dismiss the get out of class.
Chen Lifeng left the classroom with a book in his hand and a smile on his face.
Team up, team up. 4 missing 1. 3 missing 2.
Anyone who wants to team up with me, I guarantee it's reliable.
Squad leader.
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai turned their heads and looked at Han Yu expectantly.
I agree. Han Yu kept his mouth shut. Who said that? Let's change our perspective.
Oh, it turns out to be Shin Wuji.
Shin Wuji was smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. Really?
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai's eyes flashed with unprecedented light.
Of course.
Shen Wuji nodded seriously.
Then, squad leader.
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at each other and looked at Han Yu hesitantly.
Why are you looking at me? Haven't you already agreed?
Han Yu said lazily.
Wow, ha ha ha.
Long live the squad leader. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at each other and shouted excitedly. They succeeded in getting the upper hand.
Thank you, Brother Shen. Thank you, Brother Shen.
The 2 of them hurriedly thanked Shin Wuji again. They knew that if Shin Wuji hadn't asked them, the chances of the squad leader considering them would be slim. Although they are in the same class, their talent is ranked below average.
Don't be polite, we are all classmates.
Shen Wuji laughed nonchalantly.
Aren't you chatting with Dun Yuan? Why are you answering the teacher? Han Yu wondered.
We were chatting at first, but then the class became too noisy, so I went to listen to what was going on.
Shen Wuji replied.
That's what I thought.
Han Yu nodded.
Hey, we have 4 people now, and we are still short of 1 more person.
Do you want me to go find him? Shin Wuji said. Probably not.
Han Yu said something that puzzled Shin Wuji, Lu Chang, and Zhao Yukai. Just as Shin Wuji was about to ask why, a cold voice suddenly came to his ears. Hello, are you still short of help? Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked up and immediately stuttered nervously. Cold, condensed jade. Shin Wuji also saw the person clearly. He was the only one in their class with SSS level talent, and the U at the end of his name was the same as IU. Hello, are you still short of people?
Seeing that Han Yu didn't answer her, Ling Ningyu patiently asked again.
Taking his eyes off the girl's delicate and cold face, Han Yu smiled and replied, now that you're here, there's nothing missing.
Good. The girl said nothing, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Chapter 12, Individual Battle First Place. Class monitor, just agreed to it? Lu Chang said in surprise. Well. Han Yu asked back, isn't it possible? It's not impossible, squad leader, do you know who she is? Zhao Yukai said seriously. Does she have any other special identity? Shin Wuji scratched his head. She doesn't have any special status, Zhao Yukai shook his head and continued, she's been a loner for the past 2 years, barely talking to anyone. She's like an iceberg, preventing anyone from getting close enough. Even when the teacher asked her to answer a question, she just gave a perfunctory answer. Lu Cheng added, the most important thing is that Long Ningyu was rated as the most beautiful and coolest campus beauty by Yangcheng No. 1 High School. How come you two are so familiar with her? Han Yu propped up his chin and looked at the two of them. Could it be that she is also a classmate of yours? That's not the case. The two of them said in unison, shaking their heads in unison. Hey. The two looked at each other, smiled obscenely, and said in unison, I know her so well simply because she is pretty. You too. Han Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly, I thought you could say something. With Lang Ningyu, we now have 5 of us, meeting the criteria for a team. Shin Wuji clashed his fists together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Let's just wait for the battle in 3 months. You two should practice well. Han Yu instructed Lu Cheng and Zhao Yukai. Shin Wuji took over the topic and clenched his fist until it squeaked, if you hold us back, I'll let you taste what a punch as big as a sandbag is. Of course. The two of us will practice hard. Looking at Shin Wuji's 2 huge fists, Lu Cheng and Zhao Yukai nodded quickly. They didn't even dare to think about what the consequences would be if such a huge fist hit them. They probably wouldn't die, but it would be almost dead. The class was noisy for 10 minutes and then the class started again. It's afternoon time. Zhao Feng, the teacher of Principles and Applications of Weapons, called the short weapons class over today. Han Yu found an open space and summoned Sister Ing. Shu Beiying's figure appeared in front of Han Yu. Is it already afternoon, Yu? Looking at the familiar place, Shu Beiying was surprised. Yes, it's afternoon now. How is Sister Ying's practice going? Han Yu said with a smile. When he saw Sister Ing, his mood couldn't help but brighten up. I haven't been so immersed in practice for a long time. It feels pretty good. By the way, how do you feel? Shu Ying asked Han Yu, this is the first time I'm feeding my spiritual power back to you. Can your sea of consciousness adapt to it? Sister Ing, have you forgotten how big my sea of consciousness is? Han Yu laughed. Ouch. Shu Ying slapped her smooth, white forehead and said in frustration, I forgot about it. My Ayu's sea of consciousness is boundless, the kind that you can't see the end of. Although there is a lot of spiritual power, it is still too little for you. Practice hard, and it will be filled up sooner or later. Han Yu encouraged himself. Shu Ying clenched her white fists and encouraged him, come on. Han Yu, come on. Ayu, is it time to practice hammering again now? Listening to the sounds of various weapons being swung around her, Shu Ying became eager to try. Wait a minute, Sister Ing, don't be in a hurry. I have something to tell you. Han Yu interrupted Shu Ying, who was about to turn into a hammer. What's the matter? Shu Ying asked curiously. So Han Yu told Shu Ying everything that happened this morning. After listening to Han Yu's story, Shu Ying nodded and said, according to what you said, Ayu, we must take first place in the individual battle in order to obtain the Stardust Sand that will help you in strengthening your body. Yes, Han Yu said, Stardust Sand is too rare. Given our family's situation, it would cost a lot to buy it, so we must take first place in this individual competition. What else is there to say? Let's practice. Shu Ying said no more and turned into a pair of silver hammers. Ayu, start now. I will do my best to help you. Han Yu held the hammer in both hands, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, thank you, Sister Ing. Ayu, you are too polite. You can help me when you reach the extraordinary realm. The human race and the weapon spirit race signed a contract. Not only can the weapon spirit race help the human race absorb spiritual energy, but the human race can also help the weapon spirit race absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, why would the Qilin clan help the human race without asking for anything in return and even sign a contract with them? Do they really think that this is to compensate the human race?
What's more, the Chiling clan, the patriarch of the Shensuanpan clan, said, with the help of the human race, our Chiling clan can reach the legendary realm. I have strayed off topic, let's get back to the original text. Holding the hammer, Hanyu silently recited the mantra and swung the hammer.
Swing. Smash. Shelf. With Stardust San as his goal, Hanyu practiced very seriously. Understanding and using weapons, Hanyu spent the time swinging the hammer. Although he was exhausted, he still gritted his teeth and swung the hammer. Every time he swung, he broke through his limit. In the physical training class, Hanyu squandered the little energy he had recovered in the 10 minutes after class. He looked so exhausted that Choi Ying felt very distressed.
During the spiritual energy absorption class, he sat cross-legged, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he still persisted in practicing the spiritual energy attraction to absorb spiritual energy. Spiritual energy attraction is a technique for absorbing spiritual energy given to Hanyu by the school when he awakened his talent. Almost everyone has a copy, and it is a very common item. The use of martial arts. Hanyu listened to the teacher's explanation and recovered his strength. When the teacher finished speaking, he swung the hammer again.
This person must have a goal.
Without a goal, he is like a mayfly in the water, just getting by. Having a goal and sticking to it is the real secret to success.
I wish you all find the goals you want and work hard to stick to them. After school in the afternoon, Hanyu did not relax when he returned home.
I asked Choi Ying to prepare dinner for me, then returned to my room to start practicing. He was like a whale, absorbing the spiritual power between heaven and earth, accepting everything that came to him and swallowing as much as he could. Choi Ying leaned against the doorframe, looking at Hanyu, who was practicing seriously. She found that Ayu, who was practicing seriously, had a special attraction to her.
Ayu is so handsome.
Choi Ying became infatuated with him. After leaning against the doorframe for half an hour, Choi Ying finally came back to her senses from Hanyu's handsome face.
I also have to cook for Ayu. I almost forgot. Choi Ying ran to the kitchen in panic.
Opening the refrigerator and looking at the refrigerator full of vegetables, Choi Ying fell into deep thought.
What should I do for Ayu? Chapter 13, Meeting the Parents.
As time went by, 2 months passed.
For 2 whole months, Hanyu lived like an NPC.
The repetitive actions every day made him feel a little tired. Fortunately, there is one day off every week that allows him to relax, and today is the school holiday, which is also his holiday. I haven't felt this way for a long time. Hanyu brushed his teeth and recalled what happened in the past 2 months. He found that this was no different from his senior year of high school. In his previous life, he was busy with his studies in his senior year of high school.
He was either in class or doing papers all day long.
He had to run to eat because he was a boarding student.
Sometimes he didn't even wash his hair to get a little more sleep. He would wash his hair during lunch break. It was a very difficult time for him. He studied hard for 12 years just for that one exam. Now that the exam was over, he was done. An accident caused him to be reborn into another world with new parents and a new life.
Well. Thinking of this, Hanyu sighed, and his bright eyes dimmed.
Ayu, Ayu.
At this time, the sound of hammering came from the living room.
Here I come.
Hanyu adjusted his mentality, spit the white foam in his mouth into the sink, then turned on the faucet to rinse his mouth and washed his face. Hanyu took the towel beside him and wiped his face as he walked out of the bathroom.
What's wrong, Sister Ying? How about this outfit of mine?
When Choi Ying saw Hanyu, her almond-shaped eyes immediately curved into crescents.
Hearing this, Hanyu looked around.
Choi Ying was seen wearing a white hooded jacket with a puppy pattern on it, which added a bit of playfulness to her. She was also wearing black wide leg pants that covered her feet. The contrast between white top and black pants.
The contrast between black pants and white feet.
It looks great, but when did you buy this dress?
Hanyu asked curiously, why haven't I seen you wear it before? Didn't you teach me how to shop online before? I bought the clothes online. Choi Ying replied with a smile. The dress I picked up in the express yesterday was this. This was the surprise you said you would give me?
Hanyu suddenly remembered that he accompanied Sister Ying to pick up a package last night. He asked what the package was, and Sister Ying replied that she wanted to give him a surprise.
Yes, isn't it a surprise? Choi Ying said. It's a surprise, indeed. Hanyu nodded affirmatively. Ayu, are you ready? When are we leaving? I can't wait to meet Ayu's parents. Choi Ying's beautiful face was full of anticipation. She had been looking forward to it since last night. Let me get dressed and then leave, Han Yu said. Today is a holiday, and his parents asked him to go back, mainly to take Choi Ying back with him. The two of them have already signed a contract. If they are a man and a man, or a woman and a woman, it's another matter. If they are a man and a woman, they will be treated like a married couple. The ugly mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will still have to meet the parents-in-law. Then go quickly, I'll wait for you. Choi Ying pushed Han Yu's back and pushed him into the room. In October, the temperature gradually drops. Han Yu wore a long-sleeved shirt and a coat on the outside. Only when humans reach the extraordinary realm can they be fearless of severe cold and scorching heat. Now he is still in the ordinary realm, so it is very important for him to keep warm properly. After getting dressed, he walked out of the room. Sister Ying, let's go, Han Yu called. Walk. Choi Ying walked to Han Yu and naturally reached out to hold Han Yu's hand. Holding hands, the two walked towards the entrance. Ah, you. Choi Ying put on her shoes and suddenly thought of something. She turned to look at Han Yu and asked, what should I call Ah Yu's parents? This question made Han Yu ponder for a long time, and finally said, call me uncle and aunt first. Then why can't we call dad and mom like Ayu? Choi Ying was puzzled. Well, it's not time yet. Han Yu gave the answer. When can we do that? Wait until I come of age. Another adult? Choi Ying waved her delicate, white fingers when she heard this. You wouldn't let me be with you at night, saying you'd wait until you came of age. You have to be an adult to call mom and dad this time. You humans are in trouble. There's nothing we can do. We humans are only considered adults when we reach adulthood. Han Yu spread out his palms and said, don't look at me because I'm so tall. I'm still a child. Okay, just wait another month until I become an adult. Han Yu put his arm around Sister Ying's shoulders and said, let's go. Then I'll wait for you for a month. Choi Ying followed Han Yu's strength. Good. Han Yu's home is not too far from where Han Yu and his family live now. It only takes a few minutes to walk across 2 streets and get there. Han Yu didn't take a taxi. Instead, he took Sister Ying for a walk and walked towards home. It's only 8 o'clock now, there's no rush. 9 o'clock sharp. Han Yu-tsai took Sister Ying to the door of the house. After entering the password, Han Yu opened the door. Mom, we're back. Han Yu was looking for slippers in the shoe cabinet. Found 2 pairs, one of his and one new. Are you back? Trample. 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 The sound of hurried footsteps was heard, and at the moment when Han Yu and Choi Ying changed their slippers, 3 figures appeared in front of them one after another. The leader was a woman. Simple home clothes cannot conceal the gentleness in her bones. Her appearance is even more amazing. At only 40, she is still as young and beautiful as a young woman. There was also a woman beside him. She was also wearing home clothes, had a pretty face, and her eyes were full of curiosity. The man behind me was dressed much more formally. He was dressed in a suit and looked extremely handsome. Looking at his deep eyes, you could tell that Han Yu inherited those eyes from him. One of these 2 people is Han Yu's father, Han Xiu, and the other is Han Yu's mother, Pei Jiqiu. As for the pretty woman, she was his mother's spirit, Gong Qinger. Come in quickly. Pei Jiqiu ignored his eldest son, reached out and took Choi Ying's hand, and said gently, your name is Choi Ying, right? You are so beautiful. The 2 people who looked like mother and daughter were walking in front, while Han Yu and his father were behind. Looking at his father in a suit and tie, Han Yu wondered, why are you still wearing this at home? I just got back from work. Han Xiu sighed, if you hadn't brought Choi Ying back, I would still be busy. Leave the matter to my Uncle Lin again. Han Yu-wan looked at the living room and did not see the tall figure. Uncle Lin's full name is Chang Rulin, and he is the spirit of his father's weapon. If I don't give it to you, Uncle Lin, who should I give it to? I don't trust anyone else. Han Xiu raised his eyebrows, unless you help. Anyway, all my businesses will be yours in the future, so you can be considered to have adapted to it in advance. No, I'm still in school. Han Yu shook his head and refused decisively. His father had talked to him about this more than once, but he refused every time. The lifespan of a superhuman is 200 years. How can you want to retire at the age of 40? What a pity. Han Xiu didn't care. He just said that.
If Han Yu really came to help, he would not do it. It would be such a waste not to cultivate such a good talent.
Chapter 14, Mom.
4 people were sitting in the spacious living room. Han Yu, Shui Ying, Pei Jiqiu, and Gong Qinger. Han Xiu had something to do at the company, so he said goodbye to them and left.
Son, what do you usually call Shui Ying?
Pei Jiqiu looked at Han Yu, who was sitting on the sofa opposite. Call her Sister Ying. Han Yu grabbed the apple on the coffee table and started eating.
Sister Ying is 10 years older than me. 10 years older? Gong Qinger was surprised. How come it has grown so much?
The Qiling clan should have signed a contract with the human race in the 17th year of its birth.
How come Xiao Yu is so much older than Shui Ying?
Sister Ying has been waiting for 10 years. She has never seen anyone who is both talented and good-looking. Han Yu's eyebrows suddenly lit up. After waiting for 10 years, Sister Ying finally waited for someone like me who is handsome and talented to appear.
Oh, Gong Qinger looked at Shui Ying and said teasingly, so you're obsessed with looks?
My sister chose Jiqiu because she was pretty.
You're of different generations. What sister?
Pei Jiqiu corrected her, you're her aunt.
I know. Gong Qinger stuck out her tongue.
Pei Jiqiu did not stay in age for too long, because the lifespan of an artifact spirit is much longer than that of the human race. Not to mention that Shui Ying is 27 years old, she wouldn't care even if Shui Ying was 270 years old.
Xiao Yu calls you Sister Ying, so I will call you Ying Ying, she said to Shui Ying beside her. Okay, Auntie. Shui Ying nodded.
She always likes to talk, but no one knows why she is so quiet today. Even Shui Ying herself is puzzled.
Aunt? Pei Jiqiu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, why call me Auntie? Just call me Mom like Xiao Yu. Gong Qinger widened her eyes. They haven't even gotten married yet, and he's already changed his mind? After living among the human race for more than 20 years, Gong Qinger has completely integrated into it and is no different from an ordinary human.
Han Yu was also stunned when he heard his mother's words.
Is it so direct?
Not to mention Gong Qinger and Han Yu, even the person involved, Shui Ying, was a little confused. Shui Ying replied naively, Yu said that he can only call me Mom after he reaches adulthood. Pei Jiqiu got a lot of information when he heard this sentence. It seemed that he still remembered what she had said to Xiao Yu before. Han Yu has been handsome since he was a child. She knew that her son would definitely attract many girls, so she set a standard. Whether it is a female spirit or a human girl, they must wait until they reach adulthood before having sex.
You don't have to listen to him. Pei Jiqiu smiled and said, you and he have already signed a contract.
You will be together for the rest of your life.
This will make my mother feel at ease.
Although Shui Ying was somewhat delighted when she heard this, she still looked at Han Yu.
Go ahead. Han Yu nodded. The head of the family had spoken, so what else could he, as a son, say? After receiving the affirmation, Shui Ying looked at Han Yu's mother. She was also her mother and said softly, Mom. Yeah. Pei Jiqiu responded with satisfaction. Call me Aunt Cheng.
Gong Qinger said, I was your predecessor, and now I am your elder.
Aunt Cheng. Shui Ying said. Hey, Ying Ying, you're so obedient. Aunt Cheng will give you a welcome gift. Gong Qinger left the sofa and walked quickly towards the room.
Han Yu's home has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Han Yu's parents have 1 room, their spirits each have 1 room, and Han Yu has 1 room.
Come here, Ying Ying, Mommy will give you a gift too.
Pei Jiqiu took out the bracelet he had prepared long ago.
The bracelet is white and as bright as moonlight. Come on, hold out your hand.
Shui Ying obediently stretched out her hand.
The bracelet looks nice, and so does the hand.
Looking at the hand in front of him that looked like a jade product, Pei Jiqiu couldn't help but admire it.
So beautiful.
Touching the table on her wrist, Shui Ying showed joy on her face.
Do you like it?
Pei Jiqiu smiled softly.
Thank you, Mom. I like it very much. Shui Ying nodded and caressed the delicate bracelet lovingly. Xiao Yu, treat her well.
Pei Jiqiu looked at Han Yu seriously and said, Mom can't be with you forever, but Ying Ying will be with you forever.
My mother lives a long life.
Han Yu answered seriously, I will treat Sister Ying well.
Ying Ying.
At this time, Gong Qinger ran out of the room with a box in her hand.
Aunt Ching, what are you holding? Han Yu asked curiously. Choi Ying-shing's eyes were also filled with curiosity.
Only Pei Jiqiu looked helpless. Obviously he already knew the gift Gong Qinger had sent.
The latest model of game console. Gong Qinger said, it came out a few days ago. I bought 3 sets. Your set is in your room, and this one is for Ying. Han Yu's mouth twitched.
He should have thought of it earlier. His Aunt Qing was not interested in anything except games. Aunt Qing started to drag him to play games when he was 5 years old.
Game console?
A thought flashed across Choi Ying's face.
What is that?
She knew about games, but not about game consoles. It's a machine specifically for playing games.
Didn't Xiaoyu let you play with it? Gong Qinger looked at Han Yu with deep sorrow and said, Xiaoyu, how could you be like this?
You didn't even let Ying play with such a fun thing.
Han Yu looked away guiltily.
It was not that he had not thought about letting Sister Ying play the video game, but when he thought of Aunt Qing as a negative example, he gave up the idea.
A machine specifically for playing games? Can't mobile phones also play games?
Choi Ying took out her mobile phone and shook it. You can play on a mobile phone, but it's more fun on a game console. Gong Qinger pulled Choi Ying away without saying anything. Come with me, Auntie Qing will show you how to play.
Mom, why don't you just take care of Aunt Qing?
Han Yu looked at his mother helplessly as he watched Aunt Qing and Sister Ying disappear in the living room.
Let your Aunt Qing go.
Pei Jiqiu smiled gently and said, when you're not here, there's no one at home to play games with your Aunt Qing.
Now that Ying is here, it's good to keep her company. Okay.
Han Yu lay on the sofa and started eating strawberries.
How is living with Ying?
Pei Jiqiu suddenly asked.
It's pretty good.
Sister Ying teaches me how to practice and cooks for me when she gets home in the evening. Han Yu smiled when he said this. In the past, this was something he wouldn't even dare to think about.
Then what do you two do at night? Pei Jiqiu asked again. Sleep.
Before Han Yu finished speaking, he looked up at his mother. Seeing her half smile, he said calmly, I'm going to sleep, and Sister Ying is playing games.
In the same room? 2 rooms. Han Yu laughed. Mom, you don't have to test me. I won't forget what I promised you. I hope you didn't lie to me.
Pei Jiqiu had a blank expression on the surface, but he was actually very satisfied with his son's words.
How could I possibly lie to you? Han Yu yawned. The test will be next month.
Sister Ying and I have been practicing for the past 2 months.
Test? The one you mentioned about inviting parents to a team battle? Yes, you'll see how your son performs then. Be careful and don't get hurt. Chapter 15, Han Yu on Thunderbolt Hammer. It was not until after dinner that Han Yu took Sister Ying back to the other house. Ayu, play games with me.
After returning home, Choi Ying took off her shoes, put on slippers, and ran to the sofa with her game console.
Sister Ying, you've been playing all day, it's time to take a break.
Looking at Sister Ying, who looked like an internet addict, Han Yu held his forehead helplessly. If he hadn't pulled Sister Ying back, she and Aunt Qing would still be playing games.
Play with me for a while and then I'll take a rest.
A hint of cunning flashed across Choi Ying's almond-shaped eyes. Although it is fun to play games with Aunt Qing, she still prefers Ayu to play games.
Gong Qinger?
Han Yu changed his shoes and walked towards the sofa.
It's a deal then.
I'll play games with you for a while and you can rest.
Choi Ying nodded repeatedly, yeah.
Han Yu suffered the consequences of trusting Choi Ying too much.
Although he said it would be a while, it was actually already early morning. Sister Ying, I really don't want to play this time. Han Yu put down the game console with a firm attitude. I have to go to school tomorrow, I want to go to bed. Stay with me for a little while longer.
Choi Ying stretched out her white and tender thumb and index finger and said pitifully.
That's what you said just now. Han Yu shook his head, I won't be fooled. Sister Ying used a pitiful expression to win his sympathy, but he kept being fooled. He would definitely not agree this time. Okay then. Choi Ying sighed regretfully, she couldn't trick you anymore. Sister Ying, go and have a rest.
Han Yu stood up and stretched his waist, then raised his legs to walk into the room when he heard Sister Ying's voice behind him.
Ayu, can I rest with you?
Han Yu was tempted, but thinking that he was not yet an adult, he shook his head and refused. No, wait another month.
Snap. The door closed and Han Yu's figure disappeared from Choi Ying's sight. We have to wait another month.
Choi Ying pursed her lips, a look of disappointment on her face. She stood up with her game console in hand, wanting to go back to her room to play games, when she suddenly thought of something and a smile flashed across her beautiful face. She tiptoed to Han Yu's door and pulled the door handle with her fair little hand.
The imagined door did not open and was obviously locked from the inside.
Choi Ying's beautiful face froze, and she stomped her feet helplessly. Bad AU, stinky AU.
She's still on guard against her. AU is so despicable.
Choi Ying muttered to herself, turned off the light, and returned to her room.
In the room,
listening to the sound of the doorknob turning and the sound of footsteps fading away, Han Yu, who was lying on the bed, smiled. Locking the door was not only to protect Sister Ing, but also to protect himself.
Sister Ing, good night.
Han Yu murmured and closed his eyes.
Get enough rest and prepare for tomorrow's practice.
No words were spoken that night, and the next morning came. Han Yu got up, washed, ate the breakfast prepared by Sister Ing, and then went to school with her backpack.
On the way, Han Yu and Choi Ying talked as they walked. Choi Ying took Han Yu's hand and asked, "Ayu, do you still want to practice today?" "Yes, it's just like going to school before."
Holding the warm little hand in his hand, Han Yu nodded slightly.
"Then let's practice martial arts today." "Martial arts?"
Han Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. He stopped and looked down at Sister Ing, who was almost a head shorter than him, and asked impatiently, "Can I learn the supreme martial arts of the Hammer Clan?"
"No." Choi Ying shook her head, "Your foundation is not enough." The joy on Han Yu's face quickly disappeared, and he asked in a puzzled tone, "Then what martial arts should I learn?" "Are you stupid?" Choi Ying looked at Han Yu as if he was stupid. "Have you forgotten about the Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hammer?" Han Yu looked embarrassed.
After Sister Ing said that, he remembered this hammer technique. This was one of the 3 martial arts he chose at that time. The name of Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hammer is very domineering, and the martial arts content is not weak either.
How weak can it be if it can be praised by Choi Ying, the princess of the Hammer Clan?
Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hammer. This is a hammer technique that combines both hardness and softness, focusing on body coordination and the use of force. Practicing this martial art can enhance arm strength. Seeing that Han Yu had remembered, Choi Ying continued, "After these 2 months of hard training, you have reached the point where you can practice this martial art."
"I understand. I will practice in the afternoon." Han Yu nodded.
During this period of time, his main focus of training was on hammer training. He did not practice any of the 3 martial arts he chose. Now that Sister Ing asked him to do so, he could finally practice one of them. Thinking of this, Han Yu asked again, "When will I practice my body movement and body forging skills?" "Well," Choi Ying pondered for a moment and said, "you can learn the body movement skills first, and the bodybuilding skills after your test is over. When you have Stardust Sand, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when training your body. So we must win the individual battle."
Han Yu waved his fist.
Stardust Sand was too important to him. The martial arts technique Han Yu chose is called Phantom 3 Flashes.
Don't be fooled by the name, the power is not bad at all.
Phantom 3 Flashes, as the name suggests, this martial art has 3 stages. In the first stage, you can flash to any point within your range, leaving a phantom at the location. In the second stage, you can flash to any 2 points within your range, leaving 2 phantoms at the original location.
The third stage, same as above.
The bodybuilding martial art is called Skin Tempering Technique. Its introduction is simple and rough: strengthen the skin and make the body reach the copper skin state. Logically speaking, after humans reach the transcendent realm, the spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness will naturally feed back into the physical body, making it far superior to that of people in the ordinary realm. But what Han Yu wanted was to improve the strength of his physical body. When he entered the extraordinary realm, the spiritual energy in his sea of consciousness would feed back into his physical body, and his physical strength would be far beyond that of ordinary extraordinary people.
If Han Yu can think of it, then others can certainly think of it too. But just thinking about it doesn't guarantee that you can do it.
Improving physical strength is extremely painful, and only a few people have the perseverance to persevere.
Whether Han Yu can hold on will only be known after the test. Then the 2 of them walked and talked until they reached the school gate. When they arrived at the school gate, without Han Yu's reminder, Choi Ying turned into fluorescent light and entered Han Yu's sea of consciousness. After 2 months of school, she has gotten used to it. Han Yu chatted with Sister Ing in his heart and walked into the school. Chapter 16, Team Battle Plan. Senior 3-1 Class.
There were not many people in the class at this time, but everyone Han Yu was familiar with was there, and that was enough for him. It was a new class, and the school had just started 2 months ago. Apart from Shinwuji, he was only familiar with Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai. He wasn't even familiar with Lang Ningyu, who was joining them for the team battle next month. We haven't spoken to each other since we exchanged a few words 2 months ago. When we meet on the street, we just nod to each other.
We are really just nodding acquaintances. Ayu, you are finally here.
I missed you so much after not seeing you for just one day. Shinwuji said in an exaggerated tone.
Go ahead, I don't know you yet.
Hanyu chuckled, put down his school bag and sat on the chair.
I haven't seen you like this in a month. Ha ha. Shinwuji didn't feel embarrassed at all, instead he laughed twice. I was waiting for you, didn't I miss you?
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai nodded in agreement. We've been waiting for you, squad leader.
We've missed you so much. What are you waiting for me for?
Hanyu looked surprised. We're discussing team battle tactics, Zhao Yukai explained.
The test is only a month away. Wouldn't it be safer if we discussed it with so many people before we start capturing the flag? Hearing this, Hanyu nodded. That really needs to be discussed.
Although he was confident in his talent and strength, he couldn't guarantee that he could grab the flag that only accounted for 1/5 of the total among so many people.
This is what I think.
Lu Chang said, squad leader, you and Brother Shin should fight for the flag head on.
Given your strength and physique, I believe no one would be willing to oppose you. After you seize one flag, if someone comes looking for you, you can use that to buy time.
After you two, squad leader and Brother Shin, are exhausted, let Zhao Yukai run with the flag. When Zhao Yukai is exhausted, hand him over to me. I'll let Jian Chen take me flying. When Jian Chen's spiritual power is exhausted, I'll hand him over to Long Ningyu and let her spirit take her flying.
If we drag it out until the time is up, we can get a flag. Lu Chang talked in a casual manner.
Although his strength was lacking, he had a bright mind.
How's it going, you?
Shinwuji patted Lu Chang's shoulder and laughed. I was even more surprised than you when I heard Lu Chang's plan.
It's really good.
Hanyu rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then slapped the table and said, done.
Oh. Lu Chang immediately became proud when he heard that.
The squad leader agreed, and the local representative Brother Shin also agreed. After all, Brother Shin just said to wait for the squad leader to come. Now all that was missing was Long Ningyu's opinion.
As for Zhao Yukai? That wasn't important. However, there is one more thing that the squad leader needs you to do. After the cheers, Lu Chang said again. What? Hanyu listened attentively.
Lu Chang glanced at the front row, then leaned in front of Hanyu and whispered, you need to tell Long Ningyu about this matter.
It's so mysterious I thought it was something else.
Hearing what Lu Chang said, Hanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just go by yourselves.
We don't dare. Zhao Yukai shrank his neck.
Although Lang Ningyu was very beautiful, her aura that kept people away really scared them.
Wuji, is there anything you dare not do?
Hanyu turned to look at Shinwuji and teased, this is not your character.
Don't talk nonsense.
Shinwuji suddenly became anxious, his chubby face trembling, and his voice was a little panicked. I'm not like what you said. Just when Hanyu was confused, Shinwuji's next words made Hanyu, Lu Chang, and Zhao Yukai understand. Shinwuji said in a panic, Yuan, listen to my explanation.
Hanyu knows nothing.
He is just talking nonsense.
A frown appeared on Hanyu's forehead. He said, how come Shinwuji has changed?
It turns out that Dun Yuan is in charge of him.
Yuan, if you don't believe me, you can ask Hanyu.
Shinwuji said this while looking at Hanyu for help.
Really, Yuan, please believe me.
Hanyu was complaining in his heart, but he looked serious on the surface. Lu Chang and Zhao Yu standing by were happy and envious.
They want female spirits too. I'm going to find Long Ningyu.
Hanyu didn't want to listen to Shinwuji's dog-licking remarks, so she stood up and walked to the front row.
Warrior.
You have to be the squad leader. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai saluted.
Condensed jade.
Hanyu walked to Long Ningyu. Lang Ningyu didn't say anything, but just looked up at Hanyu, who came for some unknown reason. A small face the size of a palm, delicate features, and fair skin. Hanyu took a look and then looked away, focusing his gaze on the pair of calm eyes. The most attractive thing about Hanyu is his pair of bright eyes. Looking at these eyes, Long Ningyu's calm mind was a little rippled.
These eyes are really beautiful. We've come up with a plan. Do you want to come and listen?
Hanyu didn't know what Long Ningyu was thinking, so he told her his future goals.
Plan?
Lang Ningyu uttered 2 words, her beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows slightly frowned, and there was some confusion on her delicate face. It's the plan for the team battle. Hanyu saw Lang Ningyu's expression and knew that she had forgotten about it.
We have made a plan. Would you like to come and listen to it? Good. Lang Ningyu's brows relaxed, and she stood up and followed Hanyu to the back row.
Looking at Lang Ningyu behind the squad leader, Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at each other, their eyes full of tension.
Lu Chang, why did the squad leader bring her here? Zhao Yukai, I don't know. Let's not talk about it for now. I'm coming.
The two of them whispered to each other and gave an awkward smile to Lang Ningyu, who had arrived.
You don't know these 3 yet, do you? Hanyu said, let me introduce them to you.
He introduced the 3 of them to Lang Ningyu. They were all on the same team, but he wondered how their names would match.
I understand. Lang Ningyu nodded slightly, indicating that he had memorized the names of the 3 people.
Well, let me tell you about our team battle plan. Looking at the classmates around him who were looking at him, Hanyu lowered his voice unconsciously.
The battle begins. That's all, remember? Any other opinions? No. After Lang Ningyu finished answering, the air fell into silence.
Hanyu didn't know what to say, Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai didn't know what to say, and Shin Wuji didn't dare to speak at all. Fortunately, Lang Ningyu spoke up, perhaps because she knew that her presence would be embarrassing.
Her voice was flat. Is that all the plan? Yes, that's all. Lu Chang nodded repeatedly. I've made a note of that.
After Lang Ningyu finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving the 4 people with a beautiful back view.
Ayu, stop looking. I feel like your eyes are on me.
Looking at Lang Ningyu's back, Hanyu suddenly heard what Sister Ring said, and he was so scared that he quickly withdrew his gaze. He touched the tip of his nose to hide his embarrassment, and said in his heart, No, Sister Ring, you are seeing things wrong.
Chapter 17 Transition. Ring ring ring. The hurried bell for the end of get out of class echoed in the corridor. Slurp slurp. Chen Lifeng took a sip of tea and announced the end of get out of class. Get out of class is dismissed, get out of class is dismissed. The students immediately became active. No matter which world, students will feel happy when they hear that the get out of class is over.
Seeing this scene, Chen Lifeng smiled and left the classroom with his water cup and book. After leaving the classroom, he first went back to the office, then left the office and walked up the stairs to leave the teaching building. Walking to an empty corner of the playground, Chen Lifeng turned on his cell phone. He wanted to call the students at Star Academy. In fact, as early as 2 months ago, after discussing with his classmates the team battle to grab 3 flags, he called the student, but the student was on a mission at the time and could not complete it until 2 months later. Chen Lifeng calculated the time carefully. It was almost time to call the student again. Chen Lifeng made the call. Even if the students fail to complete the task, he will ask the student to come back and talk about Star Academy, which will help stimulate the students' enthusiasm for cultivation. I just wonder what the students would think when they know that they can listen to seniors explain Star Academy without completing any tasks. Buzz buzz. Teacher. The call was connected and a male voice came from the other end. Xiaochen, is the mission completed? When Chen Lifeng heard the voice, his smile became very kind. I'm done. I finished it this morning. It took a while to hand it over, so please forgive me, teacher. You're right, I'm glad the teacher didn't disturb you. You are a teacher, why would you bother me? Chen Lifeng was delighted when he heard this. Xiaochen, the teacher won't keep you in suspense anymore. Teacher, please speak. Teacher would like you to come back to school and tell your younger classmates about Star Academy. There are many promising students among your younger classmates, and 2 of them are even SSS level talented. Don't worry, teacher. I will go. The voice on the other end of the phone said without hesitation. Okay. Chen Lifeng said yes 3 times before continuing, see when you have time. In the short term, there's 2 months. Okay. Chen Lifeng said okay 3 times excitedly. Xiaochen will be here in a month. That's when the senior year exams will begin. You can check out the strength of your junior classmates. They will definitely not disappoint you. Okay, teacher. I'll be there in a month. After chatting with the students for a few more words, Chen Lifeng hung up the phone, hummed a little tune, and returned to the teaching building with satisfaction.
Han Yu naturally didn't know about Chen Lifeng's conversation.
At this time, he took out the book for the next class and prepared for class.
After one more class, it's noon.
After lunch, we can practice again. Han Yu is now eager to practice, especially to practice martial arts.
In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon.
In the class Understanding and Application of Weapons, Han Yu once again found a deserted place and summoned Sister Ing.
Sister Ing, let's start. Han Yu said impatiently. Okay.
Choi Ing didn't waste any words and directly turned into a pair of silver white hammers.
Do you remember the content of Han Yuan Thunderbolt Hammer? Choi Ing asked. Remember.
Han Yu nodded and held the two hammers. Ever since Choi Ing said in the morning that Han Yu could practice martial arts, Han Yu would look through martial arts when he had nothing to do after class. With his good memory, he easily memorized the martial arts.
Okay, then you start. I will correct you if you make any mistakes. Choi Ing said. Then I'm here.
Han Yu took a deep breath, recalled the martial arts movements, and began to move. He swung the hammer with both hands, and every swing created a gust of wind.
Ayu, stop.
Choi Ing instructed Han Yu's movements like a master.
Han Yuan Thunderbolt Hammer is about combining strength and softness. Your hammer is too strong and fierce.
Don't use your full strength when you strike it.
Leave some room for maneuver. Shouldn't a hammer be strong and powerful? Han Yu retorted, wouldn't it be better to defeat 10 with force?
It's true that one can defeat 10 with force, but you are practicing the Han Yuan Thunderbolt Hammer. This martial art emphasizes the combination of hardness and softness.
Too much hardness will prevent you from comprehending the martial art. Okay, I'll try again. Don't be discouraged, you. Let's take it slow. Good.
Han Yu swung the hammer again, but this time, the force he used was much lighter.
Ayu is like this, come again. Choi Ying's voice sounded. With Sister Ying's encouragement, Han Yu became very serious.
Han Yu was extremely serious in the second training class, the third physical training class, and the fourth class, the use of martial arts. At night, Han Yu also returned to his bedroom to practice. Although Choi Ying wanted to play games, when she saw Han Yu practicing seriously, she turned into fluorescent light and entered the sea of consciousness and began to practice as well.
This kind of days continued until December, the day before the senior high school test. The weather was cold in December, and most people, except for those who were above the extraordinary realm, put on cotton clothes. Yancheng No. 1 High School, Senior 3-1 class.
Chen Lifeng did not give a lecture today, but instead talked about the precautions for tomorrow's test.
The test is divided into 2 rounds, one is a team battle and the other is an individual battle.
Team battles last for 1 day, and individual battles last for 5 days. Tomorrow morning, be at school at 8 a.m., and then take the bus to the Yangcheng Sports Center.
Anything else you want to ask?
After saying a lot, Chen Lifeng drank some water to moisten his throat.
Are parents invited to watch the teacher team battle? Someone asked. Of course, how can we not invite you parents to this grand test? Chen Lifeng smiled and looked at Han Yu in the back row.
Han Yu, go to my office to get your tickets when school is almost over.
Parents need tickets to enter. Okay. Han Yu nodded. Teacher, have we decided on the rewards for the team and individual battles? Will it still be Qingyuan fruit and stardust sand? It's still this. Chen Lifeng nodded. The team battle reward is Qingyuan fruit. Each team that captures a flag will receive 5 Qingyuan fruits. The Qingyuan fruit can save you 2 months of hard training. It's a good thing for you.
Not only will there be rewards from the school, but if you can grab 3 flags, the teacher will also fulfill his promise to you. When Chen Lifeng said this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face.
His good student had arrived yesterday. Upon hearing this, the students couldn't help but get excited and started making boasts. Teacher, we are class 1, just watch us. 3 sides are too few. If you want to grab 1, grab 5. Go ahead and brag. Don't embarrass yourself if you can't even grab 1. Okay, let me talk about stardust sand.
Seeing that the students were talking more and more happily, Chen Lifeng raised his voice a little. After the class quieted down, he continued, the reward for the top 3 in the individual competition is stardust sand, and the reward for the bottom 2 is Qingyuan fruit.
Stardust comes from the starry sky. Chapter 18, Defense Equipment. After school in the afternoon.
Hanyu took Shinwuji to the office to get the parent admission tickets, and then returned to the classroom to distribute the tickets. They agreed to return to the classroom to get tickets after the practice and leave school only after getting the tickets. The tickets have been distributed. Hanyu walked to the podium, and his tall height gave him an unobstructed view. He looked around at the classmates he had been with for 3 months and said, "Everyone, do your best tomorrow. I hope you can successfully capture the flag tomorrow." When the students in the audience heard this, they all smiled. "Squad leader, please be careful. We will not show mercy. Although we are classmates, we are also rivals. Stop bragging. You'll feel the pain when the squad leader hits you with those big hammers. Isn't there a defense mechanism? It can block fatal damage." Yes, it has a defense mechanism that can block fatal damage, but it can block it once, twice, but what happens after that? Do you think the squad leader's hammer will give you a chance to speak? That's true, squad leader, don't worry, the 5 of us will never become your enemy. There are 5 of us. Hanyu couldn't help laughing when he heard his classmates talking. Before participating in team battles, they would install defensive equipment, otherwise injuries would be inevitable in a battle involving thousands of people, and in more intense cases, death was even a possibility. In order to avoid the death of students and to boost their enthusiasm for fighting, the relevant departments specially developed this defensive device. The device will help block 10 fatal injuries, but after 10 times, the device will break, which means you can exit. Of course, those who are not afraid of death can continue to fight, but the consequences will be at their own risk and they need to bear the consequences personally. The school will not intervene. Let's go home from school. Everyone, get enough rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. After saying goodbye to Shinwuji, Hanyu did not walk home with Sister Ing as usual, but took a taxi to his parents' house. He will hand over the tickets to them for the team battle tomorrow and also tell them some precautions. There are only 2 tickets, and weapon spirits do not need tickets. "Ayu, are we going to mom and dad's?" In the back seat of the car, Choi Ying, who was holding Hanyu's arm, asked. "Yes, we need to send the tickets over." Hanyu nodded. "So, are our parents coming to the team battle tomorrow?" Choi Ying said in surprise, "Then we have to perform well. Come on, let's cheer together." Hanyu clenched his slender hands into fists. Choi Ying immediately understood and smiled as she moved her white and tender fist forward. "Come on. Are you two going to participate in the senior year team competition?" After listening for a long time, the driver saw the handsome man and beautiful woman in the back through the mirror. "Yeah." Hanyu nodded slightly. "Which of you two is the spirit of the weapon?" the driver asked curiously. "I am," Choi Ying said. The driver was shocked when he heard this. It was rare to see such a beautiful female spirit. Then he became envious. The spirit of the weapon accompanies the human race throughout their lives. Who doesn't want their spirit to be a handsome man, beautiful woman? "Which clan are you from?" the driver asked again. "Although I have low talent, I have a weapon spirit that has been with me until now." "The Hammer Clan," Choi Ying replied. "The Hammer Clan." The driver was surprised and said, "It's really rare. He has lived for more than 40 years, and this is the second time he has seen the spirit of the Hammer Clan." "I awakened the Axe Clan." "The Axe Clan?" Choi Ying asked in surprise. "The Axe Clan and my Hammer Clan are neighbors. Master, where is your weapon spirit? Maybe I've even seen him. He went to pick up the kids for me." "All right." After the topic came to an end, Hanyu and Choi Ying chatted with the driver, and soon they arrived at their destination. Walk into the community, get into the elevator, take out the key and open the door. Ying is here. Dong Chinger, who was leaning on the sofa, was the first to see the 2 people coming in. She stood up with a smile on her face, walked quickly to Choi Ying, and pulled her along as she ran. "You came just in time, come play games with me." In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. Seeing this, the 3 of them shook their heads in unison. There is another internet addict in the family. Without paying any more attention to the 2 of them, Pei Jiqiu looked at his son and asked in confusion. "Why are you back? Xiaoyu and Ying wouldn't come if it wasn't a holiday. Today is only Wednesday and tomorrow is not a holiday. I'll give you tickets when I get back," Hanyu said as he took out 2 tickets from his pocket. Tomorrow is the team competition, and parents need these tickets to enter the Yangqing Tournament Center. "Team battle?" Hanxiu sat up straight. "It's been 3 months since you started school?" Pei Jiqiu took the tickets, glanced at them, and said, "There are only two."
What about your Aunt Chang and Uncle Lin?
Han Yu pulled Shui Ying to sit on the sofa at the other end.
Aunt Chang and Uncle Lin can go too. Just let them out after you go in. Don't embarrass me, kid. Han Xiu crossed his legs and said, I am at least a transcendent realm expert, one of the best in Yangchang. Please give me some face.
Don't worry, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow.
Han Yu promised, patting his chest. His current strength is much stronger than a month ago. Phantom 3 flashes has been introduced. Han Yuan Thunderbolt Hammer has achieved some success. Good boy, I've been waiting for you.
Han Xiu was filled with anticipation when he heard it.
Unlike Han Xiu, Pei Jiqiu's face was full of worry.
You better be careful tomorrow, swords have no eyes.
It's okay. We have protective equipment. We won't die.
Han Xiu was very relieved.
At most, you will be injured, which may be minor or serious. As a man, how can you grow without getting hurt? What's more, his son is so talented. How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? You are such a father.
Pei Jiqiu glanced at Han Xiu with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Han Xiu looked embarrassed and said nothing. He is in the extraordinary realm, but also dominated by his wife. Be careful, if it doesn't work, then back out.
Pei Jiqiu said, Mom doesn't want you to.
Seeing that her mother was about to nag again, Han Yu pitifully changed the subject. Mom, I'm hungry.
I haven't eaten yet.
Pei Jiqiu paused and shook his head helplessly. You are just like your father.
Wait, I will heat up some food for you. My ears are quiet. Han Xiu and Han Yu, father and son, both breathed a sigh of relief. Where is my Uncle Lin? Hasn't he come back yet? Han Yu asked. He's practicing. Go find him in his room.
Hearing this, Han Yu stood up and walked towards one of the rooms.
His Uncle Lin is rarely at home. He is mostly at the company.
Even when he comes home, he just practices in the bedroom.
Boom. Boom.
Han Yu knocked on the door and then pushed it open. A stern-faced man sitting cross-legged on the bed came into his sight.
Uncle Lin? Chapter 19, Departure. The next day, early morning.
After eating the breakfast made by Sister Ring, Han Yu cleaned up and then took Sister Ring out of the house.
Because of the battle today, Han Yu dressed very conveniently.
He was wearing a short black down jacket on the outside and only a thin long-sleeved shirt on the inside.
Although the temperature is minus 20 degrees Celsius today, it cannot stop his burning desire to fight.
Coming to this world and knowing the extraordinary power of this world, it would be a lie for him to say that he was not excited.
Which young man has not dreamed of becoming a strong man? Han Yu is no exception.
Walking into the campus and seeing the excited faces of the students, Han Yu knew that they were also looking forward to the battle.
Having possessed a weapon spirit for so long, who wouldn't want to show off their abilities? Of course, wanting to do it is one thing, but being able to do it is another. Senior 3-1 class.
Han Yu saw the scene that looked like the end of Get Out of Class and returned to his seat with a smile. He deliberately arrived 10 minutes early, but ended up being the last one to arrive.
Ayu, you're a little late. I came at 7:10.
Shin Wuji said, it's already 7:41 and you're just here.
Lu Chang and I arrived at 7 o'clock.
Zhao Yukai chuckled, I was so excited last night that I didn't sleep well.
Me too.
Lu Chang was afraid that the three people would not believe him, so he pointed to his dark circles.
Why are you here so early?
Han Yu was at a loss for words.
Didn't the teacher say we'd gather at 8 o'clock?
After dinner, I was just staying at home, so I came here directly. Shin Wuji spread his hands.
I'm so excited.
Zhao Yukai patted Lu Chang's shoulder. I can't wait to gather right now, go to the competition center, and start the fight right away.
You'll die after this fight.
Lu Chang slapped Zhao Yukai's hand off his shoulder and said, without any protective equipment, you won't survive a minute.
You'll be dead straight away. Also, don't forget your mission.
In individual battles, you'll have the opportunity to fight, but in team battles, you need to maintain your strength and be ready to run at any time.
Don't worry.
Zhao Yukai nodded and grinned, I know what I'm doing. I have mastered the basics of physical skills.
From now on, please call me the Little Prince of Whirlwind. You have already mastered the art of Whirlwind Shadow? Lu Chang asked in surprise.
Of course.
How awesome is that? It only takes 3 months to get started.
Zhao Yukai said proudly. He has a B-level talent, and it is impressive that he can master a martial art in 3 months.
Awesome.
Lu Chang praised without hesitation. Then he said without showing any weakness, if you give me another 3 days, I can also get started with the Inshu step. Their own weapon spirits all have the clan's martial arts, and with the weapon spirit's guidance, they do not need offensive martial arts in the short term. Apart from attack, it's just speed and defense. Defense requires hard work on the body, and few people can persist, so speed-type martial arts have become the first choice for most people. Listening to what the two said, Han Yu and Shin Wuji looked at each other and remained silent. Shin Wuji's talent is S-level, and he has already mastered 2 martial arts. He thinks it is better not to say anything about what Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai said, at least not to attack them.
The same was true for Han Yu.
He had already mastered the Hanyuan Thunderbolt Hammer, so he didn't want to mix it with the martial arts of these two beginners. Time was passing by little as the 4 of them chatted. At 7:55, Chen Lifeng arrived at Class 3-1 at a leisurely pace.
Go back to your seats, let me see if everyone is here.
Looking at the noisy class, Chen Lifeng spoke loudly.
Wow! In just 2 seconds, the students returned to their seats.
All I can say is that he is worthy of being a strong man in the mortal realm, as his speed is fast.
Squad leader, check on people.
Han Yu was a little confused when his name was called. He thought the head teacher was going to check, but he turned around and threw it to him.
Although he was helpless, Han Yu still responded, stood up and started checking people.
After 3 months of getting along, even if we are not particularly familiar with each other, we can still become familiar with each other.
1, 2, 3, 40.
Han Yu looked around and saw that they were all his classmates, so he said, the teacher has finished counting.
Okay. Chen Lifeng nodded. Let's wait until 8 o'clock.
When the bell rings at 8 o'clock, you will follow the squad leader and he will lead you to line up.
Han Yu nodded in the back.
The teacher who was in charge of the platoon had told him about it before, and he still remembered it. As the pointer kept turning, the students became increasingly nervous.
1 minute, 2 minutes. Ring. 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 Finally, the bell rang. Squad leader, let's go.
Lu Chang reacted the fastest and stood up the moment the bell rang.
Everyone, follow me. Han Yu stood up and called out to everyone. Crash. Han Yu went out first, and the others followed.
As they passed by, students from Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 also came out together.
The 4 classes marched down the stairs like a torrent.
When he arrived at the playground, Han Yu quickly saw the playground for his class and walked over quickly. Han Yu's towering height made it easy for the students in Class 1 to spot him and stand behind him.
When almost everyone had arrived, Han Yu checked the crowd again.
Only when everyone was present did he have the leisure to look at the podium. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly was standing on the podium. Han Yu was in his 3rd year at Yangcheng No. 1 High School, so naturally he knew this person. The person standing here at this moment must be a senior member of the school. Yes, he is the principal of Yangcheng No. 1 High School.
Class teachers, please check if everyone is here. Zhang Yanfeng's voice, mixed with spiritual power, rang in the ears of all the students.
Upon hearing this, the head teachers of each class went to find the class monitors.
Han Yu nodded to the head teacher, indicating that everyone was present. Chen Lifeng nodded, then walked forward to report. Not long after, Zhang Yanfeng's voice sounded again. Now that everyone is here, I'll just say a few words. Today is a special day. It's 5 months since you awakened your talents and signed a contract with your weapon spirit.
The long words fell into Han Yu's ears, and Han Yu's expression changed from excitement at the beginning to helplessness.
Does the principal really like talking so much?
His high school principal was like this in his previous life. He would talk for more than 10 minutes before letting go of sports meets or other entertainment activities. It wasn't just Han Yu who felt helpless, all the students present felt helpless.
Their enthusiasm was cooling down at the principal's words.
After an unknown amount of time, the voice on the podium changed. I know everyone is annoying me right now, so I'll leave it at that. Now, each class teacher should go to Director Zhou to get the defense equipment.
Each class has 40 pieces, 1 for each student.
Upon hearing this, the students present breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was finally over.
10 minutes later, Chen Lifeng walked to Class 11 with a bag containing defensive equipment and distributed the equipment one by one.
Looking at the brooch-like defensive device, Han Yu examined it curiously. The defensive instrument was small and exquisite, delicate and cool to the touch, and contained many patterns that he could not understand. You only have 10 chances to defend the device. If you use up all 10 chances, you must leave the field. Don't try to be brave. Please note that defensive equipment can only block fatal damage. Those injured during combat can go outside the arena for treatment. However, if you go outside for treatment, you will be eliminated. On the podium, Chen Yanfeng's voice rang out again. The head teachers of each class supervise the students to wear protective equipment and do a good job of inspection. In 5 minutes, I want to know the status of each class. 5 minutes later. Each class teacher should lead their classmates. Each class should have a bus and come in class order. Set off. Chapter 20 Admission. Yangcheng Event Center. Located in the northeast of Yangcheng, it covers a large area and can accommodate 10,000 people. It is one of the iconic buildings in Yangcheng. As the buses stopped one by one, students from Yangcheng No. 1 High School got off the buses one after another. Looking at the huge building in front of them, the students present were filled with shock. Although it was not the first time they saw it, they were still shocked every time they saw it. Han Yu sighed inwardly as he looked at the building among the crowd of students. He was amazed when he first saw it. The size of the building was beyond his cognition. He had been to a gymnasium in his previous life. The gymnasium was very large, but it was far inferior to this building. Each class teacher leads their students to enter in an orderly manner. Zhang Yanfeng's voice continued to ring out, and it was so loud that it reached the ears of everyone present. Han Yu, follow me and lead the students into the venue. Chen Lifeng said. Yes. Han Yu nodded and said to the classmates behind him, everyone, stand behind me and get ready to enter. The students who had been unable to wait any longer quickly stood up when they heard Han Yu's voice. Seeing this, Chen Lifeng waved his hand and said in a rather imposing voice, follow me. Tread. 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 Because they were class 3-1, they were the first to enter and the other classes had to follow behind them. The youthful boldness and high spirits are fully displayed in the students of class 3-1 of senior high school. The students from other classes behind him saw the students from class 1 enter first, and there was a flash of envy in their eyes, but the envy soon disappeared and was replaced by determination. This is a team battle, not an individual battle. Even if they are class 1, they won't get any advantage among these people. 1-on-1, I can't win. 1 against 2, I can't win. What about 100 per pair? Entering the main gate of Yangcheng Event Center, there is a long corridor first, and then the exit. Looking at the sunlight-filled exit not far away and the sounds coming from inside, Han Yu's heart unconsciously began to lift. This battle will be seen by many people, and it will be no different from a live broadcast. Let's go for the intensity in the first battle. Han Yu murmured, slowly exhaled 2 breaths, and began to adjust his mentality. As the exit got closer, the sounds inside became clearer. Finally, Han Yu followed the head teacher out of the exit. Crash! Crash! The applause was deafening. What I saw was a huge venue, surrounded by a sea of people. There was not a single empty seat. Yangcheng No. 1 High School's annual large-scale competition was packed. So many people. Oh no, I'm nervous. So this is what it feels like to stand on the field. Stimulate. Ayu, I think my fighting spirit has reached its peak. Me too. Sister Ing, are you nervous? Han Yu ignored the voices around him, calmed down and started chatting with Sister Ing. So many people. In the sea of consciousness, Joying saw countless humans through Han Yu's vision, and her pink lips opened unconsciously. She was indeed surprised. Yes, there are so many people, and we have to fight under the watchful eyes of so many people. Han Yu chuckled. Ayu. Shui Ying paused. Mom, Dad, Aunt Cheng, are Uncle Lin here too? Certainly. Then we must show our strength. We can't let them down. Okay, today is the day for 3 months of hard training. After finishing his conversation with Sister Ing, Han Yu looked at the audience, hoping to find his family. But to his disappointment, there were too many people in the audience and he couldn't find it at all. However, just because he couldn't find it doesn't mean Han Xiao and the others couldn't find it. As soon as Han Yu came out, the sharp-eyed Qian Rohai saw him, and then the whole family saw him as well. Southwest corner. Gong Qinger waved and shouted, trying to make Han Yu see her, but everything she did was in vain. No matter how loud the shouting was, it was drowned out by the conversations of countless people.
Old Han, please shout. You are in the extraordinary realm, and Xiao Yu will definitely be able to hear your voice.
Seeing that she couldn't do it, Gong Qinger turned to look at Han Xiu, who was sitting with his legs crossed. When the people around heard this, some looked at them with suspicion, while others looked at them with awe.
The extraordinary realm is a realm that only the strong can reach.
They are great figures who have escaped from the mortal body and can live up to 150 years. The vast majority of human warriors are in the mortal realm, and only a few are in the realm above. Han Xiu's keen perception allowed him to take in all the expressions of these people. He was used to it and didn't care. Ever since he broke through to the extraordinary realm, all the prominent people in Yangchang would give him some face.
Don't shout. You know I'm in the extraordinary realm. I find it embarrassing to shout like you.
After Han Xiu glanced at Gong Qinger, his eyes were all on his eldest son.
If you don't want to shout, forget it.
Gong Qinger rolled her eyes at Han Xiu, then looked at Qian Rulin, who was standing beside Han Xiu.
Shaolin, shout.
Qian Rulin was even more ruthless. He didn't even glance at Gong Qinger and seemed to ignore her words. At this moment, his eyes were all on the young man who stood out from the crowd. He had watched the boy grow up since he was a child, and finally seeing him come to this point, he felt a little relieved. The only thing that made him feel sorry was that Han Yu did not awaken the weapon spirit of the Gun Clan. If it was the weapon spirit of the Gun Clan that awakened, he would definitely keep it with him and teach it carefully, and would never let Han Yu go to school to waste time. Seeing that Gun Rulin ignored her, Gong Qinger went crazy and threw herself on Pei Jiqiu, complaining, "Jiqiu, look, no one is paying any attention to me."
Well, don't you know what their tempers are like?
Pei Jiqiu shook his head helplessly.
Han Xiu is unruly and Chang Rulin has a blank expression. Gong Qinger replied.
Pei Jiqiu laughed, "It's good that you know.
After being together for so long, how could I not know?"
Gong Qinger complained a little. How could Han Xiu be admitted to the transcendent realm, and how could Chang Rulin be admitted to the earth realm?
Okay, complaining is useless.
Pei Qiu pointed her finger at Gong Qinger's forehead and said unhappily, "If you practiced hard, would you still be stuck at the yellow rank?"
Gong Qinger stuck out her tongue. The game is so fun, who can blame me?
Really? Okay, stop talking, Xiao Yu and the others are coming in. Seeing that Jiqiu wanted to speak more, Gong Qinger quickly changed the subject. Ever since Jiqiu became a mother, she has become more and more nagging. Now her head hurts whenever she hears her nagging. Upon hearing this, Pei Jiqiu no longer bothered to lecture Gong Qinger, and quickly turned his gaze to the huge space below, trying to find his son. But Han Yu had already dispersed, ready to enter the scene at any time, and was not staying in the same place.
Pei Jiqiu was not in a hurry. He reached out and pulled Han Xiu's arm. "Old Han, where is your son?" Han Xiu considerately pointed in a direction and gave the specific location. Chapter 21 Team Battle begins.
There is not a single cloud in the clear sky, and the azure sky is like a blue mirror. The only flaw is the deep crack that runs across the sky.
Yangcheng Event Center.
At this time, the cheers in the audience were deafening, and the parents were no longer as serious as before, shouting their children's names loudly. The younger students in the first and second year of high school were envious and shouted loudly. The deafening shouts were clearly heard by every student present, making them excited and nervous.
Han Yu is no exception.
Watching the teacher debugging the drone, Han Yu knew that once the drone was debugged it would be their turn to perform. These drones will follow the team that captures the flag and broadcast the live broadcast to the big screen above the audience seats and to the Yangcheng No. 1 high school account. The Yangcheng Event Center has roofs on both sides and an open space in the middle.
Squad leader, Brother Shin, I'm so nervous.
Zhao Yukai swallowed hard, his heart was so nervous that it almost jumped out of his chest.
I'm nervous too.
Lu Cheng's legs were shaking a little.
With so many spectators and so many opponents to fight, he even wanted to retreat. Who wouldn't be nervous in this situation?
Shin Wuji consoled him, "Just wait until the battle begins.
Follow me and take a deep breath." Han Yu made the movements. Take a deep breath, exhale deeply.
After doing 2 moves, Lu Cheng shook his head. "No, I'm still nervous." Zhao Yukai was so nervous that he retched, "Me too." "Look, you two are not even as strong as that little girl." Han Yu looked at Long Ningyu, who had an expressionless face with a flash of admiration in his eyes.
He didn't expect that Long Ningyu could remain calm at this time. He really has a big heart.
Being praised, Lang Ningyu's white and tender earlobes turned red and she clenched her hands even tighter. She was nervous too, but she just wasn't good at expressing it. Class teachers, please check that students are wearing protective gear. At this time, a loud voice was heard. Han Yu's expression became serious, and he was mentally prepared. The drones are already in the air, and they're about to start.
Han Yu, check the defense equipment. You're about to start.
After checking the other 7 teams in the class, Chen Lifeng finally came to Han Yu's team.
Yes.
Han Yu and the others nodded and looked.
Teacher, it has been checked and there is no problem. Shen Wuji replied. Good.
Chen Lifeng nodded, looked at the 5 people, and said with a smile, "You 5 have a chance to win a flag.
The teacher believes in you. Teacher, don't worry, we will succeed."
Shin Wuji patted his shoulder. He believed that with Ayu in him, plus Lang Ningyu, they would definitely win a flag.
Lu Cheng, Zhao Yukai. Teacher, we will try our best.
Compared to Shin Wuji, Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai are too unconfident.
Han Yu and Lang Ningyu didn't say anything, just nodded. Okay, get ready to listen to the principal, summon the weapon spirit, and then enter. After saying this, Chen Lifeng left. The remaining 5 people, including Han Yu, were waiting anxiously.
Without a mobile phone, I had no idea how fast time passed. I didn't know how long it had been before Zhang Yanfeng's voice rang out.
Each team, please summon your weapon spirits. Jiling, come out.
It's time to fight side by side with Blade Peak.
Sister Gio.
Upon hearing this, the students present summoned their own weapon spirits. Han Yu was no exception and summoned his own spirit weapon.
Ayu.
As soon as Chue Ying came out, she grabbed Han Yu's arm. Hey! Before she could continue speaking, her eyes suddenly turned to the tall, cold-looking girl next to Lang Ningyu.
The origin of the sword? Are you the princess of the sword clan? Han
Yu widened his eyes, Shin Wuji was puzzled, and Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai had no expression, obviously they already knew it. Of course, they knew it so early because of Jian Shen.
Your Highness.
As soon as Jian Shen came out, he saluted the tall girl.
The girl didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly.
What kind of spirit in an artifact will choose what kind of human race it is?
This sentence is vividly demonstrated in Lang Ningyu and the others.
It was because of the girl's nod that Han Yu and Shin Wuji knew the girl's identity.
Sister Ying, how did you know? Han Yu pulled Chue Ying over and asked curiously. I sensed the aura of the sword's origin from her.
Chue Ying said, origins are all quite familiar with each other.
I see. Han Yu nodded.
Chue Ying's words were a shock to Lu Chang and Zhao Yu.
So the squad leader's spirit weapon was also the princess of the Chue clan?
Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at each other, their eyes full of envy.
Lang Ningyu also looked at Chue Ying in surprise, but then she understood. She has SSS level talent, and Han Yu also has SSS level talent. The spirits of both of them also have very high status and talents in their tribes. Dear students, are you ready? Zhang Yanfeng's powerful voice echoed throughout the competition center. All right. All right. Louder, let me feel your passion. Ready.
The shouts of thousands of students reached the sky.
Well then, I won't repeat the rules of the game. Now I announce. Sister Ying.
Han Yu spoke, and Chue Ying understood. A pair of silver white hammers appeared. Han Yu clenched his hands tightly and waited for the start.
Now I declare, the team battle begins.
As soon as the words fell, most of the students present started moving at the same time. There were also a small number of people who remained motionless, conserving their energy and preparing to rob. According to the plan, Han Yu and Shin Wuji took the lead in charging and grabbing a flag first. In the very center of the field there is a sand dune with 5 flags planted on it. Those who are fast will get it, and those who are slow will just have to snatch it. From the audience seats, thousands of students were like a torrent, pushing towards the center of the venue. The thousands of students were unevenly distributed, and the flag was in the center, so collisions were inevitable when they tried to grab it. The battle officially began the moment a student took the lead in swinging his spear.
Get out of my way. Stay away from me. Come and fight.
The fierce shouts and the sharp metallic sounds of weapons clashing directly aroused the passion in Han Yu's heart. Looking at the classmates who had come to his side, Han Yu silently said I'm sorry and then swung the sledgehammer to knock them away. Han Yu has been very strong since he was a child. After 3 months of training, he is now invincible like a fierce general on the battlefield. All those who were hit by him were sent flying backwards. Shin Wuji pulled Han Yu back a distance, but his strength should not be underestimated. He used his shield as a sword, wielding it with great force, and forcibly carved out a space around himself.
Ha 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 ha. Cool.
The passion for battle completely aroused Shin Wuji's warlike heart. He shouted, "Ayu, charge!
Receive!"
Han Yu brandished his 2 hammers, like a wolf among a flock of sheep, and directly dispersed the crowd.
The spiritual power attached to the sledgehammer is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Most people's sea of consciousness is not broad, and is even narrow.
They use little spiritual energy, and when the spiritual energy is used up, they can only fight in their mortal bodies.
Chapter 22, The Reckless Man Han Yu.
Among the thousands of students, no one noticed Han Yu and Shin Wuji's actions except those who were paying attention to them.
The edge of the field. Lu Cheng and Zhao Yukai opened their mouths in surprise when they saw the 2 brave and invincible people on the field. The 2 looked at each other and could see the horror in each other's eyes. They knew that the squad leader and Shin Wuji were powerful, but they didn't expect them to be so powerful. A pair of silver white hammers sends anyone flying. The huge shield was used as a sword, and no one dared to step forward. Even Long Ningyu's indifferent eyes showed some surprise. The strength of the 2 was really outstanding. With their outstanding height and weapons that suit them, they should be the unrivaled warriors in the novel, right? Northwest Corner Auditorium. The principal was Zhang Yanfeng, the head teacher of grade 3-1 class was Chen Lifeng, and there was a gentle and elegant young man among them. The person who could be accompanied by the principal and the head teacher of grade 3-1 was certainly not an ordinary person. That's right, it's what you think of, students from Star Academy, one of the 3 top combat academies. Xiaochen, did you see those 2 young men who acted as if they were alone?
Chen Lifeng pointed at Han Yu and Shin Wuji on the field for Wang Xiaochen.
I see.
Wang Xiaochen pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled. The abilities of these 2 junior students far surpassed those of their peers.
Teacher, are these the 2 SSS-level talented junior students you mentioned? Wang Xiaochen asked incredulously. I remember the teacher was talking about junior and senior students. The one holding the shield isn't him.
The one holding the pair of silver white hammers is him. Chen Lifeng pointed to where Lang Ningyu was. Your SSS-level talented schoolmate is there.
Wang Xiaochen looked over and nodded thoughtfully, ready to wait for an opportunity.
These students are so smart that they even know how to plan battle strategies. Looking at some people at the edge of the venue, Zhang Yanfeng laughed. After laughing, Zhang Yanfeng asked again, Xiaochen, look at your junior students.
How many of them can reach the threshold of the 3 colleges?
The junior students with SSS-level talents are definitely okay, but the rest still need to be observed. Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses again. According to his knowledge, the young man who wields 2 hammers and is invincible will surely be able to enter the 3 top combat academies in a year.
Well. Zhang Yanfeng said good twice.
Although he knew that Han Yu and Lang Ningyu would definitely be able to enter the top combat academy, he couldn't help but get excited when he heard what the students of the top combat academy said in person. Wang Xiaochen beside him graduated from Yangchang No. 1 High School 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, Wang Xiaochen was the only one who graduated from the top combat academy. He had been looking forward to it for 2 years and finally got the 2 uncut gems, Han Yu and Lang Ningyu.
Southwest Corner Auditorium.
Seeing their son rushing into the crowd like a reckless man, Han Xiao and his wife were extremely surprised.
Oh my god, when did Xiaoyu become so reckless? Gong Qinger was stunned.
In her perspective, Han Yu has always been a baby who played games with her. Today, when she saw the scene of Han Yu fighting, her perspective was completely changed.
Chang Rulin looked at the invincible Han Yu, and a smile appeared on his stern face.
I, Han Xiao, fight with grace and elegance, but the son I gave birth to is actually a reckless man. Han Xiao crossed his legs, and his words implied that he was not satisfied at all, but in fact, the smile on his face was bigger than anyone else's. Pei Jiqiu clenched his palms, his eyes revealing worry. It's too easy to get hurt this close. Han Yu had no idea what was happening off the field. At this moment, his mind was immersed in this arena, enjoying the power beyond mortals. Every time the hammer is swung, it creates a gust of wind. Han Yuzheng put into practice every bit of what he had learned.
Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing was like a symphony. Ah!
Han Yu growled, swung his 2 hammers to clear out the people surrounding him again, and then continued to move forward. The person who was knocked away by Hanyu stood up, holding his chest, and looked at Hanyu, who was like a battlefield demon, with a look of fear on his face.
Where did this monster come from?
Before they could continue to think, a loud roar came from behind them.
Get out of my way.
They looked back curiously, but the moment they saw it, their curiosity was no longer there and their pupils suddenly shrank. They saw a shield that looked like a large sword coming towards them. Buzz! Buzz! The defensive instrument sounded, and a light blue protective shield appeared, blocking the shield with powerful force. Fatal attack! The appearance of the protective shield made these people feel relieved but also a little scared.
This was no joke. If there were no defensive equipment, they would have been dead.
Those with a better attitude showed a smile of surviving a disaster. Those who were in a bad mood just stayed where they were. Wow, a fatal attack! Shinwuji held the shield and looked at the light blue protective shield rising around these people, with a satisfied smile on his face. He was still very powerful. Then he stopped looking at them and continued to follow Hanyu's footsteps. It was unknown how long the battle lasted. Fierce shouts, the collision of weapons, and the wailing of the wounded echoed throughout the venue. Even Hanyu was injured, and the defense equipment was activated 4 times. At this time, his black short-down jacket had become torn to pieces, and his left arm was scratched. Blood from his right arm flowed onto the back of his hand full of blue veins and onto the pair of silver-white sledgehammers in his hands. The glaring scarlet blood added a different color to the silver-white hammer.
Ayu.
Seeing Hanyu's appearance, Shui Ying's voice trembled a little.
Sister Ying, I'm fine.
The pain from the wound made Hanyu gasp. No matter in his past or present life, this was the first time he had suffered such an injury.
It hurt so damn much.
The pain slowed his pace, and his hands holding the hammers were shaking. Looking at the crowd still fighting in front, Hanyu shook his head. There were too many people and he couldn't rush in at all. The idea of grabbing the flag at the beginning was shattered. He could only wait and grab it later.
Ayu.
At this time, Shinwuji rushed over. Why don't you continue?
It's too late, we can only rob it.
Hanyu turned his head to look at Shinwuji. Shinwuji was in better condition than him. He had a minor injury on his shoulder and blood could be seen through his torn clothes. While Hanyu was looking at Shinwuji, Shinwuji was also looking at Hanyu.
Seeing Hanyu's miserable appearance, Shinwuji asked worriedly, "Are you okay? How come you're still so badly injured? We're under siege."
Hanyu's mouth twitched when he thought of many people rushing towards him with weapons.
You can't beat him in a one-on-one fight, so let's try a group fight, right?
That's right, you rushed too far forward. Shinwuji looked around and saw people scattered around.
Seeing they can't get the flag, are you all planning to grab it? Chapter 23. Who is the villain? It's not just them.
Hanyu turned his head to look at some people at the edge of the field. Some people didn't plan to grab the flag at the beginning, they were waiting to grab it later. If they dare to rob us, you'll be finished if I don't hit them. A fierce look flashed across Shinwuji's face, and he looked extremely scary. While the flag was not taking it, Hanyu released the hammer with both hands and let it float in the air. Every weapon spirit can fly, and the flying time depends on the amount of spiritual power. He took off his torn-down jacket with a grimace, and shook his head helplessly when he saw his long-sleeved shirt which was also badly tattered. His classmates were really cruel. Of course, he was just as cruel.
No one could blame anyone else.
If he had to blame anyone, he could only blame himself for being too weak, and getting injured was inevitable.
Ayu, do you really not need treatment?
Looking at Hanyu's bloody arm, Shinwuji couldn't help but say, the 4 of us can also get 1 flag.
He has thick skin and is fine with minor injuries. Ayu can't compare to him.
Yes, yes.
Shui Ying showed up, looking distressed, and tried to persuade Hanyu.
She was heartbroken when Hanyu was injured.
It's okay. Hanyu shook his head and smiled, I'm an SSS level talent after all. If I give up halfway, wouldn't that make people look down on me?
But...
Okay, get ready. Hanyu changed the subject.
Although it was painful, he would not give up easily. This was his first time participating in such a passionate battle, and he didn't want to give up halfway, nor did he want to stand by and watch the excitement that didn't belong to him.
Of course, it would be another matter if the defense equipment broke down. All right.
Seeing this, Shinwuji began to be on high alert. Since Ayu said so, all he could do was respect.
All right.
Choi Ying's beautiful almond-shaped eyes became moist, and her pouting pink lips once again turned into a pair of silver-white hammers. Han Yu reached out and grasped the hammer handle, waiting quietly for the flag to be pulled out.
Tick. Tick. Time passed minute by minute, and 3 minutes later, a loud shout resounded in the sky. 5 flags have fallen into the hands of 5 students, drones follow. At some point, a person appeared in the air above the field. The students in the field below seemed to have forgotten about fighting and stared blankly at the person standing in the air.
Oh my gosh!
The supremely powerful one. Flying in the air, the supreme realm. Is this the city lord? It's the city lord. In Yangchang, apart from the city lord, there is no other supreme realm. So handsome. When can I enter the supreme realm? Dream on. Forget the supreme realm. Even the extraordinary realm is a struggle for you.
What the hell did you say?
I said you're trash. 1-on-1. Come on. I'm afraid of you. Clang. Clang. Clang.
The sound of metal colliding resounded throughout the field, waking up the students who were still staring blankly.
Fuck, I almost forgot about the main thing, guys, chase her. Chase. We must get a flag today. Brothers, charge.
The shouts were louder, and Han Yu withdrew his gaze from the sky. One day, he would also walk in the air. But now it's time to grab the flag, of course.
Ayu, there is a team holding a flag on the right.
Shin Wuji glanced around and finally saw the shadow of the flag.
Walk.
Seeing this, Han Yu picked up the hammer and ran over there. After resting for a while, he not only did not feel tired, but became more energetic. This may also be caused by the pain.
I only think about the pain and forget about the fatigue. The edge of the field.
Zhao Yukai said anxiously, the squad leader and his men are going to grab the flag.
Should we help them?
Lu Chang was relatively calm. Trust the squad leader and Brother Shen. We just need to help the squad leader and others when there are 20 minutes left.
Now all we have to do is conserve our energy. Then the squad leader and Brother Shen didn't get it?
Zhao Yukai said, the squad leader seems to be injured. Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, if you don't get it, go and help when there's still half an hour left. Looking at the time in the distance, Zhao Yukai said, the game has been going on for 32 minutes, and there are still 58 minutes to go. Lu Chang took a deep breath and uttered one word, wait.
Don't forget the people next to us.
Lang Ningyu, who had been silent the whole time, said, they are our real enemies. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at the dozens of people on the other side and felt tremendous pressure. The two adjusted their mindset and continued to look at the positions of Han Yu and Shin Wuji on the field. At this time, Han Yu, Shin Wuji and others had surrounded the team holding the flag.
He, brother, hand over the flag. This is not what you deserve. Hand over the flag and we'll let you go, or don't blame us for being rude. I'll destroy your defensive equipment, and from now on, swords and knives will be blind.
Everyone was talking at once, and many of them were covered in blood and laughing strangely, making Han Yu unable to tell whether these people were students or villains. The 5 people who were surrounded looked solemn.
After getting the flag, they realized that it was a hot potato.
One of the short boys said, if you want us to hand over our chess pieces, that's fine. You two can have a fight, and we'll give the flag to whoever wins.
Yes, you guys have a fight.
The other 4 nodded in agreement.
Damn it, are you taking us for fools?
A hot-tempered teenager raised his ring-handled sword.
Hand over the flag, and don't blame us for being rude. You're bullying me.
The thin girl clutched the flag tightly in her hand.
I advise you to be more careful with your words.
The drone will project your words and actions onto the big screen, and you'll be the ones to be embarrassed.
Everyone was stunned and looked up at the drone aimed at them.
They had been fighting for so long that they almost forgot about its existence.
What's there to be afraid of? For the Qing Yuan fruit, I'd rather lose my pants than lose my face. A young man cursed, today I'm just bullying you.
I'm determined to get the Qing Yuan fruit. As the young man finished speaking, many people echoed him. The Qing Yuan fruit is worth 2 months of hard training.
Anyone who doesn't fight for it is a fool.
The thin girl had no choice but to hide behind the 4 people when she saw how fearless these people were.
Hand it over, don't blame us for being rude. Brothers, I'll count to 3.
If he doesn't give it to us, we'll rob him.
3, 2. Etc.
Looking at this group of bandits, the short boy spoke quickly.
He had no doubt that these people would take action. No one can resist the temptation of Qingyuan fruit. Let's pay, said the short boy. If you hand over the Qingyuan fruit now, they may still have a chance to snatch it back. If you don't hand it over, they won't even have the chance to snatch it back. When fighting for the flag, the number of times the defensive equipment could be used had reached the bottom. Just hand it over like that, the other 3 teenagers said in disbelief. They had to hand over the flag they had fought so hard to get? What a joke! Listen to me. The short boy said to the girl behind them, Xiaoyu, give me the flag. Although the girl named Xiaoyu was reluctant, she still handed the flag to the short boy. They were able to grab the flag because of the boy's arrangement. The short boy took the flag, waved it in front of everyone, and said maliciously, there are so many of you, who should I give it to? Chapter 24 Get the flag. There are so many of you, who should I give it to? The short boy's words fell into the ears of these people. They immediately became alert and were ready to fight no matter who it was. Give me. Someone spoke, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man holding a ring-handled sword, saying with a defiant look on his face. Why should I give it to you? Someone asked dissatisfiedly. Why? The rebellious young man glanced at them and said disdainfully, just a bunch of you idiots want to compete with me? Do you have the strength? The rebellious young man's words made everyone present furious. Brothers, he is Xiang Xiaotian from Class 2. At this time, someone revealed the identity of this young man. Class 2? Fuck Class 2, so you think you're so great? That's right, this isn't a one-on-one fight, so who's afraid of who? Damn it, if you don't agree, I'll do it. You dare to call me trash? The 4 young men behind Xiang Xiaotian also looked arrogant. They are from Class 2, the most talented class besides Class 1. Anyone below them is just a bunch of idiots. Seeing that the time was almost right, the short boy directly stuffed the flag in his hand into Xiang Xiaotian's hand. Let's retreat quickly. The short boy quickly left the crowd, holding one person in each hand. The 2 people behind him hurriedly followed. Rushing out of the crowd, the 4 gave the short boy a thumbs up and praised him, you're amazing. We'll try to spark conflict between them, and then we'll wait for an opportunity to strike. The short boy said quietly, let's get away from here first. This place will soon become a battlefield and it will not be suitable to stay here. Things did not go as the short boy expected. The moment the flag reached Xiang Xiaotian's hands, almost everyone rushed forward. Clang! 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 Ouch! It hurts so much. Fuck! No more fighting, no more fighting. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. There was the sound of weapons being handed over, as well as the screams and wails of many people. Ayu, should we just wait or? Shin Wuji asked, looking at the crowd that was already fighting. Wait a little longer. Hanyu smiled and said, when they have no strength left, you and I will take over. Middle. Shin Wuji nodded heavily, then let them see the strength of you and me, brothers. How dare you call us trash? I want to see what these geniuses are capable of. If Ayu hadn't told him to wait, he would have rushed in with his shield in hand. As time passed, the flag changed hands. When the time was almost up, Hanyu raised one arm and pointed the hammer in a certain direction. The flag is now in that boy's pocket. Then should we go up? Shin Wuji asked. Of course. Hanyu nodded. Shin Wuji's fat face broke into a big smile. I can't wait any longer. This small number of people is not enough for the 2 of us to fill our teeth. What are we waiting for? Hanyu gripped the hammer handle tightly and rushed into the crowd. Go! Shin Wuji followed closely behind. The arrival of the 2 was like a car, directly separating them. Hanyu swung his 2 hammers, and the people who were hit flew backwards. Shin Wuji swung his shield. The huge shield was like a blade and no one dared to step forward. Fuck, who are they? So fierce? You don't even know Hanyu and Shin Wuji? I've never seen it. Hanyu is the one who awakened the SSS level talent. Then I get it. Why are they still trying to grab the flag from us little guys? There are 5 flags in total. If he doesn't fight us, who will he fight with? Should we go up? These 2 are too powerful. Hanyu's hammer even knocked out my protective shield. Wait and see if there are any other people surrounding him. If not, we should retreat. It will be difficult for us to defeat these 2 alone. Brother, that makes sense. At this time, in the audience seats,
Hanyu and Shinwuji's figures had been projected by drones onto several large screens at the event center.
the screen is divided into 5 sections. One flag, one plate.
Everyone was shocked to see Hanyu and Shinwuji's outstanding height, eye-catching weapons, and overwhelming strength.
Whose doll is this? So fierce?
If this were to happen thousands of years ago, these two men would have been fierce generals.
This kid holding 2 hammers is so handsome. Wow. How come his height and build are the same as Xiaoshan's? Whose child is this? Can you swap him with mine? Come on. Come on, son.
In the northeast corner of the audience, a man with a similar height, build, and appearance to Shinwuji looked at the figure that appeared on the screen and shouted excitedly.
Did you see that? That's my nephew. I've seen him grow up.
The tall and thin young man sitting next to the man shouted excitedly. Looking at the man and the spirit, the two tall and strong women were helpless, but their eyes were filled with joy. Her son-nephew has made great progress.
Southwest corner.
Seeing Hanyu's arms soaked in blood, Hansho felt distressed, but more relieved.
If you want to become a strong person, talent is essential, and so is perseverance. If you don't even have the fortitude to endure the pain, how can you face the unknown future? Xian Rulin's thoughts were written on his face. He was not just satisfied, but extremely satisfied.
This child was worthy of being the one he had raised. Gong Qinger comforted Pei Jiqiu, who had a worried look on his face and tears in his eyes.
Don't worry, Jiqiu. Xiaoyu will be fine. She'll only have minor injuries. I know.
Pei Jiqiu certainly knew that nothing would happen to Hanyu, but as a mother, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken when she saw her son injured. This is the baby she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy.
Northwest corner.
Looking at Hanyu and Shinwuji's performance, Chen Lifeng smiled happily. The strength of these two people earned him enough face. Everyone else fought in teams of 5, but there were only the two of them, with a pair of hammers and a shield, who displayed an invincible aura. Shinwuji and Hanyu were unaware of what was happening in the audience. They had already rushed to the boy holding the flag.
Brother, give it to me.
Hanyu showed a harmless smile, but the bloodstains on his face ruined the smile. This smile made the young man holding the flag frightened, fearing that Hanyu would swing the hammer and smash him away. After looking around and seeing that his teammates were not around, the young man handed the flag to Hanyu with reluctance. Hanyu put down the hammer in his right hand and quickly took it, wanting to put it in his pocket, but there was no pocket on his shirt or pants.
Wuji.
Hanyu set his gaze on Shinwuji.
To his disappointment, Shinwuji did not say anything. Ayu, what's wrong?
Shinwuji held the shield in both hands and was alert to the people around him in case anyone came forward.
Did you get the flag? I got it.
Hanyu took the plunge and put the plastic pole and the palm-sized flag in his mouth. Then he picked up the hammer and became alert to his surroundings.
Attack and defense are easy. Chapter 25. Hanyu is the 6th child.
The squad leader and brother Shen have got the flag. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai at the edge of the venue cheered excitedly, and even Lang Ningyu's lips curled up into a smile.
There are still 47 minutes left in the match.
Lu Cheng glanced at the time and said to the two men, "Let's rush to the squad leader and brother Shen first." When they can't hold on any longer, old Zhao, you use your agility to rush over, grab the flag, and run.
Don't worry. Zhao Yukai nodded seriously.
He had simulated the movements several times in his mind, and now he just needed the opportunity to demonstrate them.
Okay, let's go over there.
Before leaving, Lu Chang looked at the other people at the edge of the venue. Seeing that they still looked calm, he felt heavy in his heart.
He knew these people were their strong enemies. However, they are not vegetarians.
There was a gleam in Lu Chang's eyes.
Don't forget, they are in the same class. Now it's easy to attack and defend. Ayu depends on us two brothers.
Shinwuji and Hanyu stood side by side, alert to their surroundings, ready to attack at any time. Because Hanyu was biting the flagpole, he only sent out one bite. Looking at the people around him who were ready to make a move, Hanyu clenched the hammer in his hand. At this moment, he had forgotten the pain and only had these people in his eyes.
There were some smart people among them.
They knew they couldn't beat Hanyu and Shinwuji, so they just howled, "There are only 2 people guarding the flag here.
If you want the flag, come quickly."
Hearing that there was a flag here and only 2 people were guarding it, many people rushed over and quickly surrounded Hanyu and Shinwuji.
Ayu, how many chances do you have left to use the defensive equipment? Seeing that more and more people were coming, Shinwuji asked Hanyu.
He also had 7 defensive rebounds.
6. Although Hanyu's pronunciation was unclear, Shinwuji heard it clearly. Okay, the defense times will disappear. If it doesn't work, we will give up. Shinwuji said. It doesn't matter if he doesn't want the Qingyuan fruit. He hasn't lived enough. Hanyu didn't say anything.
If he had run out of defense chances, he wouldn't have risked his life to stay here.
The saying swords have no eyes is not just a saying.
He could bear being hurt, but he didn't want to die. Having died once, who knows if he will have another chance to be reborn. The situation of the two attracted the attention of all the audience present.
Everyone in the audience was worried about the two of them. But soon, Hanyu and Shinwuji's next actions surprised them.
All I heard was Shinwuji shouting, "Get out!" The two men moved one after another. Shinwuji stepped on the ground, swung the huge shield, and rushed towards the person in front. Hanyu followed closely behind, wielding a pair of silver hammers with great force.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every time Hanyu swung his hammer, it was like the power of thunder, knocking away the people around him. The two men's actions startled these people, but they quickly reacted.
Everyone, come on, there are only 2 of them, don't be afraid of them. Charge!
Even if they are the geniuses of Class 1, they will be defeated by us today. At the thought of being able to defeat the genius, everyone present surrounded him as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
But soon, Hanyu showed them what a genius is.
Looking at the various weapons coming at him, Hanyu didn't block them. He let the protective shield appear and took the opportunity to smash down his sledgehammer like a tiger descending from the mountain.
Fighting is also a time to test your martial arts skills.
Hanyu used the Hanyuan Thunderbolt Hammer, a hammer technique that combines hardness and softness, one hammer at a time, defending.
There were too many weapons attacking him, and although he couldn't block them all, he was able to avoid fatal attacks. Seeing Hanyu covered in blood, Chueying couldn't help but curse, "Ayu, you idiot, where's your phantom triple flash? Why don't you use your body movement skills?" Phew!
The sharp blade pierced the flesh, and Hanyu Ruyu's face turned red. It was the blood in her face was really red. A blow of the hammer sent the girl flying, sword and all. Hanyu's mouth twitched in pain, and he mumbled, "I forgot."
The battle lasted for most of the time.
If it weren't for Sister Ying's words, Hanyu might still be attacking like a reckless man, allowing the sharp weapon to penetrate his flesh.
"You idiot! Big fool!" There was a tearful tone in Cui Ying's scolding voice. There is self-blame and heartache. If she had thought of it earlier, maybe Ayu wouldn't have suffered so much. The sharp blade broke through the air. Looking at the incoming weapons, Hanyu grinned and directly used the Phantom 3 flashes to leave their attack range. It would be fine if he didn't remember the martial arts skills, but if he remembered them and doesn't use them anymore, wouldn't it be a waste of his learning? What?
Seeing Hanyu disappear from their attack range and appear not far away, they all showed shocked expressions.
What was going on? Now it's my turn. Unclear words and laughter echoed in their ears. They looked in the direction of the sound and found that Hanyu appeared in front of them again not far away. The bloody figure made them look terrified. It was obvious that they were greatly frightened. Some of them even couldn't hold their weapons steadily. "Fly for me."
Hanyu swung his 2 hammers and smashed them away one by one without mercy. A light blue protective shield appeared on their bodies, transforming into several graceful parabolas and flying into the distance.
Tell their mother they are going on a voyage. Ah! Oh shit! It hurts. This is a body movement martial arts technique.
Hanyu knows a body movement martial arts technique.
This old 6.
It was not until this time that they discovered that Hanyu had martial arts skills, and they were simply unable to resist Hanyu who had martial arts skills.
Hanyu knows martial arts skills?
When the people who were besieging Shinwuji heard what their teammate said, they quickly turned their heads to look. This was a terrible sight. The man was covered in blood, and his face was stained with blood, making it impossible to see his expression. Only his bright and shining eyes were looking at them quietly. The pair of silver hammers dripping with blood made them a little scared.
How dare you be distracted when fighting me?
Shinwuji, who was also covered in blood, was overjoyed to see these people distracted. He roared and swung his shield directly, "Get out of here!"
Bang! The shield hit the person, making a dull sound.
A light blue shield appeared and they flew off. Seeing this, the remaining few people ran away with their weapons without looking back. So scary. Han Yu and Shin Wuji are so scary. There were nearly 30 people attacking them, yet they still hadn't won. The people in Class 1 are too perverted. Is Wuji okay? Han Yu came to Shin Wuji, looked at him covered in blood, took out the flag from his mouth and said with concern, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." Feeling the wounds on his body, Shin Wuji shook his head. The fatal wounds were blocked by the shield, and the rest of the wounds did not break the bones. As long as you're alright. Han Yu glanced around and saw that everyone was 100 steps away. He smiled and said, "We can be considered to have protected the flag this way." That's a must. Seeing that there was no danger, Shin Wuji sat on the ground, breathing heavily. This battle made him feel painful, exciting and tired. "Hey, are you still going to fight?" Han Yu raised the hammer and asked the person in the distance. "You're so timid, you ran away." Shin Wuji curled his lips. "Ha ha." Han Yu laughed, put down the hammer, and sat on the ground to rest. "Ayu, you look so funny," Shin Wuji said suddenly. "You are the same, and you still have the nerve to talk about me," Han Yu said. The two men looked at each other and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The drone hovered high in the sky in front of them, recording the high spirits of the two young men. Chapter 26 Han Yu, Shin Wuji hands over the flag. The audience was a little quiet at this time. After a while, someone shouted "Nyobi." The voice was so loud that it was a little hoarse. It immediately woke up the people who were still in a daze, and then there was an explosion of loud shouts from the audience. "These two kids are amazing. They beat so many people and they actually won. Genius emerges from youth. Genius emerges from youth. The unrivaled warriors of ancient times were no more than this, right? If my son were this strong, I would be so happy. Son, are you useless? You gathered so many people but you can't beat two people." Northwest corner of the auditorium. "Li Feng, your two students are good." Zhang Yanfeng was so happy when he saw the performance of Han Yu and Shin Wuji that his mouth corners were grinning from ear to ear. Others who were slightly injured either retreated or withdrew. Han Yu and Shin Wuji were almost turned into bloody men, but they were still fighting. This alone killed many people in seconds. I didn't expect them to be able to persevere, Chen Lifeng said with emotion. Just now he was worried about Han Yu and Shin Wuji who were under siege, but who knew that these two people actually held on and defeated those people? What surprised him even more was that in addition to the hammer technique, Han Yu actually also had a hidden martial art of body movement. This martial art of physical movement can be said to have directly laid the foundation for victory. Han Yu, I didn't hide it, but I really forgot it. These two junior students are amazing, Wang Xiaoqian said as he looked at the two of them through the big screen, with joy in his eyes. It was obvious at first glance that these two people had a connection with their Star Academy. Their three top combat academies have always had an option of selective admission, which means that each student can recommend someone they think is talented and capable. When the final exam results are released, the admissions office will first go to the homes of the recommended people to apply for admission. If what they say is true, the college will reward these recommenders. Of course, these are not ordinary rewards, but some rare treasures. Wang Xiaoqian planned to recommend Han Yu, and as for Shin Wuji and the girl, he planned to ask his friends to recommend them. If possible, he would like to recommend all three, but there is only one spot available, so he can only give it to his friend. Southwest corner of the auditorium. Gong Qinger cheered, Xiao Yu is so amazing. Pei Jiqiu wiped his tears and made up his mind to go home and scold Han Yu first, this troublesome kid. Han Xiu crossed his legs and rubbed his chin. Although he was satisfied in his heart, his expression remained calm. Acrobatic martial arts? This kid still has a trick up his sleeve? It looks like it. Chang Rulin hugged his shoulders and said, I haven't seen him use it before. What an idiot. Han Xiu shook his head helplessly. With his talent and boundless sea of consciousness, why would he hold back when he has so much spiritual power? No one can threaten him anyway. Chang Rulin was silent for a moment. Although he couldn't figure out why, he still defended Han Yu and said, Xiao Yu may have his own ideas. Xiao Yu lacks combat awareness. You should train him after he recovers from his injury. Han Xiu said again. Okay, I understand. Xian Rulin nodded. Northeast corner of the auditorium. Shin Wooji's father's laughter could be heard from far away, and as soon as he made eye contact with someone, he couldn't wait to show off that the person on the field was his son. The young spirit beside him was even more so. He didn't care whether he knew the people around him or not. He just pulled people and said that Shin Wooji was his nephew. The people in this area have been tortured by these two people to the point of having no desire to live. Shin Wooji's mother and the female spirit were not as heartless as those two men. They only had endless worries and concerns.
Back on the court.
At this moment, the sound of metal clashing was still there on the field, but it was not as intense, and the shouting was much less than before. Come to think of it, after fighting for over an hour, they were already exhausted, not to mention that some of them had left the field due to injuries or broken defensive equipment. There are still 32 minutes left before the team battle ends.
Where are Liu Chang and the others? Shin Wooji looked at the time and then looked at the edge of the field. He was a little puzzled when he didn't see Liu Chang and the others. Hearing this, Han Yu looked at the edge of the field and shook his head. I don't know. Suddenly, his eyes focused. Wooji, get up, someone is coming. Shin Wooji was a little puzzled when he first heard it, but after following Han Yu's gaze, he understood. The people at the edge of the venue began to move, and many of them walked towards them with firm steps. Are you treating us like soft persimmons?
Shin Wooji smiled, and the blood on his face brought an indescribable horror to this smile.
Then let's show him that soft persimmons are not so easy to deal with.
Han Yu showed his teeth stained with blood.
By the way, Wooji, how many times do your defensive equipment have? There are still 3 more times. What about you? I still have 2 more. Han Yu said, you focus on defense and I'll attack.
Okay.
Shin Wooji nodded. He knew that Han Yu was good at martial arts and did not refuse.
The two men stood up, weapons drawn, and looked at the 20 or so people walking towards them. Han Yu, Shin Wooji, please hand over the flag. The leading teenager put his hands in his pockets and said casually, if it were before, I would still be afraid of you, but it's difficult for you to protect the flag now.
This flag is already stained with my saliva. Are you sure you still want it?
Han Yu put down a hammer and took off the flag that had just been placed on his mouth. Seeing this, the young man looked a little disgusted, but still said, before, I wouldn't even look at it, but this involves the Qingyuan fruit.
Even if I dislike the flag, I won't dislike the Qingyuan fruit. There is only one flag. You should be the 5th team, right? Who should I give it to? Han Yu looked at these people jokingly.
He used the short boys technique, and it would be best if he could get them to fight among themselves first. The 5 teams looked at each other, and finally the young man in the lead spoke up. What are you looking at?
Let's get the flag first, and then everyone can grab it based on their ability.
The 4 teammates behind him echoed, let's grab it first and talk about it later. Or you guys can just rob us and we'll just watch.
We won't help you if you get beaten up. Don't start an internal conflict first.
Don't forget the strength of Han Yu and Shin Wooji. After hearing about Han Yu and Shin Wooji's strength, their hearts began to calm down. The strength of the two is too terrifying. This team alone has no chance of defeating them. Even though they were injured, a lean camel is bigger than a horse and can still crush them to death.
Don't try to cause internal strife among us. You'd better hand over the flag honestly and suffer less.
The leading young man continued.
Which class are you from? Shin Wooji asked these people as if he was chatting about family matters. Brothers, don't tell him. When the remaining ones grab the flag, they will take revenge on us. Someone said hurriedly. Chapter 27, Fame in a High School. Revenge you? Shin Wooji wiped the blood from his face and smiled horrifyingly. Do you think it's possible? When everyone saw this, they felt a little nervous. Gulp. I was so nervous that I started swallowing unconsciously. At this moment, Shin Wooji was like a devil in their eyes. Revenge on them was not just possible, it was certain. Seeing that these idiots were frightened before the fight even started, the leading teenager scolded them, what are you still standing there for? They are just stalling for time. The more afraid you are and the more you dare not step forward, the faster they will recover. If you don't want them to recover, then follow me to grab the flag. Don't forget the Qingyuan fruit. The leading young man made a sword flower handsomely. The boy's words freed everyone from their fear. There were so many people watching in the audience, and the temptation of the Qingyuan fruit. Everyone made a series of preparations in their minds, clenched their weapons, and looked at Han Yu and Shin Wooji with murderous eyes. Very good, follow me. The leading young man growled and rushed forward first.
Only if he rushes forward first will these people come forward. When they hold back Hanyu and Shinwuji, it will be his time to seize the flag. Hanyu was a little surprised when he saw the young man rushing towards him. He thought that the young man was only good at talking, but in fact his martial arts skills were also good.
Superior. Charge, capture Hanyu and Shinwuji. Qingyuan fruit. Qingyuan fruit.
Seeing the young man get on, the people behind him also rushed towards Hanyu and the others. Wuji, be careful. Hanyu bit the flagpole in his mouth again, then rushed forward with both hammers clenched. His physical skills gave him enough confidence to face these people. Flash. The sharp tip of the sword pierced his face, and Hanyu flashed to the side. What? The young man was startled, but before he could continue to be surprised, a sharp gust of hammer wind blew past his ears.
Bang!
A light blue protective shield appeared on the boy's body, and then he was hammered away.
Is this fake?
The young man murmured as he was about to fly. He couldn't believe that after fighting for such a long time, the injured Hanyu still had so much strength. He thought that he and the people behind him were more than enough to take down Hanyu, even if Hanyu was an SSS-level talent. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Facts told him that no matter how long Hanyu fought or how badly he was injured, he was not someone he could provoke. Seeing the young man being knocked flying by Hanyu's hammer, these people paused with horror in their eyes, but they quickly came to their senses because Hanyu had already rushed up.
The blood-soaked figure was like a demon walking out of a bloody hell.
Not only did he crush them in terms of momentum, he also broke them apart mentally. They wanted to run, but it was too late. The hammer arrives before the person does. The hammer came down with unmatched momentum. Someone wanted to block it, but after the fight he realized how ridiculous he was.
Hanyu, invincible. Bang! Clang! Bang!
Hanyu plunged directly into the crowd like a sharp sword, and those who were hit by his hammer either flew backwards or flew out backwards. If we fight him, he'll be all alone. The remaining people still want to fight Hanyu, but they will soon regret it. A silver-white sledgehammer suddenly caught his eye, and he raised his gun in panic to block it. Just when he thought he had blocked it, the force of the hammer made his face turn purple and he barely managed to block it. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, another silver-white hammer attacked again.
Clang!
He was not so lucky this time, as the force was so great that he flew through the air. Wherever it passed, it knocked down many people. There were shrill screams and wails, but Hanyu had no intention of listening carefully. His eyes were shining brightly at this moment. He felt that choosing the martial art Phantom 3 flashes was the right decision. When he saw a weapon coming, he would dodge and then strike with a hammer. Hanyu used the defensive device Phantom 3 flashes alternately. These people didn't cause any harm to Hanyu, but they themselves suffered more or less injuries. Either the defensive equipment was damaged or the body was scratched.
Ayu! I'm here to help you.
Watching Hanyu fighting so vigorously from behind, Shinwuji felt itchy and rushed in like a tank with a loud roar. He swung the shield in his hand and swept away the people around Hanyu.
Ha ha ha!
Show us your strength.
Aren't you ashamed that so many people can't beat the two of us?
Shinwuji laughed loudly. Everyone felt ashamed when they heard this.
It was so embarrassing that so many people couldn't beat the two of them. Fuck, third brother, let's go. This is so embarrassing. Let's go, Lao Lu is leaving.
Let's go, we're leaving, you guys can fight slowly. Everyone was talking to each other, and in a blink of an eye most of them had left. The remaining people looked at their own side, looked at the other side, and retreated silently. Soon there were only 4 people left opposite Hanyu and his group. Hanyu was quite familiar with these 4 people. They were teammates of the young man who had just taken the lead.
You guys aren't leaving yet? Shinwuji leaned on his shield and jokingly said, if you don't leave, I'll help you leave.
The 4 people looked at each other, as if asking whether they should leave or not.
Let's go find Lu Fan.
The tallest of the 4 people spoke. The Lu Fan mentioned was the leading young man. After being knocked away by Hanyu's hammer, he sat on the ground and smiled foolishly, obviously feeling hit. The 4 people turned around and left. Only Hanyu and Shinwuji were left here, and no one dared to provoke them anymore.
Ha, they are just like that.
Shinwuji laughed out loud. There is only one word to describe today, awesome. Hanyu made a hammer flower, carried both hammers on his shoulders, bit the flagpole in his mouth, and said nothing, but the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. The drone projected the two men's high-spirited appearances perfectly onto the big screen. The parents, teachers, and students present witnessed what a young prodigy was. They shouted and applauded in the audience, shaking the entire competition center. Wu Zhenghe, the lord of Yangcheng, who had been standing in the air with his hands behind his back, had already noticed Han Yu and Shen Wuji. He said nothing, but the smile on his face seemed to say it all.
After this battle, who in the entire Yangcheng #1 high school wouldn't recognize them?
Through word of mouth, it was only a matter of time before the two of them became famous throughout Yangcheng. The two men didn't stand there for long. After they were no longer in danger, they sat down on the ground in a very ungraceful manner. They have spiritual power, both of them are quite talented, and their sea of consciousness is many times wider than that of ordinary people. Physical and mental fatigue are unavoidable, and the most important thing is the pain in the body and the dizziness caused by blood loss. Although the wounds on the two men were not deep, they were bleeding.
Ayu, where did Lu Chang and the other two go? Shen Wuji asked in confusion. It's almost time, and I still haven't seen them. I don't know either. Han Yu looked for the three people on the field.
Although many people have withdrawn, there are still many who remain on the field.
Just then a shout was heard. Squad leader, Brother Shen, help me. Chapter 28, Two Flags.
Now, I announce the team that won the flag in this team battle.
Class 1, Senior 3, Team Han Yu. Class 1, Senior 3, Xin Xingfeng's team. Class 7, Senior Year 3, Lu Chanuan's team. Class 25 of Senior 3, Shen Xiaofan's team.
The teams whose names I called out, please go to the center of the field with your flags to receive your rewards. Zhang Yanfeng's voice was heard throughout the entire event center. The drone followed and projected the images of Han Yu and others onto the big screen. The people holding the flags received special attention from the drone, especially Lu Chang, whose face was full of smiles and he had two flags in his hands. As for why there are two flags, the story has to start from the beginning. Lu Chang and others who were trying to help Han Yu and Shen Wuji from the edge of the venue, arrived at where Han Yu and the others were and found that the people who surrounded them were about to be dealt with by the two men. Zhao Yukai, squad leader and Brother Shen have already dealt with it.
Isn't that too fierce? It feels like we have nothing to do with it. Lu Chang, indeed, we are like pendants, being led down by the squad leader and Brother Shen? The plan failed, what should we do?
Lung Ningyu bit her pink lips. She felt bad because he had snatched the flag but couldn't help her.
Let me think about it.
Lu Chang touched his chin and began to think, when suddenly he glanced at the melee in the distance out of the corner of his eye. A bold idea emerged from his mind.
Why can't they grab another flag since they have already grabbed the flag? Anyway, the school doesn't stipulate that a team can only have one flag.
The idea came into being immediately, and he felt a little excited. If they succeeded, they wouldn't have one without any effort. If they failed, it didn't matter, because they already had a flag in their hands. Then he calmed down and told Zhao Yukai and Lang Ningyu about this bold idea.
Looking at the chaotic crowd, Zhao Yukai swallowed hard and asked, "Can we really do this?" "I agree." Lang Ningyu nodded in agreement without much hesitation.
If the Qingyuan fruit was really obtained without any effort, she would not take it, and would be embarrassed to take it.
"I agree too." 2:1" Lu Chang said with a strange smile, "Old Zhao, you have to agree even if you don't want to."
"Well, okay." Zhao Yukai made up his mind and said seriously.
"Let's go over there," Lu Chang said.
As soon as the three of them left, Lu Fan and the others came to Han Yu's side. If Lu Chang knew that someone else was going to grab the flag, he probably wouldn't have thought of doing so. If Lu Chang hadn't had this idea, he wouldn't have been able to grab the flag, and each of them would have gotten one less Qingyuan fruit. Lu Chang and the other three were initially waiting for an opportunity on the periphery, but they didn't expect that the young man holding the flag was running towards them, which gave them an opportunity. The three of them exchanged glances, grabbed the boy, and snatched the flag in their hands. After fighting for so long, the boy's blade was stained with blood, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he counterattacked the three people. After all, Lu Chang and the other two had just entered the venue and had never experienced fighting. The young man's sudden attack scared the three of them. Lu Chang's light blue protective shield rose up, blocking the attack for him. Lang Ningyu was the first to react and stabbed at the young man with a sword in hand. The boy didn't dodge or evade. As the protective shield rose, he shouted, "The flag is here, come and grab it." The three of them immediately attracted a lot of attention. Lang Ningyu decisively stuffed the flag in his hand into Lu Chang's pocket, then gave Lu Chang a push and said, "Hurry up and go." I'll be in charge here. Old Zhao, go ahead and use your martial arts skills to escape. Don't be stingy with your spiritual power. In an instant, Lu Cheng handed the flag to Zhao Yukai and urged him to leave. Everyone chased after them, and Long Ningyu and Lu Cheng resisted them. But the crowd's target was not them, but Zhao Yukai, who was holding the flag. A few people were left behind by the team to delay Long Ningyu and Lu Cheng, while the others went to chase Zhao Yukai. Looking at the person chasing after him, Zhao Yu started running at full speed using his martial arts skills. They had been fighting for so long and had expended a lot of energy, while Zhao Yukai was in his prime. They could not catch up with Zhao Yukai at all and could only follow behind him. Zhao Yukai knew very well that he, an archer alone, could not defeat so many people. He knew that if his flag was captured, he would be dead. Then he thought of Han Yu and Shen Wuji. Then, he ran towards that direction with all his strength. The loud shout that Han Yu and Shen Wuji heard was made by Zhao Yukai. Seeing Zhao Yukai being chased, Han Yu and Shen Wuji were a little confused at first, but Zhao Yukai waved a flag at them, and now they understood why Zhao Yukai was being chased by so many people.
Awesome! I was wondering where he had been. Turns out he snatched another flag.
Shen Wuji said in surprise.
Wuji, we went to help, but we didn't expect to be able to grab a flag. We can't let them down.
Han Yu stood up while biting the flagpole and gripped the hammer handle tightly.
Ha, let's go.
Shen Wuji picked up the shield and ran with his body as big as a mountain. Seeing this, Han Yu used Phantom 3 flashes to chase after him. After the battle just now, his proficiency in Phantom 3 flashes has increased a lot. Afterwards, Zhao Yukai found the organization, hid behind the two of them and was responsible for Gaga, while Han Yu and Shen Wuji were responsible for indiscriminate killing. The fight didn't last long before everyone present was separated by a sudden gust of wind. At the same time, a voice came from the sky.
Time's up, this team battle is over.
The team battle ended and Han Yu and his team won 2 flags.
Lu Cheng and his classmates who got 2 flags were overjoyed.
The other students in Class 1 of Grade 3 who didn't get a flag also laughed when they saw this.
Even the audience were cheering for them. Only the students who didn't get a flag looked at Han Yu and others with resentment. Having 1 flag isn't enough, there are 2. Damn it!
After the team battle, we had to bandage the wounds, which took a lot of time. The rewards were only awarded after the bandaging was completed. Standing in the center of the venue, listening to the tsunami like shouts all around, Han Yu felt wonderful. In his previous life, he wouldn't be able to stand here even if he broke his head.
You performed very well.
Zhang Yanfeng looked at the students in front of him who were more or less wrapped in white bandages with admiration on his face. These were the future pillars of his race. Hearing this, everyone looked a little shy, without any of the ferocity they had during the fight.
Here, this is the reward I promised you.
Zhang Yanfeng waved his hand, and several people holding boxes standing in the distance ran over.
Take it, there is Qingyuan fruit inside.
He distributed the palm-sized small boxes one by one until he stopped at Han Yu and the others. He looked at Han Yu and the other 4 with a mixture of laughter and tears. I didn't expect you to get 2 flags.
This is the first time in the history of the school. So each of you will get 2 Qingyuan fruits.
Zhang Yanfeng placed 2 boxes in Han Yu and the others' hands. Seeing Han Yu and his friends get 2 Qingyuan fruits, it would be a lie for the people around him not to be envious. But when they thought about the students who didn't get the Qingyuan fruit, they no longer envied them, because at least they had one.
Chapter 29 Team Battle ends.
After the team battle ended, the first and second year high school students in the audience were the first to leave the Yangcheng Competition Center. They still have to go back to class and have far less freedom than in their senior year. After the team competition, the school gave the senior high school students 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, they needed to come to the Yangcheng Competition Center again to participate in the individual competition. After the first and second year students left, the next 2 were the parents in the audience. Names came out from the audience, and the parents said nothing else but basically,
XXX, Mom and Dad are waiting for you outside.
After the parents left in order, it was the turn of the senior high school students.
Teacher.
Hello, teacher. The students of Class 3-1 gathered together and greeted their head teacher who was walking towards them.
Does the wound hurt?
Looking at everyone wrapped in white bandages, worry flashed in Chen Lifeng's eyes.
It hurts. I'm almost dying of pain. The person who was speaking was a little fat man.
His entire body was wrapped in bandages except for his head. His upper body was half open, revealing his chest covered in bandages. His trousers had turned into shorts, and his exposed skin was wrapped in white bandages.
Red blood shone through the bandage. Who asked you to work so hard?
Chen Lifeng scolded with a smile.
This is all for the Qingyuan fruit, otherwise I wouldn't be working so hard.
The little fat boy held the box in his hand like a treasure. The fat boy is Qin Qingfeng's teammate, and their team is also the only two teams in Class 1 that got the flag. Chen Lifeng didn't say anything, just smiled with satisfaction. Then he looked at the others. Some of them had fewer bandages on their bodies.
These were because they couldn't hold on due to the pain.
Of course, there were also people like Zhao Yukai who were unharmed.
Zhao Yukai was just an exception.
The focus is on Han Yu and Shun Wuji. These two beloved disciples gave him a great shock. They fought with a pair of silver hammers and a shield almost from the beginning to the end. Han Yu's upper body was wrapped in bandages and he was wearing a cotton coat provided by the school.
The same is true for Shun Wuji. Teacher, are we too powerful?
Seeing that the head teacher's eyes were always on him and Shun Wuji couldn't help but speak.
Fierce.
Chen Lifeng praised them generously. Teacher, I've lived half my life and have seen countless students, and you are all among the best.
Ha ha.
Shun Wuji laughed innocently. He felt a little embarrassed by the teacher's comments. Han Yu looked indifferent, but in fact he was chatting with Choi Ying in his mind to distract her attention. Choi Ying wanted to come out more than once, but Han Yu didn't see any other spirit weapons, so he didn't let her out for the time being.
Listening to the teacher's evaluation, the classmates looked at Han Yu and Shun Wuji with envy.
They had witnessed the strength of the two men, and some of them were even affected by their attacks.
Okay, it's time for us to go.
Chen Lifeng said, go home and rest well.
Don't forget the individual battle in 3 days. I won't forget it. After treatment, this injury will be healed tomorrow. Teacher, don't worry, we won't forget. It's just a minor injury. It will be healed tomorrow. Hey, what are you doing? Does it hurt? Isn't that nonsense? Didn't you say it was a minor injury? A minor injury is still an injury.
Because of the Qiling clan, the medical technology in this world is far superior to the world where Han Yu lived in his previous life. For example, among the stick clan of the weapon spirit clan, there is a clan called the Healing Staff. The weapon spirit of this clan can significantly repair injuries in the human body.
The higher the grade of this clan's spirit weapon, the stronger its healing ability.
After leaving the Yangcheng Event Center, the students said goodbye to their teachers and then to each other.
Ayu, I'm leaving. My parents are waiting for me. Shun Wuji said. Yeah, okay. Han Yu nodded. Not long after parting ways with Shun Wuji, Choi Ying appeared in front of Han Yu.
He's all bandaged up, so ugly. Choi Ying said she was disgusted, but in fact she was heartbroken.
She reached out her hand, gently touched the bandage, and whispered, Does it hurt? It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days. Han Yu said.
If there were no spirit of the weapon, his wound would hurt for a long time, and it would take a long time to heal, and it would definitely leave a scar. After the treatment by the spirit weapon, the wound, apart from some slight pain, recovered to its original state after 2 days of rest, without leaving any scars.
It was impossible to imagine that this was injured skin. This is the convenience of having a spirit weapon.
Upon hearing this, Choi Ying breathed a sigh of relief, but then said unhappily, how could you have gotten hurt if you hadn't forgotten the Phantom Triple Flash technique?
Facing Sister Ying's rebuke, Han Yu did not refute. It was indeed as Sister Ying said, if he had remembered the existence of Phantom 3 flashes earlier, he might have been injured, but not like now. Arms, chest, back, there are wounds everywhere. Practicing hammering every day, practicing hammering, my mind is full of hammering.
Choi Ying became more and more excited as she spoke.
Just like a reckless man, have you forgotten the combination of hardness and softness of the Hanyuan Thunderbolt hammer? No way? Han Yu couldn't help but retort, the Hanyuan Thunderbolt hammer will be used later. What about the front?
Choi Ying is like a human girl who loves to nag her boyfriend. Outsiders will only see this girl scolding her boyfriend and will never associate this girl with being a weapon spirit.
Ahem.
Han Yu scratched his ear and looked away guiltily. I was just rushing through it at first and haven't grasped it yet.
How? That.
Seeing Sister Ying was about to speak, Han Yu quickly interrupted and changed the subject. Mom and Dad are still waiting for us, let's go find them. Just when he came out of the event center, his father sent him a message and location, asking them to find them after they got out. When she heard that her parents were waiting for them, Choi Ying gave up the idea of continuing to lecture Hanyu.
Then let's go.
Okay, let's go. Hanyu immediately smiled, took Sister Ying's tender white hand, and set out on the journey to find her parents.
10 minutes later.
Hanyu took Choi Ying by the hand and found their car in an alley. Looking through the car window, Hanyu saw his mother sitting alone in the back and had a bad feeling in his heart. He opened the car door and pulled Sister Ying in front of him. Sister Ying, you sit with Mom, I'll sit in the passenger seat. Before Choi Ying understood what was happening, Hanyu pulled her to the car door.
Hanyu quickly sat in the passenger seat. Come, Ying, sit here with Mommy.
Pei Jiqiu looked at Choi Ying and saw a gentle smile on her face. Oh, okay. Although Choi Ying didn't understand what you meant, she still obediently sat in the back seat.
How are you? Are you hurt?
Pei Jiqiu asked, holding Choi Ying's soft little hand.
I'm not hurt. Their rank is very low and they can't hurt me.
Choi Ying felt a little embarrassed. The other weapon spirits did not hurt her, instead she shocked the other weapon spirits.
When their spirit weapon clan faces spirit weapons that are stronger than them, humans or yuan beasts will also be injured. Minor injuries can be recovered automatically by absorbing spiritual energy.
Severe injuries will cause the grade to drop and the foundation to be damaged. Without rare materials and treasures, it is difficult to recover by absorbing spiritual energy alone.
Chapter 30. 18 years old. I'm glad you're not hurt. You're the only one in our family that I can worry about.
Pei Jiqiu said meaningfully. Hanyu shrank his neck and didn't dare to make a sound at all. Han Xiu, who suffered an unexpected disaster, curled his lips and did not dare to say a word. Even though he is an extraordinary strong man, he is no match for his wife.
Dad, let's go. Seeing his father staring straight ahead, Hanyu couldn't help but speak.
It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but once he spoke, it gave Pei Jiqiu an opportunity.
Pei Jiqiu leaned forward, grabbed Hanyu's ear, and said unhappily, Leave? Where do you want to go? Mom, be gentle.
The pain in his ear made Hanyu scream. Hanyu, who was invincible in the arena and fearless of pain, was defeated by his mother.
Hurt? You still feel pain?
Pei Jiqiu said, looking at the bandages wrapped around Hanyu, his eyes instantly reddened. Didn't I tell you to be careful before? Be careful. You're so good, relying on your own strength to rush in directly. It is a happy thing to be nagged by your mother, but it is a painful thing to be nagged all the time. After being pulled by his mother's ears and lectured for an unknown period of time, Hanyu's handsome face began to show signs of daze. The pain of nagging is far greater than the injuries sustained on the field. If possible, Hanyu would rather pick up the hammer and fight again than listen to his mother's nagging. Pei Jiqiu's words were still echoing in the car. Not to mention Hanyu, even Choi Ying was confused when she heard it. I murmured in my heart, Mom is so awesome, Ayu is completely convinced by her. Han Xiu had long been accustomed to it. He glanced at Hanyu with a gloating look on his face. After an unknown amount of time, Pei Jiqiu let go of Hanyu's ear, opened the water bottle, drank some water, and moistened his throat.
Did you remember everything I said? I remember. Hanyu nodded quickly.
Remember this, you are not a child anymore. Seeing this, Pei Jiqiu no longer held his son. Although she understood her son's youthful nature and that it was common for him to get carried away by his passion, as a mother she did not want that to happen.
That's it, let's go back. Han Xiu said as he released the handbrake.
Only when the car started moving did Hanyu feel alive again.
Hey, why did you bring me here? Looking at the environment in the community, Hanyu wondered, shouldn't I go home and recuperate now? Isn't this your home?
Han Xiu rolled his eyes.
Rest at home for a few days. Your birthday is in 2 days. Come back after your birthday.
Birthday? Hanyu murmured, then he remembered that his birthday was in 2 days.
What does birthday mean? Following the principle of asking when you don't understand, Choi Ying asked curiously. The day a human baby is born is his birthday. Every year thereafter, on this day, the baby will be 1 year old. Hanyu has a birthday in 2 days. This birthday is his last as a minor. After that, he will become an adult. Adult?
When she heard these two words, Choi Ying immediately remembered that she had asked Ayu why they couldn't sleep together, and Ayu's answer at that time was after they became adults.
Can I sleep with Ayu when I become an adult? That would be great.
Choi Ying was lost in thought, thinking about being with Ayu at night. Pei Chicho didn't notice anything unusual about Choi Ying and continued to explain patiently to her. From now on, Ying can celebrate Han Yu's birthday with him.
Ying.
Seeing that Choi Ying was distracted, Pei Chicho called out softly.
What are you thinking about? Pei Chicho rubbed Choi Ying's hair with amusement. I forgot. Choi Ying looked embarrassed. I thought too much and ended up forgetting everything.
Hearing this, Pei Chicho didn't ask any more questions and touched Choi Ying's head with a doting look on his face.
2.5 days passed in a flash.
During this period, Han Yu recovered from his injuries and celebrated his birthday. From this morning, he became an adult. Returning to his own nest, Han Yu took off his shoes, walked back to his room to change his clothes, put the box of Qingyuan fruit on the desk, then left the room and fell directly on the sofa in the living room. Even though I hadn't been home for 2.5 days, the house was still the same as when I left.
Ayu, watch TV series with me.
Choi Ying, wearing white pajamas, came out of the room and immediately trotted over when she saw Han Yu.
Okay.
Han Yu responded and changed from lying to sitting. Ever since he knew the time of the team battle and the individual battle, he stopped watching TV series and playing games with Sister Ying. Although tomorrow is an individual competition, Han Yu is more confident of getting the top 3 after the team competitions in the previous 2 days. The rewards for the top 3 are Stardust Sand, but the amount varies. He was determined to get the Stardust Sand, and if possible, he could also use the Qingyuan fruit to exchange for the Stardust Sand of the other 2 people. This is also the reason why he did not take the Qingyuan fruit, unlike Shen Wuji, Lu Chang and others who took the Qingyuan fruit on the day they obtained it. The Qingyuan fruit is precious, but the most precious thing to him is the Stardust Sand. His SSS level talent allowed him to absorb spiritual energy quickly, and with Sister Ying's help, the Qingyuan fruit was of no use to him. On the contrary, the Stardust Sand that improves his physical fitness is extremely important to him.
I haven't watched a drama in a long time. What are you watching?
Choi Ying sat down next to Han Yu, holding the mobile phone in her left hand and pointing her right index finger at the screen.
Just pick one to look at.
Han Yu leaned on Sister Ying's soft and fragrant shoulders and said, we all have to look at them anyway, so don't worry about the order.
That makes sense.
Upon hearing this, Choi Ying nodded seriously, then found a TV series and clicked on it. Then the 2 of them snuggled up to each other on the sofa and watched TV series.
However, Han Yu did not hold on for long.
He yawned twice and fell heavily into Choi Ying's arms. The softness that touched his head made Han Yu sleepy and he had no time to think about what it was.
Are you really that sleepy?
Choi Ying held Han Yu's head and said helplessly, the human race is truly a magical race. Choi Ying turned down the volume of her phone, gently held Han Yu's head and continued watching the TV series. Han Yu was awakened by the fragrance. The fragrance filling the living room made it hard for him not to wake up.
Sister Ying, why do you cook so many dishes?
Han Yu got up from the sofa, saw the delicious food on the table not far away, walked quickly to the kitchen, and asked Sister Ying who was busy in the kitchen.
Ayu, you're awake.
Hearing Han Yu's voice, Choi Ying turned her head and looked, her beautiful almond eyes filled with surprise. I was woken up by the fragrance filling the room.
Han Yu walked into the kitchen with a smile.
You're going to participate in the individual competition tomorrow, so eat more tonight, said Choi Ying.
What are you doing now? Han Yu leaned over curiously. Fish stew. Choi Ying said, it will be ready soon. Let's get ready to eat.
Okay, Sister Ying, thank you for your hard work.
Come and give me a hug.
Han Yu bent down and gently hugged the person in front of him.
He liked the soft and fragrant body very much.
He likes this world very much.
Chapter 31 Sleeping Together.
After a sumptuous dinner, Han Yu finished washing the dishes and lay down on the sofa again.
He is now living a life like a god.
No, even a god may not live as comfortably as he does.
Ayu, play games with me. Choi Ying said while pushing Han Yu. Okay. Han Yu spoke in a doting tone. Sister Ying wanted to play games, so he let her do it.
After that, he played games for several hours. Only when he looked at the time and saw 22:03 did Han Yu put down his phone.
Sister Ying doesn't want to play anymore. She has an individual competition tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Choi Ying put down her phone obediently. Are you going to bed? Han Yu didn't understand why Sister Ying was so easy to talk to today.
Every time he said he didn't want to play anymore, Sister Ying would say it was the last round.
Although Han Yu didn't understand, he still replied, it's time to go to bed and get enough rest to prepare for tomorrow's battle.
After 3 days of rest, Han Yu's wounds had healed and the bandages were removed the day before he became an adult. The bandages were removed and the wound healed.
Han Yu called it a miracle. Okay.
Upon hearing this, Shuai put down her phone, stuffed her slender white feet into slippers, and hurried into the room.
What's going on?
Han Yu was a little confused when she saw Sister Ying's actions. He felt that Sister Ying was strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange about her. However, he soon found out.
I saw Choi Ying walking out of the room holding a quilt. Sister Ying, what are you doing? Han Yu was even more confused. Why did he take out the quilt for no reason?
At this moment, Han Yu had completely forgotten what he had promised Choi Ying 3 months ago.
Of course, this cannot be blamed on Han Yu.
He devotes his energy to cultivation every day and has long forgotten about this matter.
Go to sleep,
Choi Ying said as a matter of course, walking towards Han Yu's room without stopping.
Han Yu just stared blankly at Sister Ying as she entered his room holding a quilt. Hiss.
After an unknown amount of time, Han Yu took a deep breath and finally remembered what he had promised Sister Ying 3 months ago.
Ayu, didn't you say you were going to sleep? Come in.
After putting the quilt away, Choi Ying saw Han Yu still sitting on the sofa, waved her hand and said,
I'll wash up first. Han Yu stuttered. He felt a little nervous at the thought of sleeping with Sister Ying in a while. Whether in his previous life or now, except for sleeping in the same bed with his mother when he was a child, he had his own bed after growing up. Feeling nervous, Han Yu walked to the bathroom. Looking at the handsome face in the bathroom, Han Yu rubbed it twice and encouraged himself, what is there for a grown man to be afraid of?
After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Han Yu turned off the light and walked out of the bathroom. After turning off the lights in the living room, Han Yu stood at the door of the room and looked at Sister Ying lying on the bed playing with her mobile phone. He took a deep breath and walked in without hesitation.
How can a grown man achieve anything great if he is so timid? Sister Ying, I turned off the lights. Han Yu asked. Turn it off, turn it off. Snap. Except for a little light on the bed, it was pitch black all around. Han Yu walked to the bedside based on his feeling. Ayu, come here quickly. Finally, I can be with you at night.
Seeing Ayu standing beside the bed, Shui Ying's tone was full of joy. Seeing Sister Ying so happy, Han Yu laughed and immediately took off his shoes and went to bed.
No matter what, he couldn't let Sister Ying down. This was something he had promised Sister Ying a long time ago. Will my looking at my phone disturb your sleep?
Shui Ying moved her body until it was pressed against Han Yu.
It doesn't matter, just watch yours.
Feeling the softness beside him and the fragrance coming from his nostrils, Han Yu looked at the ceiling with some light, and his throat felt a little dry.
I wasn't very sleepy to begin with, and now I feel even less sleepy. Ayu, you haven't slept yet?
Suddenly a voice sounded in Han Yu's ears. Han Yu turned his head and was startled by the scene in front of him. The light from the cell phone shone on Shui Ying's face, which reminded Han Yu of the time when he was watching a horror movie in his previous life. The only thing that comforted him was that Sister Ying was 1,000 times prettier than those ghosts.
Not asleep. Han Yu replied. Are you still sleeping? Shui Ying shook her phone. Do you want to catch up on some drama? Okay. Han Yu agreed since he wasn't sleepy yet.
Besides, watching TV series could distract him.
Okay.
Shui Ying's pretty face immediately showed a bright smile. Afterwards, the two of them watched the drama together, shoulder to shoulder. After watching for a while, Han Yu felt it was too tiring to lie down, so he simply turned sideways to watch. Unexpectedly, Shui Ying also started moving.
Ayu, lie on your side on the pillow. Shui Ying sat up and gave the order. Han Yu did as he said. What happens next?
Then straighten your arms.
Good. Seeing Ayu's arms spread out, Shui Ying lay on them without hesitation, holding up her phone in her right hand and asked, Can you see it?
Han Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled after coming to his senses. I can see it.
He is tall and has good eyesight which he protects intentionally. There are many people with myopia in this world.
Only after becoming extraordinary and breaking the shackles of the human body can they recover.
It's good to see it,
Shui Ying said as she moved closer to Han Yu. Suddenly she turned around and said, Ayu, take your hand away.
Ahem.
When Han Yu coughed twice, quickly reached into his pajamas with his left hand, and silently adjusted it. My silly sister, this is not a hand at all.
Only after the hand behind her waist disappeared did Choi Ying continue to move. Watching Sister Ying's back getting closer and closer, Hanyu felt extremely tormented and could not sleep at all. After watching the TV series for a while, Hanyu became a lot bolder. The left hand that was not suppressed gently hugged Sister Ying's soft and slender waist. At this moment, Hanyu could be said to be in both pain and happiness. If it weren't for the battle tomorrow, he might, maybe. Hanyu didn't know when he fell asleep. He opened his eyes when he was woken up by the alarm on his cell phone. Han Yufa was dazed looking at the white ceiling. The sweet fragrance coming from his nostrils reminded him that he had slept with Sister Ing last night. Well. Hanyu sighed deeply, lifted the quilt, and looked at his brother sighing helplessly. I'm sorry for making you follow me. Shaking off his thoughts, Hanyu got out of bed. He hadn't forgotten that today was the day for the individual competition. Walking out of the room and coming to the kitchen door, Hanyu felt a sense of happiness in his heart as he looked at Sister Ing, who was busy inside. Chapter 32 Individual Battle begins. Yangcheng Sports Center. Today's audience seats were not as lively as yesterday's. Without the parents and the freshmen and sophomores, it could even be said to be deserted. After finding his class, Hanyu walked over. There are flags distributed in the audience seats, and each flag is where one of the classes is located. AU. Good morning, squad leader. The students from Class 1 of Senior 3 who had already arrived waved and greeted Hanyu. Hanyu responded politely, then sat down next to Shinwuji. How's your wound healing? Okay, just rest for a day and you'll be fine. Shinwuji said. Squad leader, have you taken the Qingyuan fruit? Zhao Yukai turned his head and asked Hanyu. No. Hanyu shook his head. I'm not in a hurry yet. I can only say that it is worthy of being the Qingyuan fruit. One Qingyuan fruit has added a lot of spiritual power to my sea of consciousness. There was some reminiscence in Lu Cheng's eyes. Qingyuan fruit is not only effective, but also tastes good. Sweet. Gulp. Lu Cheng couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and vowed in his heart that he would get another Qingyuan fruit to try if he had the chance. Really? Hanyu murmured, the Qingyuan fruit was good, but the Stardust Sand was more important to him. If there was a chance. Hanyu looked around and soon saw a cold figure not far away. His back was sitting very straight, like a good student. I'll have a chance to ask Lang Ningyu if she has any ideas, Hanyu thought. Only the top 3 in the individual battle will get Stardust Sand. Apart from him, he most believes that Long Ningyu can get Stardust Sand. After all, they both have SSS level talents, and the weapon spirit is the princess of the Sword Clan, so who else could it be but her? If he had no other ideas, Hanyu would have to keep the Qingyuan fruit for himself. After chatting with Shinwuji and the others for a while, Hanyu saw the head teacher bring a young man to their class and sit down. The young man wore a pair of glasses and looked gentle and elegant. The young man's arrival attracted the attention of his classmates. They whispered curiously, wondering if this man was the class teacher's son. Hanyu shook his head when he heard his classmates' speculations. He was sure that it was not the case. He had met his head teacher's son 2 years ago. He was a little kid. Seeing his classmates' curiosity, Chen Lifeng didn't explain, but laughed inwardly, wondering what expressions you would show if you knew this person was a senior from Xingchen Academy. Everyone, get ready. The individual battle will begin soon. Chen Lifeng said to the students, watch the big screen in a moment. It will automatically draw lots. Upon hearing this, the students spoke up and said they understood. Although it was their first time participating in an individual competition, they had already found out everything from their seniors. You just need to wait for your name to appear on the big screen, then stand on the field and fight against your opponent. If you win, you advance. If you lose, you are eliminated. 20 minutes later. Principal Zhang Yanfeng's voice rang out, each class teacher will check to see if all students are present. In 5 minutes, the individual competition will officially begin. Upon hearing this, the head teachers of each class began to check on the people. Chen Lifeng handed the task to Hanyu, then sat back in his seat and chatted with his beloved disciple. Hanyu, who received the task, had no choice but to stand up and check the people. After a moment, he said, Teacher, our class is all here. It's good that we're all here. Chen Lifeng nodded at Hanyu and started chatting with his beloved disciple again. Hanyu curled his lips when he saw this. How could he, the squad leader, be treated like a tool? Could he resign?
5 minutes later, the voice of Principal Zhang Yanfeng arrived as expected. I hereby announce that the new senior year competition will begin now. Please pay attention to the draw results on the screen. Just as the principal finished speaking, the senior high school students present saw the big screen above them move, and the names on the screen kept sliding.
Seconds passed, and the name slowed down.
Many people saw their names clearly, and the screen froze after another 2 seconds. The name of the person who was about to fight appeared in front of everyone.
Lu Miao from Class 7 of Senior 3 versus Chen Shun from Class 25 of Senior 3.
Lu Miao from Class 7 of Senior 3, and Chen Shun from Class 25 of Senior 3, please come to the battle arena.
Class 7, Senior Year 3. Class 7, Senior Year 3.
The sound continued 3 times, and the 2 boys also came to the field, coming into everyone's sight. The referee arranged the positions for the 2 people and waited until everything was over before saying, "Let's start." After saying this, he left the venue to the 2 of them and promised to take action if there was any danger. Lu Miao and Chen Shan looked at each other.
Is this starting? At the same time, the 2's class and the audience began to cheer for them. The entire event center exudes energy and passion from now on.
The atmosphere was so tense that Lu Miao and Chen Shan summoned their own spirit weapons.
A knife, a sword.
After Lu Miao launched the first attack, the individual battle officially began. Hanyu rested his chin on his hand, seemingly watching the fight below, but actually chatting with Sister Ring in his heart. It was interesting at first, but later it became less and less interesting, so I simply went to chat with Sister Ring. It was unknown how long it had been before Hanyu realized someone was pushing him and came to his senses.
Could it be my turn?
Hanyu looked at Shinwuji who pushed him, and then looked at the big screen.
The morning competition is over, but it's not your turn.
Shinwuji said, "The teacher said we can go get lunch now." After hearing this, Hanyu looked at the direction where the classmates were leaving and sighed, but still stood up and said, let's go get some food."
It's been a whole morning and it's still not his turn.
His excitement for fighting is almost gone. The battle will last until 5 in the afternoon, and we will have lunch here, which will be provided by the school. The meals prepared by the school are pretty good, with vegetables, meat, and a full range of non-vegetarian and vegetarian options. After lunch, we rested for another half an hour before the afternoon game began.
There are more than 1,000 students in the school, and the first round will take a lot of time. Hanyu didn't even think it would be his turn on the first day.
Hanyu didn't sleep well last night and was feeling sleepy in the afternoon, so he fell asleep with his head tilted. When he woke up again, he was pushed awake again. He opened his sleepy eyes, turned his head to look at Shinwuji who looked excited, and heard several excited voices in his ears.
Ayu! Ayu, it's your turn. Squad leader, wake up and stop sleeping. Squad leader. Hanyu, get up quickly. It's your turn to go on stage. How can you still be in the mood to sleep at this time? Chen Lifeng felt a little disappointed.
Wang Xiaoqin pushed his glasses and looked at Hanyu with a faint smile on his face. Geniuses always have a mentality that is beyond ordinary people. Being able to sleep at this time is a sign of confidence in one's own abilities. Even though it was his first time participating in an individual competition, he still can't forget the anxious feeling of waiting.
My turn?
Hanyu sat up straight, yawned, and looked above the screen with a depressed expression. The screen read, Hanyu, Class 1, Senior 3 versus Gao Jiaxu, Class 30, Senior 3.
Hanyu from Class 1, Senior 3.
At this time, voices were heard from the audience. At everyone's urging, Hanyu stood up, stretched his tired body, and walked downstairs.
Chapter 33 ending. Referee, I give up.
Hanyu was just about to summon Sister Ring when the boy opposite him said something that shocked him.
Are you going to give in?
The referee asked, looking at the young man named Gao Jiaxu.
Yes, I give up.
Gao Jiaxu's face was serious, but at the same time, he couldn't help feeling a bit bitter in his heart.
He would not admit defeat if he had another opponent, but his opponent was Hanyu. How could he fight?
He had witnessed Hanyu's godlike and devilish figure 3 days ago, and the pair of blood-stained silver hammers still left a deep impression on him.
Are you sure you want to give up? The referee asked again. I'm sure. Gao Jiaxu nodded. Okay. The referee nodded to show that he understood. He has been a referee for so many years and has seen many people voluntarily admit defeat, so he is not too surprised. At this time, in the audience seats, seeing that Hanyu and the other man hadn't started fighting yet, many people were confused. What was going on? Why hadn't they started fighting yet? Class 1, Senior 3. What's going on? Why doesn't the squad leader take action? I want to see him show off his power. Isn't Gao Jiaxu afraid of admitting defeat? Are you really that cowardly? If you can do it, go ahead and see if the squad leader will hit you. Class 30, Senior 3. Jiaxu won't really admit defeat, right? I think so. When he found out who his opponent was, his face turned green. Just admit defeat. If I met Hanyu, I would have to admit defeat too. Hanyu is too powerful, so strong that he doesn't even look like a human. Don't forget that Hanyu's talent is SSS level. How can we, with our rubbish talents, compare to him? Before, I wanted to attack him with other classmates. Not to mention a hammer, even the whistling wind from the hammer was scary to me. I'm so envious that I want to replace him. Soon, the referee's voice resounded throughout the venue. Just as Class 30 thought, Gao Jiaxu admitted defeat. Gao Jiaxu from Class 30 of Senior 3 automatically forfeited the match. This match is won by Hanyu from Class 1 of Senior 3. After a brief silence in the audience, there was a sudden burst of exclamations. Are you really admitting defeat? A man who knows the current affairs of the time is a hero. Gao Jiaxu is a man of character. You're giving up already? Rubbish. I don't understand why you're giving up before the fight even starts. Voices of doubt and understanding came from the audience. Gao Jiaxu had already left the venue and was preparing to return to Class 30. When he heard these voices on the way, he showed some disdain on his face and in his heart. If you can do it, go ahead and do it. It's easy for you to talk without any worries. Everyone can brag and criticize. On the other side, Hanyu also walked towards the classroom. From the time he woke up and knew he was going on the field to the time he returned after the battle, less than 5 minutes had passed, which also included a series of other things. Oh. Hanyu sighed. He was ready to fight, but his opponent just gave up. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Hanyu shook his head, shook off his depressed mood, and prepared to go back to the classroom to continue sleeping. In this way, a day passed, Hanyu fought a battle, and his opponent surrendered, so he won. The next day, there was no fighting. On the third day, Hanyu fought a match and his opponent surrendered, so he won. The personal battle lasted for 10 days without Hanyu noticing. Most of the opponents Hanyu encountered surrendered, and the few who fought were defeated in a short moment. Hanyu's reputation became more and more famous. From being invincible in team battles to being undefeated in individual battles, he became the target of many younger students. At 5 p.m., the weather began to darken, but the event center was still bright. Today's battle is over, and tomorrow's individual battle will also be coming to an end. Hanyu, you all should adjust your condition and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Before leaving, Chen Lifeng said to the only 4 seedlings left in his class. Their class alone has 4 of the top 10 students. Chen Lifeng felt indescribably wonderful. If Li Yunfeng and Jiang Shuai had not met Hanyu and Lang Ningyu, it would have been no problem for them to enter the top 10 with their strength. I understand. Hanyu and others nodded. Okay, we can go now. Be careful on the road. Chen Lifeng waved his hand and went ahead. As for Wang Xiaochen, he didn't show up on the second day of his individual competition. To him, it was just a fight between noobs and there was no point in watching. He would rather practice hard in his spare time. Seeing that the head teacher had left, the familiar classmates said goodbye and left. Sergeant, Brother Shin, I'm leaving first. Lu Cheng said goodbye to the 2 of them. What about me? Zhao Yukai said in a gloomy tone. You? Lu Cheng glanced at Zhao Yukai and said quickly, bye, idiot. After saying that, Lu Cheng ran away. Zhao Yukai reacted immediately and chased after him. Fuck, if you dare, don't run. Let's go too. Looking at the 2 people going away, Hanyu smiled and shook his head, and said to Shen Wuji beside him. Let's go. I'm hungry. Shen Wuji rubbed his stomach and invited, Ayu, my mom is making dumplings today. Do you want to come? Hanyu, let's do it another day. I'm going to have hot pot with Sister Ing today. Shen Wuji, okay then. The 2 then walked out of the event center and said goodbye to each other. Hanyu then released Sister Ing. Ayu, this is so boring. When will the individual battle end? Shui Ying came out and immediately hugged Hanyu's arm and said. She was so bored that she had been practicing in Hanyu's Sea of Consciousness these days. It will be over tomorrow. Hanyu smiled and touched Sister Ying's smooth hair. Very good. Choi Ying patted her plump chest and said, it's not as fun as accompanying you to school right now. It will be fine after tomorrow.
Hanyu put his arm around Sister Ying's shoulders and said, come on, let's go eat hot pot.
Yeah. Choi Ying nodded repeatedly.
They randomly found a hot pot restaurant to have dinner.
After eating, Hanyu took Choi Ying home.
I walked back and considered it a stroll to help digest the food. I also took Sister Ying to see the city at night. In the past, Hanyu always took her out during the day and rarely at night. The day has its own scenery, and the night has its own beauty.
An hour later, it was already 7:32 when the two returned home. Ayu, play games.
Choi Ying changed her shoes, sat on the sofa and immediately picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table.
Okay. Hanyu nodded and sat next to Sister Ying. What do you want to play? Let me think. Well, play this. Good. The game lasted 2.5 hours before it was over. It's 10 o'clock, Sister Ying, I'm going to wash up.
Go, I'll wait for you in the room.
Choi Ying walked into the room with her cell phone without looking back. Now the two of them are in a room. Hanyu's room is now called a room.
Seeing that Sister Ying didn't have to wash up, Hanyu couldn't help but envy the spirit of the weapon.
Of course I'm just envious. Washing up is also fun, right?
After washing up, Hanyu turned off all the lights and returned to the room. Looking at the slim figure in pajamas on the bed, Hanyu has become accustomed to it. Ever since Sister Ying moved into this room, she has never returned. They both sleep in the same bed at night. As a gentleman, Hanyu is worthy of himself, but he is not worthy of his brother.
Hanyu really didn't want Sister Ying's pure white paper to be tainted by the world. I am still too upright after all.
Hanyu praised himself a little.
Ayu, what are you still doing standing at the door? Get on the bed.
Choi Ying couldn't help but shout when she saw Hanyu standing motionless at the door, and patted the soft bed.
Here I come.
Seeing this, Hanyu laughed, turned off the lights, took off his shoes and got into bed in the dim light of his phone. I went to bed for no other reason than to watch TV series.
Ayu, this drama has been updated today.
Choi Ying moved closer to Hanyu.
Let's watch it when it's updated. Hanyu also came over.
The two of them got together and watched the drama side by side. On the way, the two changed several comfortable positions to watch the drama. Finally, Hanyu fell asleep in Choi Ying's arms.
Chapter 34 Two Goddesses.
The sun shines on the earth, dispelling some of the cold and bringing some warmth.
Yangcheng Sports Center.
It's a new day and the first game has begun. On the field, a slender girl with a cold aura stood holding a sword.
She was Long Ningyu from Class 1, Grade 3.
Opposite Long Ningyu was also a young girl, exuding a youthful aura, which was completely opposite to Long Ningyu's temperament. This battle can be said to be a battle of ice and fire.
Are you ready? The referee said to the two. I'm ready.
Su Yuti responded with a smile, holding his sword in her hand.
Long Ningyu nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready. The game begins.
The referee didn't say much, just announced the start of the game and then retreated to a distance.
At the same time, in the audience.
The students in the audience watched the two men about to fight, and all of them shouted loudly. However, the sound gradually split into 3 waves.
Goddess Su, come on. Goddess Su, come on. Defeat Long Ningyu. Yuti, you are the best. Defeat Long Ningyu? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?
It's not that their brains were kicked by a donkey, but that they have no brains.
Who doesn't know that my goddess has SSS level talent? How can Su Yuti, who has a C level talent, mess with her? Come on Long Ningyu. Goddess Ling defeated Su Yuti.
In my heart, you are the most beautiful school beauty in Yangcheng.
Goddess. Goddess. You're the best. There are 2 goddesses. Who should I cheer for? It hurts to choose either one.
No need to choose, Goddess Ling will win without a doubt. But then again, Goddess Su is so beautiful, it's right for me to support her.
Who are you supporting? Goddess Ningyu? Goddess Yuti? No matter what, come on, both goddesses. Goddess, come on, I love you.
There were constant shouts from the audience, but they had nothing to do with Lang Ningyu and Su Yuti on the field. After hearing the referee say match start, the two men moved at the same time. Lang Ningyu rushed towards Su Yuti with sword in hand. Su Yuti gripped her sword tightly and rushed towards Lang Ningyu. As the two got closer, Lang Ningyu's beautiful eyes focused, and she used her body skills to speed up her pace. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Su Yuti. The long sword in her hand flashed silver light under the sunlight, and like a silver snake, she bit towards Su Yuti. Although Su Yuti has poor talent, she is able to stand out among thousands of classmates, which shows that she is obviously not an ordinary person. When Su Yuti saw Lang Ningyu coming in front of her in an instant and stabbing out with an extremely swift long sword, she leaned her lithe waist backward, dodging the long sword while touching the ground with her left hand that was not holding the sword. She exerted force from her waist and kicked Lang Ningyu's wrist with her toes. Facing the toe kicking towards her wrist, Lang Ningyu had no expression on her face. She just used her body skills to dodge it very gently.
It's good to have high talent.
Su Yuti stood up and looked at Lang Ningyu with her rosy face, her eyes full of envy. She has a C-level talent, so learning an attack-type martial art is already very difficult for her, and this is because her weapon spirit often teaches her, not to mention the martial arts that she has to learn on her own without the guidance of the weapon spirit. Envy aside, they were all in the mortal realm, and she might be able to make Lang Ningyu suffer a little. After thinking about it, she raised her sword and stepped forward again. She has been adapting to the situation ever since she awakened her talent and signed a contract with the weapon spirit. She already has a foundation in martial arts, and after more than half a year of training, she is confident that she can look down on most of her peers.
Indeed, she did it.
In the team battle more than 10 days ago, she shined brightly and no one could beat her in a 1v1. In the individual competition 10 days ago, she won every game with her superb skills.
Until now. She lost. Defeated by talent.
Looking at the snow-white sword tip at her neck, Su Yuti felt mixed emotions. In terms of skills, she completely suppressed Lang Ningyu, but fighting is not just about skills.
You are very strong. Apart from my talent, I am not as good as you. Lang Ningyu retracted the sword in his hand and said in a light voice. Don't be fooled by her calm appearance, she is actually not calm at all. In the battle just now, she relied entirely on her body movements and martial arts to achieve victory. In terms of weapon skills alone, she was completely inferior to Su Yuti in front of her. She believed that if Su Yuti's talent was better, her strength would change dramatically. Of course, I still can't beat her.
In order to avoid hurting her opponent, her offensive martial arts were completely useless.
Some people are cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and Lang Ningyu is one of them. Talent is innate, and you can't blame others.
Su Yuti felt a little comforted after hearing Lang Ningyu's comfort, but she still felt powerless when facing her C-level talent.
Don't give up.
Lang Ningyu comforted her again and took Ningxuang back into his sea of consciousness.
Don't give up?
Watching Lang Ningyu's back go away, Su Yuti murmured, revealing a touching smile, "Thank you, I won't give up."
She then left the venue. Leaving now? The referee looked helpless as he watched the two people go away. He had not yet announced the end of the game. Now this young man. The referee sighed and announced the winner. In the audience, the sounds began to converge into two waves.
One wave was to comfort Su Yuti, and the other wave was to cheer for Lang Ningyu.
A beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream.
At 17 or 18, in the prime of youth, it's normal for people to admire someone.
As for being embarrassed? That's impossible. Besides his classmates, who would know it was him who called out? Class 1, Senior 3.
Seeing Lang Ningyu coming back, the students in Class 1 all started to congratulate her, even their homeroom teacher Chen Lifeng was no exception. Only Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and felt a little sorry when he saw Su Yuti's lonely figure. He watched the entire competition closely. If the girl named Su Yuti had better talent, her strength would be multiplied. What a pity. Wang Xiaochen shook his head and sighed. On the last day of the individual competition, the first game ended and the second game began immediately. 8 names kept changing on the big screen, and the students in the audience looked expectant. Soon, the names slowly stopped and caught everyone's attention. Xin Xingfeng from Class 1 of Senior 3 versus Su Zhuang from Class 2 of Senior 3.
Xin Xingfeng, it's your turn. Come on, Xingfeng. Brothers, cheer for you.
The students from Class 1 of Senior 3 said to the handsome Xin Xingfeng.
I will. Xin Xingfeng nodded solemnly and walked down from the audience.
Not long after, Xin Xingfeng and Su Zhuang appeared on the field.
The two stood on either side, summoning their respective weapon spirits and transforming them into weapons. Qin Xingfeng's weapon is a black spear.
Su Zhuang's weapon is a long sword.
This is a duel between long weapons.
As the referee's voice sounded, the two men who had been prepared for a long time started fighting.
Chapter 35. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I can't say it. Qin Xingfeng wins.
On the field, Qin Xingfeng held a spear, looking majestic, with the tip of the spear against the neck of Su Zhuang, who was lying on the ground. Hearing the referee's voice, Qin Xingfeng retracted his spear and reached out to pull Su Zhuang up.
Feel sorry. It's okay. It's good that I'm not injured. Su Zhuang laughed, obviously not caring.
Even if he cared, it was useless because he couldn't beat the other person. For Qin Xingfeng, who is a person with high talent, it is best to make friends with him, but even if he cannot make friends with him, he cannot make enemies with him. The two left the venue and returned to their respective classes.
Excluding the 4 people we just fought, there are 6 people left.
I saw only 6 names on the big screen constantly changing, and finally slowly stopped. The students stared at the big screen intently, wanting to know who would play next.
Hiss.
Some people gasped when they saw the name on the big screen. It seemed like a chain reaction had started, with people gasping for air every now and then. Whose name was displayed on the screen that surprised them so much?
Looking at one of the names on the screen, you can understand why they are like this. The screen showed Hanyu from Class 1 of Senior 3 vs Chen Junnan from Class 3 of Senior 3. Hanyu is now in Yangchang No. 1 High School, or rather, in the entire school circle. Who doesn't he know him? That fierce man who stood out in the Yangchang No. 1 High School team battle, his blood-soaked body, his blood-stained silver-white hammer. Ayu, it's your turn. Fortunately, we didn't meet.
Shin Wuji said thankfully when he saw the name of Ayu's opponent.
He really didn't want to fight with Ayu.
They grew up together and their relationship was closer than that of brothers. His fist and shield were for others, not for his brothers.
Yes.
Hanyu was also somewhat relieved, otherwise, there would be one less reward.
The battle between Lang Ningyu and Qin Xingfeng is over.
As long as Wuji doesn't meet him, it will be no problem for him to make it to the top 5.
I'm on stage.
Hanyu stood up and patted Shin Wuji on the shoulder.
Come on, squad leader. Come on, squad leader. Squad leader.
Lu Chang, Jia Yukai and other classmates cheered for Hanyu.
We're already in the top 10, so we shouldn't give up, right? Chen Lifeng asked, rubbing his chin.
In Hanyu's previous battles, either he got a bye or his opponent surrendered, which made his wish to see his beloved disciple show off his prowess come to nothing.
I don't know about that.
Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and shook his head with a smile. Although he hasn't come these days, the teacher has already talked to him.
By the way, Xiaochen, when will your 2 friends come?
Looking at Hanyu's back, Chen Lifeng suddenly remembered something and asked Wang Xiaochen.
We'll be there in an hour. Wang Xiaochen said after checking the time. The 2 friends Chen Lifeng mentioned were Wang Xiaochen's girlfriend and good brother.
Wang Xiaochen has decided to give the recommendation quota to Hanyu, and he decided to let his girlfriend and brother come for the remaining Lang Ningyu and Shin Wuji. They came here just to see whether Lang Ningyu and Shin Wuji were worthy of the recommendation quota in their hands. After all, this was related to rare treasures. If they are really admitted to the Star Academy in the future, they will definitely receive rare treasures as rewards from the Academy. Okay, then I'll let your friends see the genius of Yangcheng. Chen Lifeng said with a smile.
He is not stupid.
Those who can become friends with Wang Xiaochen must be from the same circle. Maybe those 2 friends are students of Xingchen Academy.
At this time on the field,
Hanyu held a pair of silver white hammers, and his eyes, like the stars, stared straight at Chen Junnan opposite him.
Finally, didn't he give up right away and finally had a chance to make a move?
Chen Junnan on the opposite side felt a little nervous when he saw Hanyu's gaze, and he became even more nervous when he looked at the pair of silver white hammers. If he hadn't boasted in class that he was going to defeat Hanyu, he would have admitted defeat now. Not to mention anything else, he is afraid just by her height and aura. He is only 1.70 meters tall, and Hanyu opposite him is much taller than him, so the height difference is huge.
The game begins.
Seeing that both players were ready, the referee spoke directly.
Huh? Why did it start?
The voice in his ear startled Chen Junnan.
He was not ready yet.
There was no time to think about it, because he had already seen Hanyu coming.
Yes, it is Flash.
Hanyu used the Phantom 3 flashes and after a moment, he came in front of Chen Junnan, raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it down without hesitation.
Fuck. That's fast.
Seeing this, Chen Junnan quickly raised the door like sword in his hand to block.
Clang.
The double hammers and broadsword collided, making a dull metallic sound.
What a strong force.
Chen Junnan held the broadsword in both hands, his face flushed red.
He felt a little regretful now.
If he had known that Han Yu was so powerful, he would have admitted defeat directly. After all, he stood out from so many people, so it was normal for him to be a little arrogant, but his arrogance disappeared under Han Yu's double hammers.
You must know that there are always people better than you.
He suddenly realized it, but it was too late.
He couldn't speak at all.
Speaking meant that his energy would be leaking, and he would be unable to resist. He didn't dare to bet on whether Han Yu could control the trajectory of the hammer, so he could only swallow his anger. When Han Yu saw that Chen Junnan was so tough, a hint of surprise flashed across his handsome face, and then he increased the strength in his hands.
Holy crap!
The sudden force made Chen Junnan use all his strength to support it, and now he was a little hunched over. He was in great pain and wanted to use his eyes to persuade Han Yu to show mercy, but Han Yu could not see it at all. Just when Chen Junnan was about to give up, a voice rang out, sounding like heavenly music to his ears.
Han Yu, please stop. Chen Junnan is almost dying.
The referee, who was paying close attention, saw Chen Junnan's eyes and his face that had turned the color of liver, and then stepped forward and spoke. Hearing this, Han Yu retracted his strength and picked up the hammer. The mountain-like pressure disappeared, and Chen Junnan knelt on the ground, gasping for breath.
Alive. Why didn't you speak just now? Han Yu asked in confusion when he saw Chen Junnan's exhausted state.
If Chen Junnan had spoken, he wouldn't have continued to increase his strength.
Chen Junnan took 2 more breaths before speaking incoherently. You're too strong.
You're pressing so hard that I can't speak.
Okay. Han Yu looked apologetic. He was too excited.
After finally finding an opponent who refused to give up, he naturally had to give it his all.
However, he didn't expect that the opponent didn't let him have a good time. Han Yu wins. The referee announced the result.
When people in the audience heard that Han Yu won, they were not too surprised.
Everything was reasonable. What surprised them was that Chen Junnan did not admit defeat.
Although Chen Junnan is in the top 10, his talent is there and he cannot compare with Han Yu at all. Despite the difference in talent, Chen Junnan still had the courage to fight Han Yu, and they were not as good as him.
Chapter 36, Fan Yumun, Ping Bang. Shan Wuji wins. Zhao Song wins.
Following Han Yu, Shin Wuji and Zhao Song from Class 2 finished the competition and entered the top 5. The battle after that will not be between the top 5, but between the bottom 5.
Only after the bottom 5 candidates are confirmed will the battle between the top 5 be held.
Time passed by little, and it was not until the end of the morning that the final 5 candidates were determined.
After lunch and a rest, it will still be a while before the afternoon battle.
While eating, Han Yu listened to Lu Chang and others discussing who the 3 people around the teacher were. They were familiar with the young man with glasses, but they didn't recognize the strong and beautiful girl who had just arrived. Zhao Yukai, those 3 of us are relatives of the teacher.
Lu Chang, it can't be a relative. Our parents don't allow us to come.
Do the teacher's relatives have special privileges? Ren Zihao sitting in front of Lu Chang, his weapon spirit is a stick. Do you think it's possible that these 3 are our teacher's former students? Fang Jiechi sitting in front of Zhao Yukai, weapon spirit is a broadsword. Hiss, you mean?
Ren Zihao, yes, it's the student from Xingchen Academy. Zhao Yukai, impossible. The teacher said there was only 1 student from Xingchen Academy. Where are these 3? Listening to the endless argument between several people, Han Yu not only did not feel annoyed, but found it quite interesting. If he didn't have to respond to Sister Ing, he might have joined in. Front row. Chen Lifeng enthusiastically handed 2 boxes of lunch to the 2 of them. Haven't you eaten yet? Come and eat something.
The competition still needs some time.
No need, teacher.
The pretty girl smiled and shook her head. I already ate before coming here.
Thank you, teacher.
The burly boy was not polite at all. He thanked the man, took 2 lunchboxes and a pair of chopsticks, sat on a chair nearby and started to eat heartily. He was really hungry. After finishing his training in the morning, he met up with Fan Yumun, then caught a plane. After getting off the plane, he rushed here without stopping.
Teacher, don't worry about them, just eat.
Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and handed over one of the 2 lunchboxes in his hand.
Yeah, okay.
Chen Lifeng smiled, took the lunchbox, sat on the chair and started eating. While eating, he did not forget to ask about the two people's origins.
Where are you two from? Are you from the capital?
Yes, teacher. Fan Yumling stretched out her white palm and patted the hair on Wang Xiaoqian's clothes. Chen Lifeng understood what was going on, and when he saw Fan Yuming's actions, a gentle smile appeared on his face.
How did you and Xiaoqian meet?
Hearing this, Fan Yumeng and Wang Xiaoqian looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Fan Yuming's eyes seemed to be filled with reminiscence, and she slowly said, "We met by accident."
Really?
Chen Lifeng didn't ask any further questions, but simply said, "Come to my house for dinner tonight."
Teacher, no need.
Wang Xiaoqian wanted to refuse, but his teacher didn't give him a chance to refuse. Chen Lifeng made the decision immediately, "Listen to me."
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a burly boy busy eating, and said, "Take your friend with you." I understand, teacher.
Sorry for the trouble.
Wang Xiaoqian was a little amused. Teacher, my name is Fan Yumeng, you can just call me Yumeng, and that one is Peng Bang.
Fan Yumeng suddenly remembered that they had not introduced themselves yet, so she hurriedly said,
Good.
Chen Lifeng smiled and said, "They are all good names." Afterwards, Chen Lifeng talked about some other issues, and Fan Yumeng answered them one by one. As for Pang Pang, he was still busy eating. In this way, time passes by little by little.
Lunch is over, break is over, and it's time for the game. Who will get the Stardust Sand and Qingyuan fruit? Let us stay tuned.
Since there are 5 players, competing in pairs, one player will have a bye.
Next, let's draw the student who has a bye.
Hearing this voice, the students present subconsciously looked at the big screen. At this time, the big screen is changing.
Han Yu. Condensed Jade. Qin Qingfeng. Shen Wuji. Zhao Song. The names of these 5 people kept changing, and the speed gradually slowed down. It's Zhao Song. It's moving again. It's not Zhao Song. It's Shen Wuji. No, it's moving again. It's Han Yu. The students were surprised to see the words Han Yu on the screen. I didn't expect it to be Han Yu. Han Yu got a bye, the other 4 can probably breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think so. Shen Wuji is also very strong. There won't be any insider information in the lottery. Maybe. After all, Han Yu's strength is there. He must be ranked last. Everyone was talking about it, and many of their guesses were correct. Of course, there was an inside story behind the large screen drawing of lots. In order to allow the other 4 to better display their strengths, the school deliberately gave Han Yu, the strongest, a bye. Class 1, Senior 3. Monitor, you have a bye. Monitor, you have a bye. It's great to advance directly. Now the pressure is on Lung Ningyu, Shen Wuji, and Qin Qingfeng. Yeah, 2 civil wars, and 1 civil war. Listening to the whispers, Fan Yumeng whispered to Wang Xiaoqian, "Tell me which one is Han Yu." The most handsome one has a boy next to him who's even fatter than Pang Pang. Wang Xiaoqian didn't turn around, but just whispered, "Look behind you, you'll see him right away." Fan Yumeng looked back in disbelief. How much more handsome could he be? The next moment, she confirmed Wang Xiaoqian's words. She was much fatter than Pang Pang. Pang Pang looked no different from a thin person sitting next to him. Pang Pang, no matter how many times do I have to say it, I'm not fat, I'm clearly strong. That Han Yu was indeed handsome, with a face like a jade, extraordinary elegance, and a pair of very attractive eyes. Okay, just take a look. Seeing that Fan Yumeng hadn't turned around yet, Wang Xiaoqian pushed his glasses with a bit of jealousy. I'm jealous. Fan Yumeng turned her head, bumped Wang Xiaoqian's shoulder, and smiled. No. Wang Xiaoqian's face was very calm. Loading. Fan Yumeng snorted softly. Ayu, you are directly given a bye. Shen Wuji said to Han Yu. Well, I did get a bye, but it's your turn. Han Yudao saw the big screen change and the last name stopped. It's my turn? Me and who? Shen Wuji hurriedly looked at the big screen after hearing that. Qin Qingfeng from Class 1, Grade 3 versus Shen Wuji from Class 1, Grade 3. Qin Qingfeng. A serious look flashed across Shen Wuji's chubby face. This was not like the little Karami he had met before, but a strong rival. Since he is a strong opponent, we must use all our strength. Ayu, it's time for me to go on stage. Shen Wuji stood up,
leaning on Han Yu's shoulders.
Well, be careful. Chapter 37, Breaking the Army.
Qin Xingfeng and Shen Wuji are tied. The referee announced the result of the match, then quickly called medical personnel to carry the two blood-stained figures away. Looking at the bloodstains on the field, helplessness flashed across the referee's ordinary face.
We are all in the same class, why do you want to kill each other? If he hadn't stopped them, the two might have continued fighting. Qin Xingfeng, a spearman, should move forward courageously and never give up.
As long as he doesn't fall, he can still fight.
Shen Wuji, just do it. Who cares which class you are from? Except for you, all of you, get down. In the audience,
after listening to the referee's announcement of the result and looking at Qin Xingfeng and Shen Wuji being carried away on stretchers, the students' faces were still filled with shock. The battle between the two was like a dream brought back to the team battle more than 10 days ago, where they fought desperately.
I'm so tired, these two are too fierce. That's right. There are no defensive devices here, but the fight is still so fierce. If I meet any of them, I lose if I kneel down the fastest.
Although the photo is not as good as Han Yu's, it is still very fierce.
A tough guy. Class 1, Senior 3. This is a fight. I'll go take a look.
Han Yu stood up and was about to walk towards the audience seats, but Lu Chang grabbed his arm.
Squad leader, don't go yet. It's your turn now. Han Yu looked at the big screen in confusion after hearing this.
He didn't know when the drawing of lots had been completed. The people above are Han Yu and Zhao Song from Class 2.
Sergeant, let's go see Brother Shin first, you go and fight. Lu Chang said. That's right.
Zhao Yukai spoke immediately afterwards.
All right then.
Han Yu could only give up the idea of visiting Shen Wuji and go straight to the venue. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai went to visit the injured Shen Wuji.
What does Pang Peng think of Shen Wuji? Wang Xiaochen asked Fan Yumeng beside him. He's quite satisfied.
Fan Yumeng whispered, if there's no one suitable, he'll give the recommendation to Shen Wuji.
Yeah. Wang Xiaochen nodded and said, wait a minute and see Long Ningyu. That girl has good talent and strength. Okay.
Fan Yumeng turned around and glanced at a girl not far away who had a cold appearance and temperament. As early as when Qin Xingfeng and Shen Wuji were fighting, Xiaochen's teacher introduced her to Pang Peng.
Which one is Han Yu and which one is Long Ningyu?
If Xiaochen hadn't told her in advance, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that there were 4 talented students in a high school. Normally, it is considered good for a high school to have 2 or 3 good students. According to her understanding, the high school she attended before only had 2 good students.
One is SS level and the other is S level, both are far inferior to Yangchang No. 1 high school. On the field,
Han Yu held a silver-white sledgehammer in his hand and stared at the young man opposite him from a distance. Zhao Song lives up to his name, standing like a pine tree, holding a long green spear in his hand, tall and straight and elegant. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Han Yu was full of solemnity. Although he made it into the top 5, he was still a little nervous facing Han Yu. The gap in talent could not be caught up in such a short period of time. He was working hard, and the other person was also working hard.
Let's start.
The referee waved his hand without saying anything and left the fighting range of the two. Hearing the word start, Han Yu took the lead in attacking. His figure flashed, and every time he appeared, he was one step closer to Zhao Song. Han Song felt envious when he saw Han Yu using his martial arts skills, but when he saw Han Yu getting closer and closer to him, he suppressed his resentment. His body was as still as a pine tree, and his eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. He can't compete in speed, the only thing he can compete in is skill. Han Yu's figure gradually came to a place not far in front of him, but was not yet within his attack range. 1 step, 2 steps, now. Zhao Song swung the long spear in his hand swiftly, carrying the force to break through the air and swung it towards Han Yu fiercely.
Clang!
Han Yu blocked with his right hammer and hammered Zhao Song with his left hammer, whose middle door was wide open. Seeing this, Zhao Song reacted quickly, retracted his spear, and used the spear shaft to block the silver hammer that was coming straight at him.
Clang!
The hammer and the spear shaft collided, making a loud buzzing sound.
What a great strength!
Zhao Song's palms were numb from the force. Fortunately, Han Yu did not use his full strength in this attack, so he was able to withstand it. Zhao Song exerted force on his wrist and the long spear moved. He put the spear away in a handsome manner, then used his spiritual power to wrap the sharp blade and stabbed it straight at Han Yu's chest. Faced with this rather quick attack, Han Yu flashed and dodged it easily. Really? Zhao Song couldn't help but feel discouraged. He didn't even know how to use martial arts, but the other person's body movements were already perfect. Without thinking too much, Zhao Song waved his long spear to block Han Yu's hammer again.
This time he was not so lucky.
The huge force made him retreat backwards, and the soles of his shoes rubbed against the ground and slid a long way. In the end, a long spear was used to stop it from sliding down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Song breathed heavily. If he continued like this, he would lose sooner or later.
Let us fight.
Zhao Song gritted his teeth and made up his mind that even if he had to lose, he would lose in a dignified manner. Mobilizing the limited spiritual power in his sea of consciousness, Zhao Song picked up his long spear and rushed towards Han Yu. Next he would use his only martial arts skill, although he was still a little unskilled.
The first move of the breaking spear destroys the army.
Zhao Song shouted, his face turned red instantly, veins appeared on his neck, and he swung the bronze spear suddenly. A bloody slash rushed towards Han Yu with unmatched power. Zhao Song himself leaned over, knelt on one knee, tightly gripped the bronze spear, and watched the slash with anticipation in his eyes. But he was disappointed. Han Yu was a little surprised when he saw this attack. After watching the individual battles for such a long time, except for Shen Wuji and Qin Qingfeng in the previous round, Zhao Song was the only one who used martial arts.
Sure enough, those who can stay are not simple people. Han Yu sighed and felt eager to try it out.
Then he clenched his two hammers, mobilized his spiritual power, and the surging spiritual power poured madly into the silver-white hammers. A layer of solid blue film emerged on the surface of the silver-white hammer, fluttering in the breeze like a flame.
The Hunyuan Thunderbolt Hammer.
Han Yu used his skills, and facing the oncoming attack, he did not retreat at all, but swung the hammer and smashed it.
The hammer seemed to have the power to split a mountain.
The hammer filled with spiritual power collided with the bloody slash, and there was only a crisp pop sound.
The bloody slash was like a mirror, smashed into pieces by the hammer.
At the same time, Zhao Song's heart was also broken.
He lost, completely. Chapter 38, The Final Battle. Teacher?
After the battle, Han Yu came to the medical area and wanted to check on Shen Wuji's injuries, but the first thing he saw was their class teacher. Hearing the voice, Chen Lifeng turned around and saw Han Yu with a smile on his face, and his inner depression dissipated a lot. Even if Shen Wuji and Qin Qingfeng cannot participate in the competition, their class still has Han Yu and Lang Ningyu, so the first and second places will still be theirs. As early as when Han Yu and Zhao Song were fighting, he came to check on Shen Wuji and Qin Qingfeng's injuries, and was told that the two were seriously injured and could not participate in subsequent competitions. This news froze the smile on his face. As expected, the top four were from their class, but an accident happened. The battle between Shen Wuji and Qin Qingfeng directly affected the subsequent battles, which made Chen Lifeng quite depressed.
Wuji, what's going on?
At this time, Han Yu came to Shen Wuji and asked. The injury is too serious and he can't participate in the competition. Lu Cheng and Zhao Yukai sat on the side. The two of them arrived earlier than Chen Lifeng and received the news earlier than Chen Lifeng.
Can't participate in the competition? Han Yu frowned slightly. Is the injury so serious? Old Qin almost stabbed me through. Shen Wuji pointed at the blood-soaked bandage on his shoulder and laughed. The fight between him and Qin Qingfeng was so intense that if the referee hadn't stopped them, they would have continued fighting. Hearing this, Han Yu couldn't help but look at Qin Qingfeng, who was sitting on the other side. Qin Qingfeng's condition was not much better than Shen Wuji's.
Not only was he wrapped in bandages, but his handsome face was also covered in bruises. Seeing Han Yu's gaze, Qin Qingfeng nodded in response. What no one noticed was that when Qin Qingfeng looked at Han Yu, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Originally, Qin Qingfeng wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of a personal battle to fight Han Yu, but unfortunately, he stopped in front of Shen Wuji.
Squad leader, it's just you and Lang Ningyu left. When will you go on stage? Zhao Yukai asked curiously. Lu Cheng also cast a glance over.
The individual battle was nearing its end, with only the two most talented and strongest people left.
Half an hour later. Han Yu answered the two.
After defeating Zhao Song, the referee told him that the next match would be in half an hour and asked him to rest well and adjust his condition.
Then you should go back and adjust yourself.
Chen Lifeng said with a smile, your battle with Lang Ningyu has attracted everyone's attention.
It's okay, teacher. I'm in perfect condition now. Han Yu shook his head and refused.
His battle with Zhao Song did not consume much of his spiritual power and strength. His sea of consciousness was boundless, and the little spiritual power he used was insignificant. His strength was slowly recovering during his rest. It can be said that after the First War, his mental state has reached its peak.
All right then.
Seeing that Han Yu knew what was going on, Chen Lifeng stopped forcing her. After chatting for a while, he asked Shen Wuji and Qin Xingfeng to take care of their wounds and left. After the class teacher left, only Han Yu and 4 others, as well as a few medical staff, were left at the venue. After that, Han Yu stayed here until he came on stage. Hearing the referee's voice outside, Lu Cheng and Jia Yukai excitedly said, "Squad leader, it's about to begin."
Come on, Yu, defeat Long Ningyu. Shen Wuji said.
He was on Han Yu's side.
Come on. Qin Xingfeng nodded slightly. I will.
Han Yu said goodbye to the 4 people and said, "Let's go."
On the field,
Han Yu, holding a silver-white sledgehammer, stood facing Long Ningyu, who was holding a blue sword. The shouts like a tsunami in his ears made Han Yu's blood boil. There are only a handful of people in the entire Yangcheng High School who can fight him, and the only one who can fight him without being defeated is Long Ningyu. He was full of anticipation for this battle from the very beginning. Long Ningyu looked at the tall Han Yu opposite her and couldn't help but tighten the sword in her hand. Han Yu's strength was well known to everyone, and of course she knew it very well. It was precisely because she knew it very well that she felt heavy in her heart.
Ha ha!
The cold wind blowing from nowhere added a sense of solemnity to the battle.
After cheering, the students in the audience waited nervously for the fight between the two.
They all have their own supporters in their hearts. Some hope Han Yu will win, while others hope Long Ningyu will win.
Who will win the battle between the 2 most talented people? Let us look forward to it. Are you ready?
Shen Wuji and Qin Xingfeng were injured and could not participate in the battle, so this was the final battle. The referee's voice, which had always been serious, became much gentler.
Referee, finally free. All right. Han
Yu and Long Ningyu responded one after another.
Okay, let's get started.
The referee left the place for the 2 men to fight, but did not move too far away from them. These 2 can be said to be the strongest among the students of Yangcheng No. 1 High School. Their methods are not comparable to those of other students. He cannot stay too far away, otherwise he will not be able to rescue them in time. Hearing the word start, Han Yu took the lead and used Phantom Triple Flash to flash towards Long Ningyu. A familiar scene reappears, but this time from a different perspective.
Before, we were in the stands, now we are on the field. Before, we were spectators, now we are opponents.
Seeing Han Yu getting closer and closer, Long Ningyu calmed himself down and began to use his martial arts. The blue sword in her hand burst out with dazzling blue light, and she raised the sword high and swung it to slash.
2 blue crescent-shaped sword energies emitted sharp momentum and headed towards Han Yu.
Then Long Ningyu moved, and his illusory figure ran towards Han Yu. The 2 sword energies only blocked Han Yu's steps. The real killing move was Long Ningyu himself. Seeing the beautiful and sharp sword energy, Han Yu didn't even try to dodge, but swung his 2 hammers and smashed it.
Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded in succession. I'll go.
Just as he dealt with the sword energy, he saw a dazzling blue light appear. Han Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his figure disappeared in a flash.
But that blue color kept following, wherever Han Yu went, it went.
In the end, Han Yu dodged several times before escaping.
Is this too dazzling?
Looking at the dazzling blue sword in Long Ningyu's hand, Han Yu's mouth twitched.
He really didn't expect that someone would fight the enemy in this way. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Long Ningyu's lips.
This was a technique she had specially thought of.
Although it could not defeat the enemy directly, it could effectively influence him.
After thinking about it, the blue light of the sword in Long Ningyu's hand became brighter, and then his figure became illusory, and he walked towards Han Yu with the sword. Han Yu narrowed his star-like eyes, his figure flashed, and he swung his right hammer and smashed it at Long Ningyu without any mercy. What's more, Long Ningyu doesn't need him to show mercy, she is not a vase. Dodging Han Yu's hammer, Long Ningyu stabbed Han Yu's face with the sword in his hand at a tricky angle.
Clang!
Han Yu blocked it with his left hammer and hit Long Ningyu with his right hammer again. Han Yu on Thunderbolt Hammer, one hard, one soft, a perfect balance of hardness and softness.
Chapter 39 Exchange. You lose. The 2 fought back and forth like this.
Although Long Ningyu's sword was clean and sharp, he was still slightly inferior to Han Yu. The silver hammer in Han Yu's right hand stopped on Long Ningyu's head, and the battle between the two most talented people had just ended. Feeling the huge hammer weighing 1,000 pounds above his head, Lang Ningyu had no doubt that if the hammer fell on his head would shatter like a watermelon falling to the ground.
Thinking of this, Lang Ningyu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. That would be too scary. I lost. Lang Ningyu stepped back and left the hammer's attack range. Don't worry, it won't hit you. Seeing Lang Ningyu's appearance, Han Yu smiled. Lang Ning pursed her jade pink lips, as if her thoughts were exposed, and a touching blush flashed across her cold face. Han Yu wins. Seeing this, the referee on the side immediately announced the winner. Off-site medical facilities. Hearing that Han Yu won, Shen Wuji couldn't help but roar, but ended up pulling his wound and immediately grimaced. Lu Chang and Zhao Yukai looked at the tall figure on the field, their eyes filled with envy. Squad leader, you are so handsome. Qin Xingfeng looked at his own wound, then looked at Han Yu on the field, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. If I have the chance in the future, I must fight with Han Yu. After hearing the result of this individual battle, Chen Lifeng showed a satisfied smile. No matter who wins between Han Yu and Lang Ningyu, they are still his students. In the audience, the students who supported Han Yu cheered happily. Han Yu is awesome. What did I say? Han Yu is definitely better than Lang Ningyu. Are you cold-blowing ones yelling again? Han Shui, shut up. Class 1, Senior 3. Seeing the class monitor win, the classmates applauded. In fact, no matter who wins, Han Yu or Lang Ningyu, they will applaud. There's nothing they can do about it since they are in the same class as them. How does it feel? Pretty good, right? Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and chuckled at Fan Yumling beside him. Better than I was back then. Fan Yumling nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on the cold and elegant girl on the field. She whispered, I'll give her my recommendation spot. She definitely won't let me down. Where's Pang Pang? Wang Xiaochen looked at Pang Pang on the other side again. Have you decided? Shen Wuji or Qin Xingfeng? As for the third place, he was not mentioned. Although Zhao Song performed well, he was far inferior to Shen Wuji and Qin Xingfeng. Thinking about Shen Wuji and Qin Xingfeng, Pang Pang fell into deep thought. In fact, he was optimistic about both of them. Qin Xingfeng has SS-level talent, there is no doubt about that. Shen Wuji has S-level talent and amazing physical fitness. He was able to tie with Qin Xingfeng, who has SS-level talent. This is very impressive. He definitely couldn't have done it when he was in his third year of high school. Both of them performed well, which made him realize for the first time the difficulty of making a choice. I want both, but there is only one recommendation available. TSK. Pang Pang scratched his head, feeling extremely tormented. If only one of them performed so well, he would have made the decision without hesitation, but there were two of them. Forget it, let's go back and think about it. Pang Pang said finally. He was in so much pain now that he had no idea who to choose. Okay, it's up to you. We won't interrupt. Wang Xiaochen grabbed Fan Yumong, who wanted to speak, and said to Pang Pang. Since it concerns rare treasures, it is not easy for them to interfere. What if the interference causes Pang Pang to fail to obtain the treasure? Their relationship is good, but even the best relationship cannot withstand the twists and turns in the face of interests. Yeah, I know. Pang Pang nodded to show that he understood. Han Yu won first place in the individual competition and received the due reward. Looking at the palm-sized, delicate, cool, patterned bottle in his hand, Han Yu suppressed the urge to open it. He still had things to do. Lang Ningyu, wait a minute. He called out to Lang Ningyu, who was about to walk towards the audience seats. Lang Ningyu turned her head and looked at Han Yu's fair face, the confusion clearly visible on her face. I want to ask, do you need Qingyuan fruit? Han Yu asked. That's right, he wanted to exchange Qingyuan fruit for stardust sand. Yes. Lang Ningyu nodded seriously. She really needed the Qingyuan fruit. After taking 2 Qingyuan fruits, she could not forget the scene of the huge, pure spiritual energy pouring into her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, there were only 2. Now that Han Yu said this, Lang Ningyu immediately understood that Han Yu still had Qingyuan fruit in his hand. Han Yu smiled, thinking, I can exchange the Qingyuan fruit for the stardust sand in your hand. Can. Lang Ningyu handed the stardust sand to Han Yu decisively. Not only did the teacher tell her about the benefits of stardust sand and Qingyuan fruit, she also looked them up online.
The stardust sand is used for body forging and is of little use to her. On the other hand, the Qingyuan fruit contains huge and pure spiritual power, which can effectively increase the spiritual power in her sea of consciousness. Seeing Lung Ningyu handing the stardust sand to him without blinking, Hanyu was surprised. Is she so decisive? Hanyu didn't think much about it and took the stardust sand and said, I haven't consumed the 2 Qingyuan fruits in my hand. I can exchange 1.5 for your stardust sand. Weighing Lung Ningyu's stardust sand, Hanyu found that the stardust sand in the bottle was much lighter than his weight. I originally wanted to exchange 2 Qingyuan fruits for the stardust sand in Lung Ningyu's hand, but now it has become 1.5. As for the remaining half, he planned to exchange it with Zhao Son. The first place is stardust sand, the bottle is full. The second place is stardust sand, the bottle is half full. The third place stardust sand, if he guessed correctly, should only be 1/3 of the bottle.
1.5. Lung Ningyu was shocked when she heard this.
She thought she could only exchange it for 1 Qingyuan fruit, but she didn't expect that there was still half one.
Well, I'll bring 2 Qingyuan fruits to school tomorrow. Hanyu said. Don't you need it? Lung Ningyu looked at Hanyu in confusion. The sea of consciousness of an SSS-level talent is as vast as the ocean. In order to fill the sea of consciousness, Qingyuan fruit is very important, but why does Hanyu want to exchange Qingyuan fruit for stardust sand? I don't need it for now. Hanyu smiled. He saw out of the corner of his eye that Zhao Son had left and was heading for the audience. He didn't say much to Lung Ningyu. He said goodbye and walked quickly towards Zhao Son. Watching Hanyu's back, Lung Ningyu felt a little curious about this tall boy with beautiful eyes. This person's spirit is very powerful. At this moment, a clear voice sounded beside Lung Ningyu's ears. Ningxuan, what's wrong? Lung Ningyu was puzzled. That princess from the Hammer clan is at a much higher level than me. If she hadn't held back, I would have been injured. Better than you? Surprise appeared on Lung Ningyu's cold face. In her eyes, Ningxuan was the most powerful weapon spirit. Even though Hanyu's weapon spirit was also a princess of the same clan, she felt that the two weapon spirits were equally powerful. But Ningxuan said that Hanyu's spirit was even more powerful than hers. How could Lung Ningyu not be surprised? End of chapter 40. After completing the transaction with Zhao Son, Hanyu returned to the class with 3 bottles of stardust sand of different weights. The individual competition has ended. I believe everyone has gained something different. Principal Zhang Yanfeng's voice echoed in the Yangcheng Event Center. His speech before the start and his speech after the end completed the whole event into a closed loop. After the speech, each class began to pick up the trash and then evacuate. Hanyu, let everyone clean up. Chen Lifeng immediately assigned a task to Hanyu, who ranked first in the individual competition. Nu. Hanyu stood up and asked everyone to clean up the area beneath their feet. After cleaning, the students said goodbye to their class teacher, left the auditorium and headed towards the door below. Hanyu said to Shinwuji, really, don't we need to go to the hospital? No need. Shinwuji shook his head, the wound is itchy and is about to heal. Okay then. Hanyu nodded, as long as you know what's going on. I'm not a fool. Shinwuji smiled brightly, let's go too. Good. Hanyu and Shinwuji said goodbye to the class teacher before leaving the audience. Soon, the students of Yangcheng Event Center left one after another, and only the school leaders and teachers remained. You 3 wait for me outside for a while, I'll be out soon. Chen Lifeng said to Wang Xiaochen, Fan Yameng, and Peng Peng. After walking a few steps, Chen Lifeng suddenly turned around and said, don't go. Stay for dinner tonight. Don't worry, teacher, we will definitely go. Peng Peng patted his chest and promised. Facing his good friend's teacher, Peng Peng couldn't help but sigh, Xiaochen, the teacher is so enthusiastic towards us. Wang Xiaochen smiled but said nothing. Fan Yameng rolled her eyes. The teacher clearly asked Xiaochen to go to dinner with her, but you, a big idiot, took it for granted. Let's go out and wait for the teacher. Wang Xiaochen said. Good. Fan Yameng walked down from the audience holding Wang Xiaochen's hand, and Peng Peng followed behind them. Looking at the 2 people holding hands, Peng Peng looked at them with disdain. The woman would only affect the speed of his punches. If Fan Yameng knew what Peng Peng was thinking, she would definitely sneer, if you want to be single for the rest of your life, I will make you laugh to death. Wuji, take care. Outside the Sunshine Sports Center, Hanyu said solemnly to Shinwuji. Please pray that you can see me at school tomorrow.
Shin Wooji sighed. He was injured again. His mother would nag him to death, and he might get even more injured. When Hanyu thought of Aunt Zhang's rolling pin, his heart tightened, and then he felt endless relief that his mother would not beat him. Let's go. Shin Wooji waved his hand and left with resolute steps. Looking at Shin Wooji's slightly desolate back, Hanyu said in his heart, "Take care." Ayu, show me the stardust sand. Choi Ying emerged from Hanyu's sea of consciousness. Here. Hanyu took out 3 bottles with patterns from his pocket. With these 3 bottles of stardust sand, you can start studying the skin tempering technique. Choi Ying picked up a bottle of stardust sand with her white hands, and a smile spread across her beautiful face. Obviously she was happy for Hanyu. Sister Ying, it's too early to be happy. Hanyu shook the 2 empty bottles of stardust sand in her hand and said, only 1 bottle is full. The other 2 bottles are only half full, and the other is only half of half. No way, why is your school so stingy? Choi Ying picked up the other 2 bottles and shook them, and found that they were indeed dissatisfied. Her smile faded and she said angrily, the rewards for the top 3 are all stardust sand, and the amounts are definitely different, said Hanyu. Well, it's better than nothing. Choi Ying sighed. Open it and take a look. The stardust sand inside is very beautiful. Hanyu said. He had wanted to open it and take a look as early as when the principal was speaking, and after being persuaded by Lu Chang and others, he opened it. I saw it. Having said that, Choi Ying still opened it. She also wanted to feel the shock of the stardust sand with her own vision. Boo! The cork on the bottle was opened. A clearly visible silver gas drifted out from the bottle mouth and then disappeared into the air. Choi Ying narrowed her right eye and looked at the stardust sand in the bottle with her left eye. Although it was not the first time she saw it, Choi Ying still couldn't hide her surprise. Silver stardust sand sparkled and appeared in Choi Ying's vision. It's really beautiful, just the same color as mine. Choi Ying put the cork back into the bottle, praising the stardust sand while also giving herself a little compliment. It is indeed beautiful. Hanyu had something in mind, but no one knew whether he was talking about stardust sand, hammer crystal, or both. Choi Ying smiled brightly and handed the stardust sand back to Hanyu. After Hanyu put the stardust sand away, she reached out and signed it. Ayu, are we going to have dinner? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was about to set, the sky was dim, and it was a beautiful scene of sunset. Go home first, then come out for dinner. Hanyu replied, touching the stardust sand in his pocket with his left hand. He was now holding a precious treasure. If he lost it or it slipped out of his pocket and fell to the ground, he would cry his heart out. It would be safer to keep the stardust sand at home. Okay, let's go. Choi Ying took Hanyu's hand and walked towards home. As we walked, he asked, what are we going to eat tonight? Is there anything you want to eat? No, I'll listen to you. The dim sunlight shone on the 2 people, stretching their reflections very long. What Hanyu and the others didn't know was that while they were talking, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching them from behind. What a handsome couple. Fan Yumlin looked at the 2 figures, and her tender hands unconsciously clenched the big hands in her hands. The strong force in his hands made Wang Xiaochen agree. Female spirit. Peng Peng's indescribable look made Wang Xiaochen and Fan Yumlin curious. What happened to the female spirit? Female spirits are no match for male spirits. I can only say that Peng Peng is worthy of being Peng Peng, and what he said is so tough. Forehead. Wang Xiaochen and Fan Yumlin looked at each other and shook their heads speechlessly. Now they were speechless. Bang bang. Wang Xiaochen called Peng Peng's nickname earnestly. What's wrong? Peng Peng looked over. What are you going to do in the future? Wang Xiaochen was a little worried about Peng Peng's future. What do you mean? Peng Peng looked at Wang Xiaochen in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Etc. Fan Yuming suddenly remembered something, reached out and pulled Wang Xiaochen behind her, looked at Peng Peng as if facing a formidable enemy and said, you don't like girls, do you like boys? Hiss. Wang Xiaochen sucked in a breath of cold air, his calm face immediately turned into one of fear, and his buttocks unconsciously retracted. Like boys? Peng Peng's eyes widened like a cow's, and then he shook his head in horror. I can't accept a man. Then I feel relieved. Fan Yumlin breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xiaochen finally let go of her worries. It didn't matter if she just liked the boy. As a boy, she would rather be stabbed in the back.
Chapter 41, Stepping into the Starry Sky. The next day, early morning.
Hanyu got up from the warm bed and stretched out his body. He fell asleep very quickly last night and fell asleep before he could even watch TV series with Sister Ing. After waking up, he felt refreshed.
Get up.
Hanyu lifted the quilt, got out of bed and put on slippers. I opened the curtains, felt the cool morning air, then opened the door and walked out.
Ayu, are you awake?
Hearing the door open, Shuiying walked out of the kitchen in surprise.
She was wearing blue pajamas with a cute pink apron on top and holding a spatula in her hand.
Shuiying's outfit made Hanyu feel extremely warm inside.
Sister Ing, what are we going to eat in the morning? Hanyu asked curiously.
I'm making braised pork. Shuiying waved the spatula, a smile on her beautiful face. It will be ready soon.
Eat braised pork? Hanyu touched his chin. He felt a little greasy after eating braised pork in the morning.
But this is also Sister Ing's kindness, and it cannot be wasted.
Hanyu nodded and said, I'll go wash up first.
After washing up, Hanyu went to the kitchen to help serve rice and dishes.
Looking at the brightly colored braised pork with a rich meaty aroma, Hanyu couldn't help but feel hungry. It's okay to be sick of it, but the main thing is that it's too fragrant. Ayu, how about trying it? Shuiying stood beside Hanyu and asked with anticipation.
Hanyu picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth and chewed it. Shuiying's almond-shaped eyes were bright and she looked at Ayu with anticipation.
Sister Ing did it. Hanyu drew out a long note. Shuiying's beautiful face tightened and she couldn't help but feel nervous.
Fortunately, Hanyu's next words made her smile again and she felt very happy.
Of course it's delicious.
After Hanyu finished speaking, he took Sister Ying's tender little hand and asked her to sit next to him.
Sister Ing, you eat too.
Hanyu handed over the rice and chopsticks.
Okay, you, eat more.
Shuiying was eating while picking up some meat for Hanyu.
She now likes human life more and more.
It is much more interesting than when she was in the spirit continent. And she is no longer alone, she has her own partner, and she will accompany him throughout his life until his death. After breakfast and tidying up, Hanyu took Sister Ing to school. After the individual competition, the school did not give them a holiday, but they went back to school directly.
On the road,
Hanyu and Shuiying walked hand in hand on the way to school.
Ayu, when are you going to practice the skin tempering technique? Let's wait until the holiday. Hanyu calculated the time and said. Today is Friday. We have one class today and one class tomorrow. We will have a day off the day after tomorrow.
He had a day off, so he had a day to study the art of skin hardening.
Okay, then let's wait until the holiday. Shuiying nodded and asked again, what are we doing today? Study and practice.
Hanyu clenched his left hand and said, practice to the supreme realm as soon as possible, and then we can travel the starry sky together. He had this dream in his heart all along, but he had never spoken it out loud until now. He had never dared to think about the 4 words traveling in the starry sky before, but now that he has the opportunity to realize it, he will naturally work hard to give it a try.
Okay.
Shuiying hugged Hanyu's arm and said with a smile, then I will take you to our Qiling continent and our Chui clan.
Okay, I'll wait.
Hanyu smiled, his heart full of anticipation.
Sister Ing, don't you miss home? Hanyu suddenly asked.
Compared to the human race, the Qiling race is Sister Ing's real home. That is where she was born and lives.
Homesick?
Shuiying shook her head slightly when she heard that.
Not for now, but maybe later. Sister Ing, don't worry, I will definitely let you go home. Hanyu promised.
After the Qiling clan signed a contract with the human race, they were brought to their side through space using the formation.
There are 2 ways to go back.
One is that the human race who signed the contract reached the supreme realm and stepped into the starry sky. Another scenario is that if the human who signed the contract dies, the contract disappears and the formation reappears to send the weapon spirit back to the weapon spirit continent.
Well, I hope to take you to visit the Qiling continent. Shuiying said.
She didn't want Hanyu's death to make her return to the Qiling continent, but to be with Hanyu. The two made an agreement with each other and signed it with pinky promises.
Yancheng No. 1 High School, Class 3-1. An unexpected person came to Class 1 today.
Xiaosong, why are you in my class? A classmate from Class 1 asked the tall and straight young man who walked in. The individual competition ended yesterday, and few people were unfamiliar with Xiaosong, who ranked 3rd in the individual competition.
I'm here to find Hanyu.
Zhao Song said, his eyes scanning Han Yu's figure in class 1.
Unfortunately, he was disappointed. He looked around but didn't see Hanyu. The monitor hasn't come yet. The classmate from class 1 asked curiously, "What do you want to see the monitor for?" "We made a deal." Zhao Song found an empty seat and sat down. Since it was about the Qingyuan fruit, he didn't mind waiting, even for half a piece. Trade? When the students around heard this, they came over curiously and asked, "What's the deal?"
Han Yu exchanged the Qingyuan fruit for my stardust sand.
Zhao Song said. Hiss. The students around him gasped. Qingyuan fruit for stardust sand? The class monitor was so confused.
Why would the class monitor exchange Qingyuan fruit for stardust sand? The classmates were puzzled. In their eyes, Qingyuan fruit is more useful than stardust sand.
The Qingyuan fruit can equal 2 months of hard training, but the stardust sand can only enhance physical fitness.
When they reach the extraordinary realm, the spiritual energy in their sea of consciousness will feed back to nourish their physical bodies, and their physical fitness will naturally improve. Why would the squad leader be so depressed?
I exchanged it for half a coin.
Seeing the students in class 1 looking as if the class monitor was at a disadvantage, Zhao Song couldn't help but say, if there was any loss, it was he who suffered the loss. Who knew that if the Qingyuan fruit was cut in half, the spiritual energy would definitely leak out, but his stardust sand would not?
Half a coin is equivalent to a month of hard study. The class monitor is so confused.
The students in class 1 were still beating their chests and stamping their feet over Han Yu's confusion. If it were them, they would definitely not exchange Qingyuan fruit for stardust sand, but unfortunately there is no if. Seeing that the students in class 1 were still standing on Han Yu's side, Zhao Song curled his lips and stopped explaining, quietly waiting for Han Yu's arrival.
Fortunately, Han Yu didn't make him wait long. The squad leader is here. Zhao Song, my class monitor is here. Squad leader, Zhao Song is looking for you.
Seeing Han Yu walk in, the students in class 1 started speaking.
Han Yu.
Seeing Han Yu, Zhao Song stood up and greeted him.
You're here. Han Yu nodded to him, looked at Lung Ningyu's position and asked the classmate next to him, "Is Lung Ningyu here?"
Not yet, the man replied.
Zhao Song, wait a moment.
I brought the Qingyuan fruit, but I still need to wait for the Lang Ning jade. While Han Yu was talking to Zhao Song, he took out the box containing Qingyuan fruit from his pocket.
No rush.
Seeing the box containing Qingyuan fruit, Zhao Song felt relieved and said with an understanding look. He knew that Han Yu would not lie to him, but he was still a little nervous about the matter of the Qingyuan fruit.
Chapter 42 Half a Qingyuan fruit. After a while, Lung Ningyu came.
Han Yu's eyes met Lung Ningyu's as she walked into the classroom. A pair of eyes as bright as stars, a pair of eyes that are cold and radiant with light. 2 pairs of extremely beautiful eyes collided with each other, and the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes couldn't help but sigh that the other's eyes were so beautiful.
Han Yu smiled at Lung Ningyu and said, "I've been waiting for you." What? Lang Ningyu walked towards Han Yu with confusion and curiosity.
I have brought the Qingyuan fruit and now I will give it to you in Zhao Song. Han Yu opened the box containing the Qingyuan fruit.
2 green and sweet fruits appeared in the eyes of the classmates. I'll go. Wow. The students looked at the 2 Qingyuan fruits and exclaimed in surprise.
They all knew about the Qingyuan fruit, but apart from the team that won the flag in the team battle, almost no one had ever seen it in real life. 1 Qingyuan fruit is worth 2 months of hard training.
I really want to try it. I think so too. It looks delicious. It's a pity it's not mine.
As the students spoke, various emotions appeared in their eyes.
The temptation of Qingyuan fruit was extremely huge. It's bad, don't show off your wealth.
Listening to his classmates' voices and seeing their hungry eyes, Han Yu decisively closed the box of Qingyuan fruit.
Snap.
The green fruit disappeared from the students' sight, and many of them showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes.
Give.
Han Yu handed 2 boxes of Qingyuan fruit to Lung Ningyu and said, "You and Zhao Song can share it."
Lang
Ningyu nodded and stretched out his hands to hold the 2 boxes tightly.
Long Ningyu. Zhao Song looked at Long Ningyu and stammered.
Facing such a beautiful girl like Lang Ningyu, with such a cold temperament, it was already good enough for Zhao Song to speak.
Some people couldn't even open their mouths in front of Lang Ningyu, let alone speak. Long Ningyu looked at Zhao Song. Can you separate the Qingyuan fruit now?
After Zhao Song said this, he seemed to be relieved.
It's so tiring to talk to a beautiful girl, it's easier to practice with Gu Feng. Good. Lung Ningyu responded, and even if Zhao Song didn't say anything, she also wanted to separate the Qingyuan fruit.
She opened one of the boxes of Qingyuan fruit, took out the Qingyuan fruit inside, and then stretched out her right hand to summon Jian Ningxuan. The azure sword flashed a blue light, and the Qingyuan fruit flesh and core were split in two. At the same time, a pure spiritual energy appeared in the air, which was emitted by the Qingyuan fruit. Such pure spiritual energy, I breathe it in, I breathe it in.
Religious energy filled the area.
The students felt as if all their pores opened up when they took a breath. Some of them even twitched their noses and took deep breaths, as if they wanted to store the spiritual energy in their bodies. The spiritual energy has dissipated. Lang Ningyu frowned, handed half of the Qingyuan fruit to Zhao Song, and stuffed the other half into his own mouth. Then she put away another box containing Qingyuan fruit, went straight back to her seat, and practiced spiritual qi attraction to refine the Qingyuan fruit. Zhao Song didn't have time to think about it, and stuffed the Qingyuan fruit that was emitting spiritual energy into his mouth. Pure spiritual energy surged into his body, and Zhao Song absorbed it quickly without caring about his surprise.
The spiritual power contained in the Qingyuan fruit is indeed powerful.
Han Yu, who was standing by, felt the surrounding spiritual energy and gave his evaluation.
However, he doesn't really need it.
With Sister Ing, a ground-level spirit, the spiritual power in the Qingyuan fruit only requires Sister Ing to practice hard for more than 10 days.
And don't forget, there is also this genius with SSS talent.
The Qingyuan fruit is of little use to him. Stardust sand is what he needs most at this stage.
Not long after, Lang Ningyu opened her cold eyes and felt the spiritual energy in the sea of consciousness.
A slight smile flashed across her heart. She was one small step closer to the extraordinary realm, and she also had a Qingyuan fruit in her hand. 10 minutes later, Zhao Song also opened his eyes.
Is this the Qingyuan fruit?
Zhao Song murmured, it really lives up to its reputation.
Even though it was only half a Qingyuan fruit, this half Qingyuan fruit was equivalent to a month of hard training for him. It's a pity there's only half a coin.
Zhao Song, who tasted the sweetness, was deeply disappointed. Hey, brother, class is about to start, it's time to go. The owner of the seat where Zhao Song was sitting said to Zhao Song unhappily. No one can bear to sit in his chair and eat the Qingyuan fruit that he has been longing for. He was generous enough not to cause trouble.
Oh, okay.
When he heard the sound, Zhao Song realized that he was still sitting in someone else's seat. Zhao Song stood up and apologized quickly.
It's okay, it's okay.
Seeing Zhao Song, who was third in the individual competition, being so polite, he didn't know what to say, so he just waved his hand and said, class is almost time, go back to class. Not long after Zhao Song left, the bell for class rang. The long-awaited school bell sounded unusually pleasant to the students.
Hey, why is the homeroom teacher here in this class?
Someone looked surprised as he saw the figure flash by at the back door. Not only the homeroom teacher came, but also another person.
It looks a bit familiar. This seems to be the one who sat next to the teacher during the competition. Indeed. In just a few seconds, the students exchanged a few sentences. Snap.
The classroom door was opened. Chen Lifeng walked in with a smile on his face. Wang Xiaochen did not come in, but stood at the door. Looking at this group of younger students, he pushed his glasses up, a trace of memories emerging in his eyes. Once upon a time, he was sitting in the classroom like this group of younger classmates.
Attend classes in the morning and practice in the afternoon. Time, once gone, will never come back. Chen Lifeng didn't know what his beloved student was thinking.
At this moment, he stood on the podium and said to the students with a smile, "Your teacher Qian is busy, so I will take this class." Upon hearing this, the students changed the types and characteristics of Yuan beasts to characteristics of weapon spirits.
We won't have lectures in this class.
Seeing the students changing books, Chen Lifeng stopped them.
No lectures? The students were a little confused. What else could they do if they weren't teaching? Could it be?
The clever Lu Cheng had already set his sights on the young man at the door.
A bold idea suddenly emerged from their hearts. Ha, it's just what you think.
Seeing this, Chen Lifeng laughed and waved to Wang Xiaochen, "Xiaochen, come in and see your junior students." Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and walked up to the podium with a smile on his face.
Hiss.
The students gasped and looked in shock at the young man who had been sitting next to their homeroom teacher during the individual battle.
Come, let me introduce you to you solemnly.
Chen Lifeng restrained his smile and spoke in a serious tone. This is a student from Stardust Academy, one of the 3 top combat academies of the human race. He is also your senior and graduated from our school 3 years ago.
Hello, fellow students. I'm Wang Xiaochen. Chapter 43. Even in the same mortal realm, there are still differences. Hello, fellow students. I'm Wang Xiaochen.
Looking at the young man introducing himself on the podium, the students vaguely recalled what the teacher said. A student of Stardust Academy, one of the 3 top combat academies.
The young man who had always sat next to the teacher actually had this identity?
The students were shocked and stunned. It took them a long time to recover from the shock wave.
Hello, senior.
One person took the lead, and the others began to greet politely.
Well, does the teacher keep his word?
Chen Lifeng smiled at the students and said, I promised you that we would capture 3 flags in a team battle, and then I'd let your senior come back and talk about Star Academy.
Now that you're standing here, you can ask.
Come, Xiaochen, stand in the middle of the podium. Chen Lifeng said this and made way for his seat.
Good. Wang Xiaochen nodded, took 2 steps and stood in front of the teacher.
Looking at the group of younger students in the audience whose eyes were full of curiosity, Wang Xiaochen pushed his glasses and smiled gently. He was well prepared for today. When facing questions from his junior classmates, he would answer them one by one except for some things he couldn't say.
Ask.
Seeing that the students seemed hesitant to speak, Chen Lifeng spoke from the podium.
The teacher has spoken, it would be impolite not to ask.
The students pondered for a moment and began to ask the questions that were on their minds.
Senior, how big is Xingqian Academy? They say online that it's 5 million square meters. Senior, how many students does Xingqian Academy admit every year? Senior, if I want to go to Star Academy, do I need to get almost a perfect score in the combat exam?
The students listened to the teacher and said what they were thinking, but it caused a phenomenon. It was too chaotic. You asked a question, I asked a question, and soon the question was drowned out by the next question asked by the student.
Just ask one by one, don't be anxious. Wang Xiaochen spoke in desperation. Starting from Wu Lin, don't be anxious.
Class has just started, it's still early.
Chen Lifeng also spoke.
Since the seniors and the teacher had spoken, the students had no choice but to suppress the questions they were about to ask and looked at the boy in the row by the window, Wu Lin.
Knowing that he was the first to ask a question, Wu Lin was overjoyed and asked directly, Senior, what realm are you in now?
After the words fell, the students' gazes shifted to the senior on the podium, their eyes full of curiosity. As a student of Star Academy, the senior's strength is probably far beyond that of ordinary mortals. He may even be above the mortal realm and reach the extraordinary realm where he can break the shackles of the human body.
What realm?
Wang Xiaochen still smiled when he heard this. I am now in the mortal realm just like you.
There is no realm division for humans in the first stage of cultivation in the mortal realm.
Only when they reach the extraordinary realm will there be 3 stages: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and complete. Regardless of strength below the extraordinary realm, they are collectively referred to as the ordinary realm.
Just like us.
Many people were disappointed, as they thought there was something special about the students from the 3 top colleges.
Faced with the disappointment on some people's faces, Wang Xiaochen just smiled and said nothing.
Although it is an ordinary realm, there are also differences between ordinary realms.
The gap in Sea of Consciousness and Martial Arts Foundation. Then he went to ask Wu Lin's deskmate. Senior, how many people do the 3 top combat academies admit each year? Is there any chance of finding someone who's missed out?
During the entire class, the students were asking questions to the seniors from Xingqian Academy. Even Han Yu asked a question, and the question he asked was different from others. Others asked about the people and realms of the Star Academy, and some other things.
He asked about how to get rewards from the Star Academy.
Wang Xiaochen also answered Han Yu seriously at that time. Wang Xiaochen was very optimistic about Han Yu, not to mention that this was related to his rare talents and treasures.
Talk to Han Yu about Xingqian Academy.
This junior from Yangcheng No. 1 High School can be his junior at Xingqian Academy in the future. Until the end of the get out of class, the students looked at the senior's back as he left and felt very reluctant to see him go. They wanted to ask more questions, but unfortunately they didn't have time.
Wang Xiaochen's arrival has had a profound impact on Class 1 of Grade 3.
After class, many students gathered together to talk about Xingqian Academy, and some even ran to other classes to show off. This led to many people coming to Class 1, and the original class of 40 people more than doubled in size.
An interesting thing happened afterwards.
The students from other classes returned to their classroom and told their own teachers about this incident. These teachers united and went to find Chen Lifeng to ask if Wang Xiaochen could tell their students about Xingqian Academy.
This can better inspire students to cultivate their hearts. If a dark horse appears, they can be like Chen Lifeng. Not to mention teaching Class 1, the best class, Class 2 or classes with good academic performance will also do. Chen Lifeng is famous for his luck in getting into number 1 high school. Which teacher wouldn't envy him?
Finally, the teacher's noise attracted the attention of the principal.
The principal first asked Wang Xiaochen for his opinion, and then asked Chen Lifeng for his opinion.
After obtaining their consent, he waved his hand and decided to hold a meeting in the auditorium and invite all the teachers and students in the school.
After another discussion, the meeting was scheduled for the 3rd and 4th periods. Apart from attending the conference, these things have little to do with Hanyu.
At this moment, he was listening to Shen Wuji and the others chatting idly. Of course, his mind was not here. He was mainly chatting with Sister Ing. Hanyu, Sister Ing, after I finish practicing this skin tempering technique, I want to verify my guess.
Shui Ing, what guess? Hanyu, I seem to be able to form contracts with other spirits. Shui Ing, how is this possible? It's a well-known fact that humans can only form a contract with one spirit in their lifetime.
Just by listening to her tone, you can tell how surprised Shui Ing is. Indeed, since the human race and the weapon spirit race signed a contract, there has been no precedent for the human race being able to contract 2 weapon spirits. Hanyu unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip of water, and told Shui Ing what happened before he signed the contract with her.
This is impossible. After hearing this, Shui Ying's tone remained firm.
There has never been such an example of one person conjuring 2 spirit weapons.
I know. Hanyu smiled, but I still want to give it a try. Okay then.
After you finish practicing this skin tempering technique, we'll go to the equipment pavilion. Shui Ying snorted lightly, her tone slightly dissatisfied. This is just the right time to let you give up on this idea.
Having me is not enough, and you still want a second spirit weapon. You'll be so happy.
Hanyu noticed Sister Ying's temper, and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly tried to comfort her.
Chapter 44, Angry? Just comfort him.
After the school meeting ended, Hanyu followed Shen Wuji and the others to have lunch.
After lunch, it was time to rest.
When the afternoon class started, Hanyu began to enter a state of cultivation until he returned home from school in the afternoon.
Sister Ing, are you still angry? No.
Hanyu twitched his lips as he looked at Shui Ing, who was walking in front of him.
She was not angry even in such a situation. During the afternoon practice, Sister Ing didn't pay much attention to him.
At first he didn't understand why, but later he found out that it was because he said in the morning that he wanted to go to the weapon pavilion, thinking that he could sign a contract with other weapon spirits, which made Sister Ing angry. I haven't been able to coax him into leaving school anytime soon. In the past, I would hold his hand every day after school, but today he didn't even hold my hand.
Instead, he walked away angrily. What should you do when you see this situation?
Of course, you should continue to coax her.
This is someone who will accompany you for the rest of your life, how can you not coax her?
Hanyu took 2 steps at a time and came to Shui Ing, reaching out and holding her fair and tender hand. Shui Ing shook it twice, but without much effort, and failed to shake it off. She simply turned her head away and didn't look at Hanyu.
Oh, Sister Ing, don't be angry.
Hanyu shook Sister Ying's hand and said softly.
I'm not angry. Shui Ing said insincerely. Then look at me. I don't want to see it. You're still angry, aren't you? Hanyu said softly, don't be angry, be good, and don't go to the Chia Pavilion. No.
Hearing this, Shui Ing turned her head, her beautiful face full of seriousness. I must go.
It doesn't matter if you don't go. Having Sister Ing is enough for me. Hanyu's handsome face was full of sincerity. He was not lying to Sister Ing, he really thought so.
He has surpassed most people to have a spirit like Sister Ing who is both beautiful and powerful. Being able to spend his life with Sister Ing is the height of perfection. He went to the weapon pavilion just to verify his guess. If his guess was correct, he might not necessarily sign a contract with other weapon spirits. It's okay if it's a female, but what if the spirit of the weapon is a male? He couldn't stand Sister Ing and a male spirit being in his sea of consciousness together. Well, that won't work either. After hearing Ayu's words and seeing his serious face, Choi Ying's inner anger dissipated a lot and her tone softened a little. Ever since Ayu said that in the morning, she thought of the contract Ayu had made with other spirits, and she felt extremely uncomfortable at that time.
It's okay, I have Sister Ring and that's enough. Han Yu put his arm around Sister Ying's shoulders and said gently.
Han Yu's statement made Choi Ying very happy, but she still said, "We still have to go to the Chi Pavilion and try." Han Yu was about to say something, but Sister Ring covered her mouth and she could only mumble.
Listen to me.
Choi Ying covered Han Yu's mouth and said seriously, "It's fine if we can't conclude a contract, but what if we can? By then, your cultivation speed will increase exponentially, and the process of entering the transcendent realm will be greatly shortened."
Sister Ring, Han Yukin's star-like eyes were full of tenderness.
Before he could finish his words, his mouth was covered by the fragrant little hand again.
I'm telling you in advance.
Choi Ying pretended to be fierce and said, "If, by any chance, you can really sign a contract with another weapon spirit, you can't treat him better than me, otherwise, I will hammer you to death."
I understand, Sister Ring.
Han Yu tilted his head back, took his lips away from the fragrant little hand, and nodded solemnly, "I promise that no one can match your position in my heart."
Remember what you said.
Choi Ying snorted twice, retracted her right hand, and held Han Yu's big hand with her left hand, and couldn't help but tighten it a little.
Sister Ring, can I take you to eat cake?
Han Yu spoke softly when she noticed her hand was clenched tightly.
Let's go.
Choi Ying held Han Yu's hand tightly and walked in front. This matter has come to an end, and from now on we just need to wait quietly. The next day, there was no speech from the senior students and no assembly held by the school.
Han Yu studied and practiced. Until the time came Sunday. Early in the morning, Han Yu was woken up by his biological clock. Even if there is no class today, Han Yu still wakes up at this time.
Those eyes were not as bright as before, and there was a drowsy and lazy look in them.
Are you awake?
Choi Ying, who was lying sideways beside Han Yu, saw Han Yu open his eyes, with a hint of joy in her tone.
No, I'm still sleepy.
Han Yu uncurled himself to Choi Ying's side, then put his arms around her slender waist and rested his head on her snow-white neck.
I'm going to sleep for a while. Good.
Choi Ying's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and her beautiful face was filled with doting. Although the warm breath on her neck made her feel a little uncomfortable, she didn't care. Instead, she stretched out a hand and hugged Han Yu's back. After sleeping together in bed for half a month, the two became closer and closer, but they still did not take the final step. Choi Ying doesn't understand, Han Yu doesn't want to, and there are factors outside the screen that influence it.
Half an hour later.
Han Yu opened his eyes and broke away from Sister Ying's arms.
He sat up and stretched. I'm awake. Don't you want to sleep a little longer?
Choi Ying lay on the pillow, staring at Han Yu with her watery almond eyes.
I'm not going to sleep anymore. I'm going to wash up. Han Yu glanced at Sister Ring and quickly looked away.
He was afraid he would lose control if he continued reading. The pajamas at home could not hide the slender figure of the figure on the bed, which rose and fell with every breath.
Sister Ring, is there anything you want to eat? I'll cook later.
Han Yu asked as he put on his slippers. He has no time to make breakfast when he is in school, but when he has time when he is not in school, he must reward Sister Ring for her hard work.
I want to eat.
Her tender white index finger rested on her pink lips, and her watery almond eyes looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a long while, Choi Ying finally said, I want to eat the noodles that Ayu ordered.
Okay, then noodles. What flavor do you want?
Han Yu naturally agreed to Sister Ying's request.
It's spicy. Choi Ying said decisively. Good. Han Yu opened the door and walked out. After dinner, Han Yu washed the dishes and returned to the living room. Sister Ring, I want to practice. Han Yu said. Okay, I'll go get you some stardust sand.
Upon hearing this, Choi Ying sat up from the sofa, stuffed her slender white feet into slippers, and ran towards the room. When he came out, he was holding 3 bottles of stardust sand. Where should I sit to practice? Sit on the ground, it's spacious. Han Yu found a cushion and sat directly on the ground. Let's start. I'll be right next to you. Tell me if you need anything. Choi Ying also found a cushion and sat a few steps away from Han Yu. If she wasn't afraid of disturbing Han Yu, she would get closer. Okay. Han Yu smiled slightly. Then, he took a bottle of stardust sand. Judging from the weight in his hand, it was Jiao San's bottle.
Stardust sand comes from the starry sky, and absorbing it can enhance human physique.
What Hanyu will do is to absorb the stardust sand while practicing the skin tempering technique to allow the skin to fully absorb the stardust sand and reach the first stage of the skin tempering technique.
Chapter 45 Skin turns white.
Open the bottle stopper and you can clearly see the silver stardust sand through the bottle mouth.
Sister Ing, I'm about to start. Hanyu said. Okay. Shui Ing nodded slightly.
Hanyu grabbed the bottle with his right hand and began to pour, placing his left hand under the bottle mouth to prepare to catch it. The bottle continued to pour, and stardust began to appear at the mouth of the bottle. Finally, silver stardust sha fell on Hanyu's palm. Hiss! As soon as he got the stardust sand in his hand, Hanyu felt a coolness in his palm, and then a special and strange power penetrated into his palm. At the same time, the amount of stardust sand in his hand slowly disappeared. The stardust sand disappears so quickly. Ayu, please practice your skills quickly. Shui Ing, who was watching from the side, said hurriedly.
Good.
Hanyu didn't dare to waste time and immediately started practicing the skin tempering technique.
Stardust sand can change a person's physique, skin, flesh, tendons, and bones as a whole.
If the amount of stardust sand is large enough, you can just let the stardust sand change the physique. But the stardust sand Hanyu obtained was far from enough, and the effect of changing his physique was not that great. So an idea came into Hanyu's mind. He thought it would be better to strengthen one of them first, either the external skin or the internal bones. It happened that he had a martial art called skin tempering technique in his hand. Finally, he decided to use stardust sand to master the skin tempering technique first, and then deal with the other flesh, tendons, bones, etc. later. The silver stardust slowly dissipated in Hanyu's hands. Hanyu was using this skin tempering technique to absorb this external energy through his skin. After an unknown amount of time, Hanyu opened his eyes that were as bright as stars.
Ayu, how is it?
Shui Ing remained silent for a long time until Hanyu opened his eyes, then she spoke.
It feels pretty good. Hanyu clenched his fist, then pinched his skin and said, I feel my skin is more elastic than before. Oh, really? Let me try.
Shui Ing curiously stretched out her little hand and put it on Hanyu's face and pulled it. After a moment, surprise showed on her face. It's true. She didn't know how many times she had touched Hanyu's skin. No matter how small the changes in Hanyu's skin were, they could not be hidden from her fair hands.
How long has Sister Ring been gone?
Seeing the sunlight coming in from the window, Hanyu suddenly asked.
1 hour.
Shui Ing raised her white index finger and said.
It took an hour. Hanyu touched his chin and nodded. He has a high talent and absorbs the knowledge quickly.
When he was looking up how to use stardust sand, someone commented that it took him half an hour to use up a bottle cap of stardust sand. The stardust sand he poured into his palm was more than a bottle cap, so an hour was normal.
Strike while the iron is hot.
Hanyu continued, Sister Ing, help me get a bottle of stardust sand.
Good.
Shui Ing didn't say anything, but just took a bottle of stardust sand in her hand and handed it to Hanyu. Hanyu took the stardust sand and was about to practice, but he saw Sister Ying's beautiful almond-shaped eyes staring at him without blinking, and he stopped. Thinking of how Sister Ring had just watched over him for an hour, he was deeply moved and said in a gentle voice, If Sister Ring is bored, you can catch up on some dramas or play some games.
No need. Shui Ying sat on the cushion, supporting her chin. I'll just look after Ayu. Sister Ring.
When Hanyu heard Sister Ring say this, her heart melted.
Why is his sister Ring so nice? Practice quickly.
Seeing Ayu looking at her intently, Shui Ying said it would be a lie to say she was unhappy, but Ayu had important things to do and she couldn't disturb him.
Good.
Hanyu said seriously, Sister Ring, after I finish practicing, I will play games with you.
That's a deal.
When she heard the word game, Shui Ying's eyes lit up.
The game had been going on all morning. Hook.
Hanyu smiled and extended his little finger.
Hook.
Shui Ying curved her eyebrows and stretched out her little finger to hook it.
The stamping is completed. Shui Ying urged again, practice quickly. Good.
Hanyu opened Lang Ningyu's bottle of stardust sand, poured the stardust sand into the palm of his hand from the bottle mouth. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice the skin tempering technique. After Hanyu finished practicing, Shui Ying still did not move, but rested her chin on her hand and admired Hanyu's appearance with a smile.
Beautiful, my Ayu is so beautiful. Hey, wait, why does it feel like Yu's skin has turned whiter?
Choi-Ying touched her smooth chin and looked at Han Yu's skin all over her body.
Cheeks, neck, palms.
Finally, Choi-Ying came to the conclusion that Ayu was really whiter than before. Han Yu's skin used to be warm white, but now it is cool white, which is the legendary cool white skin.
Wow! Does bodybuilding have this kind of effect?
Choi-Ying was stunned and muttered to herself, the human race is truly a peculiar race. When Han Yu opened his eyes again, it was already 12 noon. It took him 2 hours to absorb the stardust this time.
Ayu, look in the mirror. Choi-Ying ran back to the room in a hurry and ran back in a hurry. He went back empty-handed and came out with a mirror. What's wrong? Han Yu was a little confused. Look in the mirror. Choi-Ying placed the mirror in front of Han Yu. The moment Han Yu opened her eyes, she got up from the ground and went back to the room to get the mirror. Mirror? Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Han Yu touched his cheek and wondered, there's nothing on my face. Look at the skin, the color of the skin. Choi-Ying said very specifically. Skin. No, why did I become so white? When Han Yu saw his own cold white skin, he opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. Maybe the stardust sand entered your skin and changed the color. Choi-Ying guessed while holding the mirror. This was the conclusion she came to after sitting on the ground and watching Han Yu for an hour. Well, actually, she guessed it when Han Yu had fair skin, and she spent an hour looking at Han Yu. Is this too white? Han Yu touched his face full of disbelief. Whiter ones look better. Choi-Ying said with a smile. Sister Ying, I'm a boy, and Tai Bai doesn't have any masculinity. Han Yu said with a wry smile. Yangcheng No. 1 High School, to all senior students, put down those silver white hammers of yours before you speak. Okay, why think so much? The whitening of the skin proves that the stardust sand is effective. Choi-Ying said reasonably. That's true. These words immediately helped Han Yu get rid of his dissatisfaction with his skin being too white. If there was any change in his skin, he would be unhappy. Ayu, are you hungry? It's already noon. Choi-Ying asked. She knew the human race's daily routines very well. 3 meals a day, and sleep at night. I'm a little hungry. Han Yu rubbed his stomach. He had consumed a lot of energy absorbing the stardust sand. After Sister Ying said this, his stomach began to growl. Then let's go eat. Choi-Ying placed the mirror on the coffee table and pulled Han Yu towards the dining table. I made your favorite braised pork ribs. I watched Han Yu for an hour, and spent the remaining hour making lunch. When Sister Ying pulled him to the dining table, Han Yu was stunned to see a pot full of fragrant and steaming braised pork ribs on the table. Ayu, let's eat. Sister Ying. Love you. Chapter 46, New Year. January 1st, 1011 in the human calendar. Bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, the old year passes and the new year begins. Ayu is up. After preparing breakfast, Choi-Ying walked into the room and reached out to push the sleeping Han Yu. She was very happy today because she could stay with Ayu all day. Ayu told her that today was New Year's Day and the school allowed weapon spirits to appear on campus. New Year's Day is an extremely special and important festival, whether it is the blue planet where Han Yu lived in his previous life or the world he lives in this life. The push from his body and the call in his ear made Han Yu open his eyes from his sleep. Ayu, wake up. Choi-Ying pinched Han Yu's nose and spoke softly. Han Yu nodded to show that he understood, but then closed his eyes again. He was so sleepy. Last night he played games with Sister Ying and watched TV series with her, and he didn't fall asleep until the early morning. Get up, Yu-chan. Get up, Yu-chan. Choi-Ying kept calling Han Yu to get up. Yeah, okay. Han Yu sat up without even opening his eyes, for he was afraid that he would fall asleep again if he lay down for a while. In winter, the room is warm and the bedding is warm, so no one wants to get up. Ayu opened her eyes. Choi-Ying held Han Yu's cheeks with both hands and began to knead them. Han Yu closed his eyes and felt the palm on his face, which was slightly cool, soft and fragrant. Due to various factors, he was forced to start working. Okay, Sister Ying, I'll get up right away. Han Yu sighed deeply. Good. Seeing Ayu open her beautiful eyes, Choi-Ying touched Ayu's frizzy hair again and left the room. I can't sleep in today, so I'll have to sleep in tomorrow. Han Yu stretched, and his muscles and bones made crackling sounds. As we all know, there will be 3 days of holiday after New Year's Day. Get up. Wash up.
Hanyu put on her slippers and went to the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink, Hanyu took a look at the fair and handsome boy in the mirror and then looked away.
He has gotten used to it.
At the beginning, he would look at himself in the mirror a few more times, but later he gradually got used to it. 8 days had passed since he started practicing the skin tempering technique. 8 days ago, he absorbed all the stardust sand and successfully achieved a small success in the skin tempering technique, making his skin more resilient, whiter, and more delicate. If Hanyu were to wear women's clothing, it would be hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. This is the price of increasing strength. Hanyu sighed as he brushed his teeth, and at the same time, he thought to himself, the effect of the skin tempering technique is so outstanding, so what about the subsequent tempering of the flesh, bones, and tendons?
Snowflakes are flying, and Yangcheng is wearing new clothes in this new year.
Ayu, the snow is so beautiful. Shuiying held Hanyu's hand with one hand and caught the snowflakes falling from the sky with the other hand.
The white snowflakes fell on her palms and turned into water droplets in the blink of an eye.
There is still too little snow, otherwise I would take you to play snowballs. Looking at the thin snow on the ground, Hanyu's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. It snowed only twice throughout the winter, and both times the snow was not heavy, which was not enough to meet the conditions for a snowball fight.
If you can't have snowball fights in winter, is it still called winter? Snowball fight?
Shuei Ying's eyes were blank. These two words touched upon her blind spot in knowledge. It's called a snowball fight, where you roll the snow into a ball and throw it at people, Hanyu explained patiently. Shuei Ying nodded thoughtfully, then wait for a chance, you will take me out to play.
Good. Hanyu nodded seriously. How could he not bring Sister Ring along for the fun of playing snowball fight?
Then the two of them walked towards the school against the cold wind and snow. Oh, by the way, on the second day after Hanyu mastered the skin tempering technique, he discovered on the way to school that his skin had become more resistant to cold winds, so he now wears less than before, under the euphemism of tempering his skin.
Yangcheng No. 1 High School.
Today's Yangcheng No. 1 High School is different from before, with banners and ribbons everywhere. Even the students and their spirits who entered the campus had genuine happiness on their faces.
This is the first time I walk into the school gate with Ayu.
Shuiying took Hanyu's hand with a happy look on her face and walked into the gate of Yangcheng No. 1 High School side by side with him. In the past, she would enter the sea of consciousness when she was at the school gate, and the views of the campus were all shared with her by Ayu. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Hearing this, Hanyu smiled gently. Of course, he was not talking about the high school campus, but the future university campus.
Ayu! Ayu!
Suddenly, a shout came from behind Hanyu.
The fat man is here.
Shuiying didn't even need to turn around to know that it was Shinwuji who called her Ayu, because only the fat man was competing with her for the title of Ayu. Mom and the others all call her Xiaoyu, except for this fat kid who was called Ayu like her.
Good morning, Wuji, Yuan.
Hanyu turned around and saw Shun Wuji and Dun Yuan walking towards him, waving. The height difference between the two was so huge and so eye-catching that it was hard for him not to notice it at the first moment.
Good morning, Ayu, Sister Ing.
Shin Wuji came closer and greeted with a smile. Dun Yuan smiled and gestured to Shun Wuji.
Why are you so late today? Hanyu asked curiously.
Every day before, Shin Wuji arrived before him, but today it was the other way around. I couldn't sleep last night because I thought about taking Yuan to play at school today, said Shin Wuji.
I see. Hanyu nodded to show that he understood. Ayu, let's stop talking to Sister Ing.
I'll take Yuan around the campus. Shin Wuji said goodbye to the two.
Good.
Under the watchful eyes of Hanyu and Shui Ying, Shin Wuji took the lead with Shield Yuan.
Ayu, the fat man's spirit seems a little introverted.
Looking at Dun's round and small figure, Shui Ying said.
Yeah, she's really introverted. Hanyu agreed.
I've seen her many times over this long time, but I've never seen her speak. By the way, the fat guy just said that he wants to take Dun Yuan for a walk around the campus.
Ayu, why don't you take me with you too? Shui Ying said directly after thinking about it. Good.
Hanyu was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed.
Then he took Sister Ying's soft hand and walked towards the playground. Blame me, I forgot about it.
Although Sister Ying could see the campus scene through his vision, it was not as real as seeing it in person.
It's okay. It's not too late to remember now. Shui Ying didn't care.
As long as Ayu could take her with her, it would never be too late.
Chapter 47 Campus Food Street.
After taking Choi Ying for a walk around the campus, Hanyu took her back to the classroom.
Senior 3-1 class. The class is very lively today, and the students' spirits are all around them. There are so many people.
Walking into the classroom, Choi Ying was surprised when she saw the humans and spirits in the class.
Sister Ying, do you want to go back to the sea of consciousness or stay here? Hanyu suddenly asked. Of course it's here. Why are you asking this?
Choi Ying looked at Hanyu in confusion. I'm just worried that you'll find it too crowded here, Hanyu said, looking at the classroom where people were packed together.
It's not too crowded, it's good to be with AU. Choi Ying's subconscious words dealt another critical blow to Hanyu. I love this world so much. Hanyu thought to himself.
In terms of weapon spirits, your weapon spirits are everywhere, accompanying you throughout your life. At school, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sundays off, holidays, and like today on New Year's Day, we have fun all day.
Sister Ying, sit down and wait. Hanyu pulled out a chair and motioned for Sister Ying to sit on it. Then where do you sit? Choi Ying asked.
I don't want to sit, I'll just stand. Hanyu glanced at the girl sitting on Shin Wuji's seat, and was a little curious about whose spirit this was.
No, let's sit together. Choi Ying shook her head and pulled Hanyu to sit down. Sister Ying, you can sit by yourself. I sit every day and I'm tired. Hanyu quickly stopped her and explained.
If he were at home, he might have sat on it, but this was a classroom with so many people and spirit objects, he felt a little embarrassed.
Come sit down, Sister Ying.
Seeing that Sister Ying still didn't sit down, Hanyu put his hands on her soft shoulders and pressed down gently. Sit for a while, we're going out to play.
Yeah, okay.
After hearing this, Choi Ying sat down on the chair, and at the same time, a hint of anticipation rose in her heart. Ayu said that there would be many small vendors setting up stalls on campus today, and she could eat as much delicious food as she wanted in the morning.
Squad leader, I'm sorry.
At this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly sounded in Hanyu's ears. Hanyu, Choi Ying, and the girl sitting in Shin Wuji's seat all turned their heads. Looking at the pretty girl in the purple down jacket, Choi Ying, who didn't know her, looked at Hanyu. Sure. Hanyu was about to ask sure what she meant, but he saw the girl sitting in Shin Wuji's seat rushing towards sure with a look of joy on her face. Squad leader, I just had a stomachache, so I let Ziyu find a seat to sit. Sure said a little embarrassedly.
Hanyu understood, and he waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's okay.
Please sit down, squad leader.
I'm taking Ziyu back. Sure smiled and pulled the weapon spirit named Ziyu out of the back row. Ayu, please sit down.
There was an empty seat on the chair next to her, and Choi Ying immediately spoke. This time Hanyu did not refuse. Shin Wuji's position was his position, and of course his position was still his position.
Shin Wuji.
At 8 o'clock, the arrival of the class teacher Chen Lifeng made the noisy class quiet down.
Quiet down, everyone.
I can hear you making noise before I even enter the classroom.
Chen Lifeng scolded.
When we were students, we were all afraid of our teachers.
This is true even if there is a spirit of the weapon.
If you want to talk about the spirit of the weapon, then you might as well take a look at the 2M tall man like an iron tower behind Chen Lifeng.
Teacher, when can we go out?
Shin Wuji leaned against the wall at the back door and asked boredly.
This isn't your first time participating in this program. You should know the process better than me. Why are you asking me?
Chen Lifeng said unhappily. Teacher, I'm just afraid that the school will change its mind.
Shin Wuji laughed.
Chen Lifeng laughed angrily. Even if you change your mind, the school won't change its mind.
How can a school's tradition be changed so easily? Okay, keep your voices down in class. If you can't make any noise, go out for a walk. Don't just stay in the classroom.
After Chen Lifeng finished speaking, he left the classroom, and the 2M tall man like an iron tower followed closely behind him. The teacher has spoken, so of course the students will obey. Shortly after Chen Lifeng left, most of the students left the classroom, preparing to go out for a walk and wait for the delicious food to arrive. Hanyu and Choi Ying were also in this group. If the class was boring, they might as well go out for a walk, stroll under the snow, and breathe the cool air. As time passed, many small vendors pushed carts into the campus, and soon they formed a long queue, and a campus food street was officially opened. The students who had not eaten breakfast immediately came forward, waiting for this taste. Hanyu took Choi Ying for a walk on the campus food street, stopping and walking, buying whatever they wanted to eat.
Afternoon. The morning food time is over and the afternoon performance program officially begins.
At the bottom of the teaching building, a large group of students formed a circle, and a teacher was holding a rifle and demonstrating his marksmanship.
The program is spontaneous and anyone who wants to participate can do so. The only requirement is that you must be a senior high school student with a spirit. It's not possible in the first or second year of high school. Senior 3-1 class. Ayu, this person is holding a hammer.
Choi Ying, who was standing by the window, pointed at the person waving a black hammer in the center of the crowd and said in surprise,
"Is this one of Sister Ying's people?"
Hanyu rubbed his chin and looked at the pair of black hammers of the young man below. It looks a little different from the sledgehammer that Sister Ying transformed into, and the size is also different. He is a member of the tribe, but not from the same branch.
Choi Ying said.
Go down and take a look, maybe you know Sister Ying.
Hanyu said. I don't know them. Choi Ying shook her head. I can't go down. The humans here all have their own lives to live.
We can't disturb them rashly.
Hanyu didn't say anything after hearing this.
He just listened to Sister Ying.
Ayu, don't you want to show off your hammer skills?
Seeing the man with the spear being eliminated, Choi Ying asked Hanyu excitedly.
I don't want to go.
Hanyu pointed to the crowd below and the people standing at the classroom windows watching like them, and said, there are too many people.
There are indeed a lot.
Choi Ying looked around and nodded seriously, then let's not go down and just watch from the window. Hanyu and Choi Ying stood at the window for several hours. During this time, they saw many people demonstrate what they had learned and saw a variety of weapons. At 4:30 p.m., the students downstairs in the teaching building returned to their classes one after another, as there was still half an hour left before school was over. Watching down there was nice, but they preferred going home to going home. Soon, students from Class 3-1 filed into the classroom.
Ayu, I'm going back to my sea of consciousness first.
Seeing that none of Ayu's classmates had any spirit weapons around them, Choi Ying said something, then turned into a fluorescent light and drilled into Hanyu's eyebrows.
Chapter 48. I've seen a lot of people like you.
The day after the snow, the ground was frozen and the air was unusually cold. Even though it was 9 o'clock in the morning, the sky was bright and the sun was shining, it couldn't drive away the chill in the air. Hanyu exhaled casually, and a large amount of white mist appeared. Seeing this, Choi Ying, who was standing by, opened her pink and moist lips and started to smile like Hanyu. The two of them were holding hands and playing such a childish game. Fortunately, there were no passers-by, otherwise their performance would definitely bring some fun to passers-by.
This little couple is so interesting. Ahem.
The cold air entered Hanyu's mouth, and he started coughing.
The white mist stopped flowing and slowly dissipated into the air.
Seeing this, Choi Ying cut off the supply of white mist and let it dissipate, then reached out and patted Hanyu on the back.
Ahem.
Hanyu's face turned red from coughing. He thought that a strong man in the mortal realm could be tricked by the air.
It's okay, Sister Ying.
Hanyu waved her hand. Be careful, you humans are not like us, the spirit race.
You are very fragile before you reach the extraordinary realm.
Choi Ying patted twice more before retracting her hand. So, we must work hard to cultivate to the transcendent realm. Hanyu said solemnly, with a lifespan of 200 years, I can accompany Sister Ying for a longer time. Hearing this, Choi Ying narrowed her eyes in a smile. She clenched her snow-white hands and said seriously, let's work hard together.
Come on.
Hanyu stretched out his fist and raised his eyebrows at Sister Ying.
Come on.
Choi Ying stretched out her fair little fist and bumped it against Hanyu's.
Okay, let's go to the equipment pavilion and practice when we come back.
Hanyu said, taking Sister Ying's hand and walking out of the community. There will be a 3-day holiday after New Year's Day, so Hanyu thought he should go to the weapon pavilion during this holiday to see if he could awaken other weapon spirits. I arrived outside the community, hailed a taxi, told them my destination, and then waited quietly. Shiga is located in the city center of Yangchang, and its architecture is simple and elegant.
15 minutes later, Hanyu pulled Choi Ying out of the taxi.
Looking at the ancient building in front of him, Hanyu didn't expect that he would come here again.
Most people will only enter the weapon pavilion once in their lifetime.
A small number of people, like Hanyu, who believe they can still sign a contract with the weapon spirit, will enter the weapon pavilion a second time or even multiple times.
But no one succeeded.
I wonder if Hanyu's arrival can break the iron rule that human beings can only sign a contract with one spirit weapon in their lifetime.
Sister Ying, let's go.
Han Yu pulled Sister Ring up the stairs. Choi Ying looked at the weapon pavilion that was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but wonder whether Ryu could form a contract with other weapon spirits.
Hello, I. Pay 1,000.
After entering the weapon cabinet, Han Yugang found the staff member. Before he could finish his words, he was stunned by what the staff member said.
You still want money?
Han Yu asked in disbelief, looking at the lazy young woman in front of him. The young woman looked up and saw the man coming. Surprise flashed in her eyes.
What a handsome young man.
But soon her eyes returned to a lazy look again.
So what if he's good looking? He's just fantasizing about being able to form a contract with other spirits. Fong Ning has seen many people like this. For money, of course. Fong Ning lazily leaned back in her chair, tapping her fingers on the tabletop. Cash or scan? Scan the code. Han Yu took out his phone and asked as he paid, why do I have to pay to enter the Chiga Pavilion? Do you think you can form a contract with other spirits? Yes. That's all.
Fong Ning crossed her arms over her chest and said lazily, you think the Chi Pavilion is your home, come whenever you want. If we didn't charge money, the Chi Pavilion would be full every day for people like you who hold on to illusions.
All right.
Hearing these words, Han Yu curled his lips and paid the money willingly.
So there are people who think the same as him, but I should be different from them, right? Han Yu couldn't help but think in his heart.
After paying the money, Han Yu was about to pull Sister Ring towards the Wanchi monument, but was stopped by the young woman.
What's wrong? Han Yu turned around and asked in confusion. Since you're pretty, I'll give you some advice. Fong Ning's lazy attitude disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. Don't spend all your time thinking about signing a contract with another weapon spirit. Now that you have a weapon spirit, treat her well and don't let her down. Han Yu was stunned for a moment.
He turned to look at Sister Ring, and Sister Ring was also looking at him. Han Yu smiled slightly, tightened his grip on the delicate little hand, and then smiled at Fong Ning and said, "Thank you for your advice.
I will keep it in mind.
If I don't succeed this time, I will never set foot in the Chi Pavilion again in my lifetime." Fong Ning nodded, then returned to her lazy expression and waved her hand casually, "I hope so."
Come in. Everyone can say good things, the key is whether you can do it. Han Yu also understood this truth. It is not enough to just talk about it. It depends on actual actions.
A black stone tablet about 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, with numerous weapons engraved on it, stands in the center of the weapon pavilion.
This is the 10,000 weapons tablet. There are numerous weapons engraved on it, and each weapon represents every clan in every branch of the weapon spirit continent. Ayu, there are others here. Looking at the people sitting cross-legged on the futons on the ground, Choi Ying whispered to Han Yu, are they also here to form a second weapon spirit? Well, it should be. Han Yu felt a little ashamed. Hee, do you think they can succeed?
Choi Ying said with a smile, her tone hinting at something.
No way. Han Yu scratched his head.
He was now hesitant about whether he could sign a contract with other spirit objects.
You go quickly.
Choi Ying patted Han Yu's arm and said, whether we can sign a contract with other spirits depends on now.
Sister Ring, what should I do if I succeed?
Han Yu did not sit on the cushion, but suddenly asked.
Successful? Choi Ying's smile faded and her mouth pursed. You succeeded, I'm happy for you. It's so boring if I'm happy alone. If I want to be happy, you have to be happy too. Han Yu said. Why should I be happy when someone is competing with me for a you?
Choi Ying snorted, her almond eyes filled with resentment.
Sister Ring, you should think positively. Han Yu thought for a moment and said with a smile, what if I can sign a contract with other spirits?
Then our cultivation speed will be greatly accelerated, and the time it takes to enter the Supreme Realm will be greatly reduced. The time it takes us to step into the starry sky will also be shortened.
This is a completely good thing to think about. Choi Ying nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, that makes sense, but... Choi Ying changed the subject and complained, I'm not a fool. You're just like that pie in the sky guy in the TV show. Ha ha. Han Yu laughed and said, Sister Ring saw through it. I'm not a newbie who just came to the human race. Choi Ying was a little proud. She had already been reborn. Okay, go quickly. Success or failure depends on this.
Seeing that Ayu was about to say something, Choi Ying pushed him and urged him.
Then, Sister Ring, I'm going.
Hanyu stretched out his arms, hugged Sister Ing, and then walked towards one of the cushions. I hope Ayu succeeds, but I also hope Ayu fails. Choi Ying curled her lips, feeling very conflicted.
Chapter 49 Kai Xiao Xiao.
Here comes another one, this young man now. Not far from the Wanchi monument, there was a staff member standing. When he saw another person sitting on the cushion, he couldn't help but sigh.
A person can only form a contract with one spirit in their lifetime. It's clearly written in the book, so why do some people not listen?
Hanyu naturally didn't know what the staff were muttering about, as he had already sat on the cushion. Looking at the Wanchi pavilion in front of him, there was some nostalgia in his eyes. The last time, his consciousness entered the Wanchi monument, and then he signed a contract with Sister Ing.
What about this time?
Thinking of the feeling last time, Hanyu couldn't help but close his eyes and prepare to enter the monument of 10,000 weapons with his mind. Whether it is true or not, you will know it by trying it today. When Hanyu opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a strange space.
The entire space was blue, and various weapons were suspended in the air. It was a space he was familiar with.
At the same time, on the spiritual continent. On this day, the 10,000 weapons monuments of countless weapon races began to shake at the same time.
What's going on? Why is the myriad weapons monument suddenly shaking? I don't know. Could it be that it's time to sign a contract with the human race again?
Impossible. It's only been half a year since we last signed a contract with the human race.
Why is that?
Don't worry about why, just go and inform the elders. At this moment, the races that discovered the strangeness of the 10,000 weapons monument all ran towards the residences of their respective elders. In a green valley shaped like armor, flowers sway in the breeze, birds sing happily in the sky, and insects curl up silently when they hear the birds singing. Clear streams flow, and no one knows where the source is, and no one knows where the end is.
Perhaps the fish swimming in the water know. What are humans like? I really want to go and see.
On the lush grass, a petite and cute girl sat cross-legged, her chin resting on her left hand, and throwing a stone in her right hand into the clear stream in the distance.
When will the human race that I signed a contract with appear? The girl sighed and sighed again.
The girl's name is Kai Xiao Xiao, and she is the new generation of the Kai clan. Before the birth of the spirit, these are collectively called the new generation. After the birth of the spirit, they are called the second generation, the third generation, and so on and so forth, or even more generations.
Sister Ing is the second generation.
Logically speaking, the new generation has already signed a contract with the human race and was teleported to the human race through the formation. Why is Kai Xiao Xiao still staying in the Qiling continent?
The reason is that Kai Xiao Xiao did not find a suitable human being.
It cannot be said that she did not find a suitable human being, but only that she did not snatch the human being away from her. Just as she was about to investigate the talent and appearance of this human being, she was immediately overtaken by other spirits. Some are weapon spirits from other races, and some are weapon spirits from the same race but different branches. She did not sign a contract with the human race, so she stayed in the Kai clan and in the Qiling continent.
She will soon become the second generation from the new generation. Well,
Kai Xiao Xiao sighed. Since she failed this year, she could only wait until next year. She hoped that she would succeed next year. The elders in the tribe said that the human race is so interesting, and she wants to go and see it. Kai Xiao Xiao was thinking when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure running hurriedly not far away. She was very familiar with the figure. It was Kai Sen, the third generation who guarded the Kai clan's 10,000 weapons monument. She should call him Uncle Sen.
Out of curiosity, she stood up and asked loudly, "Uncle Sen, where are you going?"
"Yes, Xiao Xiao." Kai Xiao Xiao is the only weapon spirit of the new generation who has not signed a contract with the human race.
Everyone in the Kai clan knows this.
Kaisen paused for a moment and said, "There's some movement coming from the myriad weapons monument.
I'm going to find the elders. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving first." Kaisen waved his hand and quickened his pace again. Is there any unusual movement from the myriad weapons monument?
A hint of interest flashed across Kai Xiaoxiao's palm-sized face, and she immediately ran towards the direction of the 10,000 weapons monument. "I'll go see what's going on." The Kai clan's 10,000 weapons monument is located in a spacious area.
The black 10,000 weapons monument stands out among the green flowers, plants, and trees.
Kai Xiaoxiao came to this area and looked at the Wanchi monument shaking violently in the distance with surprise in her eyes.
Is it time to sign a contract with the human race again?
It's no wonder she was so surprised, because every year when it was time to sign a contract with the human race, the monument of 10,000 weapons would shake violently like this.
Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? Where is the elder?
Another middle-aged man who was guarding the 10,000 weapons monument came to Kai Xiaoxiao and asked.
Uncle Yang.
Kai Xiaoxiao greeted him and then said, I ran into Uncle Sin by the river.
Uncle Sin went to look for the elders, and I came over out of curiosity to take a look. Is that so? Kai Yang nodded. Uncle Yang, is it time to sign a contract with the human race again?
Kai Xiaoxiao asked curiously.
No. Kai Yang shook his head.
It's only been half a year since we signed the contract with the human race.
How could it be so fast?
But the 10,000 weapons monument that I saw looked very much like it did when it signed a contract with the human race. Kai Xiaoxiao said after hesitating for a moment. That's true, but it's absolutely impossible to sign a contract with the human race. Kai Yang said firmly. Kai Yang just thought that there was something wrong with the Wanchi tablet, and never thought that he was wrong. Of course, the same applies to other spirit weapons.
All weapon spirits know that there is only one specific day in a year when humans and weapon spirits will sign a contract. As for other times? That is simply impossible. There must be other reasons for the movement of the 10,000 weapons monument. Really? Kai Xiaoxiao murmured, what if it is? Kai Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. What if it was? Wouldn't she be able to sign a contract with the human race and go to them? Thinking of this, she asked Kai Yang expectantly, Uncle Yang, can I go and take a look? Can.
Kai Yang hesitated for a moment and nodded, but you have to be careful. Although the Wanchi monument is not dangerous, the vibration this time is different from the previous ones, so it is better to be careful.
I see.
After Kai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she immediately ran happily towards the monument of 10,000 weapons. This child. Kai Yang smiled helplessly upon seeing this, and at the same time, a trace of sympathy for Kai Xiaoxiao arose in his heart. When all the spirit weapons of the same age signed contracts with humans and went to the human race, only Kai Xiaoxiao remained in the Kai clan.
The human race is very interesting.
Xiaoxiao hopes you can find someone who can sign a contract with you. Looking at Kai Xiaoxiao's happy back, Kai Yang thought of his time among the human race. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were full of sadness. Among the human race, he met the best brothers and friends in his life. They experienced battles big and small together and established a deep friendship. Unfortunately, his brother was seriously injured and died, turning into a handful of ashes, and he returned to the Qiling continent.
Chapter 50 This time, Kai Xiaoxiao, 1. Coming in front of the monument of 10,000 weapons and feeling the ground shaking beneath his feet, Kai Xiaoxiao became more and more convinced that this was the time to conclude a contract with the human race. She stretched out her delicate white hand and slowly placed it on the violently shaking monument of 10,000 weapons. Close your eyes, communicate with the clan emblem of the Kai clan on the monument of 10,000 weapons, and immerse your consciousness in it. When Kai Xiaoxiao opened her eyes again, she found herself in a blue space. It's done! Kai Xiaoxiao's pretty face, as small as a palm, was full of joy. The last time she came here was half a year ago. This is the time to sign a contract with the human race. Why doesn't Uncle Yan believe it? Kai Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel proud. Outside. When Kai Yang saw Kai Xiaoxiao putting her hand on the monument of 10,000 weapons, he thought she was skeptical and wanted to give it a try. He shook his head helplessly. He had lived for so many years, while Kai Xiaoxiao had only lived for so many years. What's more, he has been studying among the human race for many years. How can his knowledge be compared with that of this new generation of weapon spirits? If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Kai Yang sighed and waited quietly for the elder to arrive. In the strange space, Kai Xiaoxiao always felt that a familiar feeling was calling her. Who is it? Feels so familiar. Kai Xiaoxiao looked around and transformed into a black and gold armor and walked towards the left front. The calling in this direction is the strongest. Han Yu sighed. Strange, isn't it? Han Yu gave up trying to communicate with the weapon floating in the air and touched his chin in confusion. After a long time, no spirit came to him. Could it be that my original feeling was wrong? Han Yu carefully recalled the feeling he had half a year ago. I have to try again. Thinking of that feeling, Han Yu's wavering heart stabilized. Try again, and if it doesn't work, leave. Han Yu continued to discuss the weapons floating in the air. He had paid the money,
but he was a little unwilling to return with disappointment.
It's getting stronger. Kai Xiaoxiao changed into the black and gold armor and quickly moved forward. Still not working?
After a long time, there was still no movement, and Han Yu couldn't help feeling discouraged.
If there is no one, then there is no one. It's good enough to have sistering.
Thinking of sistering, Han Yu quickly adjusted his attitude. Just as he was about to exit the 10,000 weapons monument, a set of black and gold armor came into his sight. The armor was black and gold in color, thick yet noble.
The dragon heads and tiger heads on the shoulders added to the armor's dominance.
The rhino horns on the elbows shone coldly, looking extremely sharp.
The fine, unknown scales underneath formed a skirt armor. So handsome. Han Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes.
Kai Xiaoxiao, who was coming over here, saw this tall, handsome, and good-looking human, who left a deep impression on her.
Hey, it's you.
Kai Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Hearing this handsome weapon spirit speak in a voice as sweet as a lark, Han Yu was first stunned and then surprised.
The surprised voice does not match the appearance. I was surprised that this armored girl actually knew me. Yes, don't you remember me? Kai Xiaoxiao approached Han Yu, hoping he would remember her.
Han Yu thought for a while, then scratched his head awkwardly. I really don't remember.
I don't remember.
Kai Xiaoxiao's tone was a little depressed, but she quickly adjusted herself and said, It doesn't matter if you don't remember. After all, just when I was about to reach you, I was beaten to the punch by a pair of silver white hammers. Hearing this, Han Yu understood that the handsome armor in front of him was one of the weapon spirits that wanted to sign a contract with him half a year ago.
By the way, didn't you sign a contract with those silver white hammers? Why are you here again?
Kai Xiaoxiao asked in confusion. When the contract was concluded, I thought I could also conclude contracts with other spirits, but I was busy during this period, so I came today.
Han Yu said. Conclude a contract with other spirit weapons? How is that possible?
Kai Xiaoxiao subconsciously didn't believe it, because it was common sense that a human could only conclude a contract with one spirit weapon.
How is it impossible? Your presence here is the best proof. Han Yu said with a smile.
He had given up before, but the appearance of the girl in armor just happened to show that he could form a contract with other spirits.
Hearing this, Kai Xiaoxiao fell silent. It seemed to be true.
The shaking of the monument of 10,000 weapons and the reappearance of the human race who had signed a contract with the pair of silver white hammers in this strange space, these two signs explained everything. There really are human beings who can sign contracts with other spirits after signing a contract.
Hey, here comes another spirit.
Han Yu said in surprise as he looked at the khaki long stick rushing towards him from a distance. He originally thought that there was only one spirit that could sense him, but he didn't expect there was another one.
No, there seems to be something behind that stick.
Han Yu narrowed his bright eyes and saw countless weapons behind the khaki long stick.
How can there be so many?
Kai Xiaoxiao turned her head and this scene instantly brought her back to the time when she signed a contract with the human race half a year ago. Countless weapon spirits vied with each other to choose the human race, and she therefore lost the opportunity to conclude a contract with the human race.
Is what happened last time going to happen again this time? Kai Xiaoxiao murmured, and the panic in her eyes instantly turned into determination. She was unwilling to give in.
She failed last time, but she will definitely not fail this time.
The one who is close to the water gets the moon first.
Looking at the other weapon spirits that were still some distance away, Kai Xiaoxiao smiled complacently, and transformed into a black and gold armor that directly pulled the human in front of him into his own consciousness space.
This time, it was Kai Xiaoxiao who won.
Seeing the extremely talented human and the black gold armor disappear, the weapon spirits who arrived a step late immediately regretted it.
Why did this happen when it was clearly not the time to sign a contract with humans?
Han Yu had no idea of the complicated thoughts of these weapon spirits. After he signed a contract with Kai Xiaoxiao, he withdrew from the 10,000 weapons monument.
In front of the Wanqi monument, in the Qi pavilion.
Han Yu opened his eyes and looked at the tall Wanqi monument in front of him. After successfully concluding a contract with Kai Xiaoxiao, he felt that he could also conclude contracts with other spirit weapons, but he felt a vague restriction. Could it be that only after reaching the transcendent realm can I continue to sign contracts with other weapon spirits? Han Yu stood up from the mat and patted his butt.
Ayu.
When Chuaying saw Han Yu stand up, she ran over and said in shock, You really succeeded. The moment Han Yu and Kai Xiaoxiao signed the contract, Chuaying felt it.
Yeah, it worked.